Chapter 1, Saving the Beauty Late at Night. At 11 o'clock in the evening, there were still a few cubicles with lights on in the Liren International Building, and Chin Fong was one of them. He stretched his back heavily, and his bones made a slight crackling sound. The strong feeling of fatigue instantly overwhelmed him like a tide. Finally, it's done. Chin Fong let out a long breath, pushed the keyboard forward, and slumped back in his chair. Damn Zhao Jinhai! He cursed in his heart. Today, a beautiful female colleague came to the department. In order to show off his power as a supervisor and to be attentive to the beautiful woman, the fat man Zhao Jinhai dragged several employees to entertain the newcomer, calling it a department dinner to enhance relationships. As a result, he went out to spend money and pick up girls, but left a lot of tasks to Chin Fong alone. You go pick up girls, and then I'm here working overtime for you. Is that reasonable? It's unreasonable. Chin Fong was indignant. What's even more infuriating is that I don't even get any overtime pay. But when you live under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. He is a junior clerk who has just graduated. In this highly competitive Donghai city, he is lucky to be able to keep this job. How dare he really challenge his supervisor? Don't want to do it anymore? Alas, in order to continue to stay here and to pay for the rent and utilities next month, he can only work overtime obediently. Finally, all the work was finished. Chin Fong picked up the phone and called Zhao Jinhai. Hello, Manager Zhao, I have prepared everything you requested and put it in your mailbox. However, there are a few documents that require your final signature for confirmation. From the other end of the line came the deafening sound of disco music, the charming voices of women urging people to drink, and the laughter of men. The sound was extremely noisy, and one could faintly hear some sweet voices such as, Mr. Wang, I'll toast you another glass, and brotherly, you were so bad. Oh, it's done? Okay, got it. Just wait a moment. Zhao Jinhai's voice was a little drunken and impatient. He responded vaguely, and then with a click, he hung up the phone. What the hell? Chin Fong was stunned when he heard the busy tone on his phone. He hung up right away? What's going on? He was about to call again when Zhao Jinhai called back. Chin Fong quickly picked up the call. Hey, Zhao. Okay, I got it. Zhao Jinhai interrupted him impatiently. Well, now you can just send the documents that need to be signed to the president's office on the top floor. I've asked, and President Ning is also there tonight. Just ask her to sign for you. I'm busy here, hanging up. After saying that, without waiting for Chin Fong to ask again, the phone was ruthlessly hung up with a click. Hello? Hello? Chin Fong called the phone twice, but it was still busy. He put down the phone speechlessly. This Zhao Jinhai, drink yourself to death. But, at this time, President Ning is still in the company? Does she love work so much? Chin Fong scratched his head, but after thinking about it, a hint of inexplicable excitement and anticipation appeared on his face. Hey, so tonight is not completely without benefits. I actually have the opportunity to see the legendary Ning Mashua Ning in person. Chin Fong had only heard of this cold female CEO of Liren International, but had never seen her. There were many rumors about her in the company. Some said she was cold and unfeeling, some said she was tough and decisive, but without exception, they all recognized that she was a peerless beauty with stunning looks and extraordinary abilities. It's just right, let's go up and see what this legendary cold and beautiful president looks like. Chin Fong, with a little curiosity and a little excitement in his heart, picked up the organized file bag and walked towards the president's special elevator, which symbolized the pinnacle of power in the company and which he usually didn't even dare to look at. The elevator rose steadily and soon reached the top floor. Huh? What's going on? Chin Fong walked out of the elevator and was somewhat surprised to find that, except for the innermost room with a sign that read President's Office, which still had lights on, the entire top floor office area, which was occupied by a large number of secretaries and assistants, was completely deserted and dark. Have all the secretaries finished get off work? With doubts, he tiptoed towards the president's office. As soon as he got near the door, he vaguely heard someone talking inside, but the voices were not loud and could not be heard clearly. Is Mr. Ning meeting a guest? Chin Fong thought, it seems impolite to knock on the door now, so I'd better wait on the sofa at the door for a while. He sat down on the guest sofa not far from the office door, ready to wait for the people inside to finish their conversation before going in. However, not long after he sat down, he suddenly heard a fierce argument coming from the office. A slightly hoarse and suppressed male voice sounded, Mo Shui. Can't you reconsider it? The marriage between our two families will benefit everyone. Just agree. Then, Ning Mashua's cold and angry voice came. I said, "It's impossible. Get out of here. What's going on?" Qin Feng was startled, subconsciously stood up, quietly moved to the door of the president's office, and listened attentively. After listening to a few sentences intermittently, he roughly understood the situation. It seemed to be some bloody drama about the grudges between wealthy families, business marriages, etc. "Mo Shui, don't refuse my toast and then drink a forfeit. I came here today because I must get your answer." The man's voice became a little angry. "Don't come over here. I'm warning you, if you come over here again, I'll call security." There was a hint of panic in Ning Mashua's voice. Then, there was a crack sound from inside, like the sound of some glass being broken. "Damn it! Is this a fight?" Qin Feng screamed in his heart. "Security? Go call the security." At this time, there are probably only a few old men at the door left in the whole building. "No, I have to find a way to help, otherwise something bad is going to happen." Without having time to think, he immediately raised his hand and knocked on the door of the president's office, shouting, "Mr. Ning. Mr. Ning, are you in there? Manager Zhao asked me to come up to you to sign some urgent documents." Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, the fierce quarrel and the woman's screams in the office stopped abruptly, and it became dead silent in an instant. Qin Feng thought to himself that it was effective and waited with bated breath. After a while, the office door opened with a click. A well-dressed but somewhat gloomy young man walked out. He glanced at Qin Feng sharply, as if he wanted to see through him. Qin Feng immediately lowered his head, acting like a respectful yet somewhat frightened subordinate, muttering to himself, "You can't see me, you can't see me." Out of the corner of his eye, he saw a pair of expensive leather shoes walking past him, and then quickly walked towards the elevator. "It's best not to let this rich and noble young man remember my face, otherwise it will be bad if he causes trouble for me in the future." Qin Feng secretly rejoiced in his heart. After the man's footsteps completely disappeared in the elevator, Qin Feng breathed a sigh of relief, raised his head, and looked at the open office door. After hesitating for a moment, he walked in. The office was in a mess, with broken glasses and some overturned documents scattered on the floor. A slim and beautiful woman in a high-end business suit was sitting on the huge boss chair with her back to the door, her shoulders slightly swaying, as if she was trying her best to calm down. "This is undoubtedly Ning Mashue." Qin Feng looked at her back and said, "Boss Ning, do you think I was quite smart just now?" However, when Ning Mashue slowly turned around and Qin Feng saw her pretty face that was obviously abnormal, his heart suddenly skipped a beat and he thought to himself that something was wrong. Ning Mashue looked at him with an almost pleading look, and said in a hoarse and hurried voice, Quickly take me away, I've been drugged." She bit her lower lip tightly, as if she was using all her strength to resist something, and continued, that bastard, actually put drugs in my water. Fortunately, he didn't see me drinking water just now." "What? Drugged?" Qin Feng was stunned when he heard this, and a chill ran up his spine. The situation was urgent, and he had no time to think about those conspiracies. Seeing Ning Mashue struggling in pain and almost losing consciousness, he rushed forward in one step, bent down and picked her up. "Fortunately, my home is near the company, only 5 minutes walk away." Qin Feng gritted his teeth, holding Ning Mashue, who was already beginning to become restless, in his arms, and quickly rushed towards his small rental house. The straight-line distance from the company to his home is indeed very short. However, Qin Feng felt that this short 5-minute journey was as long as a century. The person in his arms had completely lost her mind due to the effects of the drug. From the beginning, she could barely keep a little distance, but later, Ning Mashue was like an octopus clinging to Qin Feng. Chapter 2: System Activation. Qin Feng's home was a standard one-bedroom rental house, with simple furnishings but clean. He helped Ning Mashue to his not-so-spacious single bed with some effort, and her soft body pressed against him, making his heart warm. "I have to let her cool down and calm down first." Qin Feng muttered to himself, turned and walked into the small bathroom, turned on the faucet, and planned to find a wet towel to wipe her face and hands. When he returned to the room with the wet towel, the scene in front of him almost made him drop the towel on the ground. Ning Mashue lying on the bed had taken off her outer clothes on her own at some point. Under the dim light from the bedside table, she looked unexpectedly pure and fragile, which formed a huge contrast with her usual capable and strong image. Qin Feng felt his throat was a little dry, and quickly turned his head away, trying not to look anymore. "Don't look at anything indecent, don't look at anything indecent," he muttered to himself, and walked over, trying not to look at her body, and reached out his hand to gently wipe her forehead with a wet towel. However, as soon as his hand approached, Ning Moshue seemed to sense it and suddenly stretched out her arms and hugged his neck tightly. Qin Feng's body froze instantly. His mind was a little confused. Speaking of which, according to the general plot development of this kind of novel, should I behave like Lu Xiaohui now? In this way, when the heroine wakes up the next day, her favorability will usually increase greatly, and then, maybe things will develop smoothly? But Ning Moshue in his arms seemed to be completely unaware of his inner struggle. Instead, she pressed her face against his neck and begged incoherently in a crying and coquettish tone, 7i. 7i, feel so uncomfortable. Fuck. Who can bear this? The last line of defense in Qin Feng's heart collapsed under Ning Moshue's unconscious provocation. The last string of reason in his mind also broke. The night is still long. Qin Feng opened his eyes and looked at the ceiling blankly. His mood was extremely complicated. Although his body felt sore and tired from the intense exercise just now, his spirit was extremely excited because of some unprecedented experience. After a long while, the passion that was like a volcanic eruption slowly subsided like the ebb tide. The room was so quiet that they could almost hear each other's heartbeats. He slowly turned his head, and with the dim moonlight coming in through the window, the first thing that caught his eye was a calm and beautiful sleeping face. Ning Moshue curled up in his arms like a tired cat, her long eyelashes like two thick little fans, casting a faint shadow under her eyes, covering up her usual coldness and sharpness. At this moment, she turned into a lovable, fragile, and weak person. Qin Feng's heartbeat skipped a beat uncontrollably. He subconsciously reached out his hand, wanting to gently brush away a strand of her hair that was soaked with sweat. However, at this moment, his gaze inadvertently moved downwards, and when he caught a glimpse of the small but extremely dazzling patch of crimson on the snow-white sheets under him and beside her, he felt as if struck by lightning, and instantly woke up completely from the remaining charm. This is. At this moment, an emotionless mechanical voice suddenly sounded in his mind. It is detected that the host has had deep contact with a woman with a score of 80 or above, and the godly rich strategy system is officially activated. What the hell? System? Qin Feng sat up suddenly, not caring about the movement around him, with a look of disbelief on his face. I, Qin Feng, have lived for more than 20 years, and finally I have a system? I am not dreaming. This system is dedicated to assisting the host to become a true god-level winner in life. Main function: find outstanding female characters with a strategy score of 80 or above. Favorability reward mechanism: when the target female character's favorability towards the host reaches 30 points, the host's current total assets will be tripled. When the favorability reaches 40 points, the increase will be quadrupled, and so on, up to 100 points, corresponding to a 10-fold increase. When the host receives any system reward, there is a certain probability of triggering a lucky critical hit. The higher the appearance of the target and the higher the current favorability with the host, the higher the critical hit multiple. System auxiliary functions: 1. Listen to the inner voice opportunity per day, which can detect the current true inner thoughts of the designated target. 2. System mall already opened. More advanced functions require the host to explore on their own or meet specific conditions to open. So cool? Qin Feng's heart was pounding, and he quickly said in his mind, System mall, let me see it. A virtual list of goods unfolded before his eyes. Damn, so expensive. Qin Feng glanced at it and almost drooled, but the prices also made him smack his tongue. From small things like Lamborghini 5 yuan discount coupons to big things like claiming to be able to sell the White House title deed price, but these real assets are virtual. The most important one should be these attribute points and permanent skills. Basic piano mastery, 300,000 yuan. It will instantly allow you to reach basic piano playing level. Basic fighting skills, 1 million yuan. Charm value plus 1 million yuan. Basic skills cost hundreds of thousands, who can afford it? Qin Feng wailed. The host can view brief information about himself and the target he has contacted. Check my properties. Character: Qin Feng. Amount: 4,000 yuan. Force value: for average adult male level 5. Charm value: 78. Average value for ordinary people: 60. He is indeed an ordinary person who is not good enough to fight. Qin Feng said self-deprecatingly, and then he thought of something. Then can I see Mr. Ning's? Character: Ning Moshue. Age: 26. Position: CEO of Beauty International. Charm value: 96. Favorability: 15. Status: single. Fuck. Charm value 96? No wonder she's so charming. Shin Fong took a breath, then noticed the favorability, only 15 points? What level is this? The favorability levels are divided as follows. 0-20 points, stranger slight impression. 21-40 points, ordinary friends. 41-60 points, good friend trustworthy. 61-70 points, above friendship somewhat special. 71-80 points, secretly in love has a deep admiration for the host and is waiting for an opportunity. 81-90 points, a couple in love deeply in love with each other. 91-99 points, love lasts till death I will not marry anyone but you I will not marry anyone but you. 100 points, soulmate willing to give everything for the other person, including life. It turns out that 15 points is only slightly better than a complete stranger. Shin Fong looked at Ning Moshue who was still sleeping beside him, and his expression became more complicated. Chapter 3, Mean. The night was deep, and the system prompts in his mind gradually subsided. Shin Fong glanced at Ning Moshue who was breathing evilly and sleeping peacefully beside him, and his heart was filled with mixed feelings. Forget it, things will work out when the time comes, and even the biggest issues can be dealt with tomorrow. He gently adjusted his posture, brought her soft body into his arms, smelled the fragrance of her hair, and fell asleep. The next morning, Shin Fong was awakened by the rustling sound of clothes. He opened his eyes dazedly and saw Ning Moshue standing by the bed with her back to him, getting dressed. The morning light shone through the gap in the curtains, outlining her graceful curves, and an indescribable awkwardness filled the air. Shin Feng's mind was still a little confused, and everything that happened last night was replaying in his mind like a movie clip. He cleared his dry throat and mustered up the courage to speak. Mr. Ning. Mr. Ning, I will be responsible for what happened last night. Responsible? Ning Moshue seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world. The corners of her mouth curled up with an extremely sarcastic arc, and she sneered coldly, responsible? Shin Fong, open your eyes and look at yourself, then look at me, and then tell me, how can you be responsible? With your meager salary that you can barely make ends meet after running errands and working overtime? Or with this rental house of yours that has nothing but 4 walls and a bed, and not even a decent piece of furniture? She stretched out her slender fingers, flicked the black skirt on her body, and said in a sharper voice, do you know how much this skirt of mine costs? 100,000. A full 100,000. You work hard for a year, without eating or drinking, is it enough to buy a scrap of it? The watch I wear on a daily basis, a very inconspicuous one, can buy your entire shabby house and may even have some money left over. The places I go in and out of are places where people like you will be driven away by security guards. Even if you look at the door, a casual meal I have for socializing may be worth your savings of half a year. You actually have the nerve to stand in front of me and talk to me about responsibility? Don't you think that these 2 words coming out of your mouth are an insult to me? You can't even support yourself, and you still want to be responsible for me, Ning Moshue? What a joke! Shin Fong was speechless after being asked a series of questions by her. The little courage that had just risen in his heart was instantly shattered. Yes. How much is his monthly salary? After deducting the rent, water and electricity, the remaining money may not even be enough for her to have a meal. How can he take the responsibility? He felt deeply powerless. She raised her chin slightly, her eyes full of undisguised contempt and alienation. Every word was like a knife tempered with ice, stabbing Shin Fong fiercely. What kind of men have I not seen? The men who want to climb into my bed, from business tycoons with a net worth of tens of billions who can easily stir up the market, to those so-called princes and noble sons who have returned from overseas and have all kinds of halos on their heads, there are countless of them. As long as I beckon them, they will come and go at my call. Who do you think you are? Last night? Last night was just a moment of confusion for me, or to be more precise, you were lucky and got a huge bargain. She paused, the sarcasm on her lips deepened, and her tone became more harsh. Do you really think of yourself as a guest of my love, a special existence? Don't flatter yourself, you are not even worthy of carrying shoes for those men who are truly qualified to stand by my side. In my eyes, you are no different from those men who are sharpening their heads to get benefits from me, and even, you are worse than them. At least some of them can bring me some tangible benefits. And you? What can you give me? Except for making things difficult for me and bringing me this kind of shameful trouble, you are useless. So, put away your ridiculous and cheap responsibility arguments, and treat what happened last night as an accident that I, Ning Moshue, don't need you to bear any consequences. Well, just treat it as a charity from me to a low-level person like you. Shin Fong listened to her words, which were like poison ice blades, and a trace of astonishment flashed through his heart. He had never expected that Ning Mashue, who had always been a goddess in his heart, could now say such sarcastic and almost vicious words. This sudden harshness caught him off guard and even felt a little absurd. But at the same time, when his eyes unconsciously drifted to the clear, dried marks on the bed, Shin Feng was a little speechless for a moment. Thinking of how she had just argued and emphasized that she was experienced, and then looking at the irrefutable marks in front of him. He just felt a little speechless. This experience might not be something she made up in her mind, right? Ning Mashue seemed to notice his gaze and followed his gaze. When she saw the mark, her body stiffened imperceptibly, and a trace of panic and embarrassment flashed in her eyes. Her originally pale cheeks also quietly flushed with an imperceptible blush. The atmosphere became a little subtle at this moment. Humph. Ning Mashue turned her head away abruptly, her voice trembling with an imperceptible tremor. I'm going to work. Take care of yourself. After saying that, she walked quickly towards the door as if she was trying to escape. Boss Ning. Shin Feng was stunned for a moment. Seeing that she was about to walk out of the room, he almost instinctively chased after her, grabbed her arm from behind, and even half-hugged her in his arms in a hurry. Let go. What are you doing? Ning Mashue screamed like a frightened cat and struggled hard. Do you want to do it again? I'm going to call the police. No, President Ning, calm down. Shin Feng was shocked by her reaction and quickly explained, that's not what I meant. It's your clothes, you haven't put them on yet. Clothes? Ning Mashue stopped struggling and looked at him with some confusion. Shin Feng pointed at her. Ning Mashue looked down subconsciously, and her cheeks turned red, almost bleeding. She was only wearing a black hip skirt, and the white shirt on her upper body was only loosely covered with one sleeve, and the other side was completely open, showing the beauty inside. She had just scolded Shin Feng for a long time with her disheveled appearance, and she even wanted to leave the house like this? Ning Mashue let out a short scream, her face as red as a cooked shrimp. She turned around abruptly and rushed back into the room as if escaping. Shin Feng looked at her flustered back, touched his nose helplessly, and followed her to see if there was anything he could do to help. He had just stepped into the room for a few steps when Ning Mashue turned back like a whirlwind. Her pretty face was still red, but her eyes were filled with shame and anger, and a hint of command. Why are you following me? Get out! Without waiting for Shin Feng to react, she stretched out her hands and pushed him out of the door with force. With a bang, the door was ruthlessly closed. Shin Feng stood outside the door, listening to the rustling sounds of clothes coming from inside again, as well as a few suppressed, annoyed groans, and could not help but smile bitterly. Chapter 4 Gambling. After a long while, the door that had been shut tightly was finally opened. Ning Mashue came out. She had changed back into her well-tailored business suit from yesterday and combed her hair again. She had regained her usual cool and charming demeanor as a female CEO in the company, but there was still a hint of fatigue between her brows. Boss Ning, you are so beautiful. Shin Feng looked at the radiant Ning Mashue in front of him and exclaimed sincerely. When he thought about how he had the most intimate relationship with such a beautiful woman last night, he couldn't help but feel secretly happy. Yeah, Ning Mashue responded indifferently, and glanced at him coldly. I'm going to the company. What happened between us should be treated as if it never happened and forgotten completely. With that, she took a step and prepared to leave. Mr. Ning. Shin Feng quickly called her. Ning Mashue stopped and frowned slightly. Anything else? How about, stay and have breakfast before leaving? Shin Feng invited tentatively, his tone cautious without him even noticing. No. Ning Mashue refused flatly. But, it's only 6 o'clock in the morning and the company hasn't opened yet. Shin Feng pointed to the still dim sky outside the window. Ning Mashue frowned even more tightly. Can't I go home? No, President Ning. Shin Feng's eyes fell on her inadvertently, and he noticed that her walking posture seemed a little unnatural. Since you are here, have breakfast. I see that your legs and feet seem to be inconvenient, and you walk a little limping. After dinner, I will take you to work, okay? Shin Feng couldn't explain what was wrong with him. He knew that Ning Mashue was mean, cold, and even a bit bad, but he just couldn't help wanting to get close to her and keep her. Maybe it was the desire to conquer in a man's nature, or maybe it was the possessiveness for the first time, or maybe it was just because of her damn stunning face. But no matter what, when Shin Feng stared at Ning Mashue in front of him, a strong desire surged in his heart. He wanted her to be his woman. Ning Mashue looked at him with complicated eyes, and finally sat down at the dining table in silence, which was considered as tacit consent. Qin Feng was delighted and quickly went to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. He only knew how to make simple things, such as frying 2 eggs, toasting 2 slices of toast, and heating a cup of milk. While he was busy, Ning Mashua's cold voice came from behind him. Qin Feng, give up, there is no possibility between us. Qin Feng's hand holding the breakfast froze for a moment, but soon returned to normal. He placed the food in front of her and then sat down opposite her. Ning Mashue didn't look at him, but just stared at the milk in front of her and continued, you may think that what I said before was humiliating you, but it wasn't. I was just stating a fact. I, Ning Mashue, would rather be the mistress of a rich and powerful man than follow a poor boy like you who has nothing. Qin Feng raised his head and looked at her directly. What if I become a rich man in the future? You can't get me even if you have money. Ning Mashue finally raised her eyes to look at him, with a hint of contempt and her unique pride in her eyes. I, Ning Mashue, am not a woman who can be obtained simply by money. Qin Feng asked, so what did you just say? But, Ning Mashue interrupted him, her tone unquestionable, having money is the most basic prerequisite for having any intersection with me, Ning Mashue. You can't even meet this basic condition, what's the point of being together? What's the point of being responsible for me? Don't you think it's ridiculous? The words, don't you think it's ridiculous, were like a needle that pierced his self-esteem and made him completely sober up from the beauty of last night and the unrealistic fantasy of the moment. The youthful spirit and embarrassment on his face quickly faded, and his eyes became surprisingly calm and firm. He gently pushed away the milk in front of him, raised his head and looked directly at Ning Mashue. His voice was not loud but very clear, with a determination to burn his boats. Boss Ning, you are right. I have nothing now. It is ridiculous to talk about taking responsibility and being together in front of you. I am not qualified. He paused, changed the subject, and his eyes became more heated. What happened last night? I know you want to pretend it never happened. But to me, it means something different. I won't use it to threaten you, that's not honorable. But, Qin Feng said in an extremely serious tone, I am unwilling to let it go like this. So, President Ning, I want to gamble with you, use my future to gamble on the possibility that you can look at me straight in the eye and give me a fair chance. He took a deep breath and said word by word, give me a goal that you think I can achieve. If I can do it, please put aside your prejudice, give me the qualification to pursue you, and get to know me again. If I fail, I, Qin Feng, will disappear from your sight immediately, and everything that happened last night will disappear as you wish. No second thoughts, I will do what I say. Ning Mashue listened quietly, and for the first time, a complex light flashed in her beautiful phoenix eyes because of this man. It was no longer a simple contempt or scrutiny, but a bit more surprise and a hint of interest aroused by his almost crazy and desperate gamble, which she herself had not noticed. This boy is really interesting. He didn't get angry or beg, but frankly admitted the gap. He also challenged her with last night in a sober and decisive way. These words were more impactful than those empty slogans, and she couldn't ignore them easily. Ning Mashue was silent for a long time. Finally, she raised her eyes, and the corners of her mouth curled up in an arc that seemed like a smile, with some difficult to discern meaning, and slowly said, okay. Take what happened last night and your future together to bet, Qin Feng, you have guts. She stretched out her slender fingers and tapped twice on the table, as if to make a final confirmation, and then said, then, our other president of Liren International, Mr. Gu Wanqiu, you should know it, right? I know. Qin Feng replied immediately. Ning Mashue raised a meaningful arc at the corner of her mouth, and her tone was a little cold and arrogant. Either you let Gu Wanqiu be your girlfriend sincerely or you take control of Liren International. As long as you do any of these 2 points, I will give you a chance to truly pursue me. Qin Feng's eyes flashed with a gleam, and he answered without hesitation, okay? It's a deal. This shocking bet was made, and the atmosphere at the table suddenly became a little subtle. Neither of them said anything more, and quickly finished the breakfast with different thoughts in silence. Afterwards, Qin Feng insisted on sending Ning Mashue away. Considering her experience last night and her current poor condition, he did not send her to the company, but directly sent her back to her own residence. Standing at the bottom of Ning Mashue's high-end apartment, Qin Feng breathed a sigh of relief as he watched her staggering but still proud figure disappear into the corridor. The ambition and lofty spirit that he had shown to Ning Mashue just now cooled down a little as the cold wind blew. Then came the 2 fantastic tasks, which weighed on his heart like 2 huge mountains. Qin Feng couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh, and rubbed his still swollen temples. Before the system, any of these 2 goals would be no different from ascending to heaven in broad daylight to me. They were pure wishful thinking, and I wouldn't even dare to be so arrogant in my dreams. His eyes narrowed slightly, and a spark of fire ignited in his heart again, but now, with the system, everything is possible. Counterattacking the fair, rich and beautiful, marrying the cold female CEO, and reaching the pinnacle of life, aren't these all standard plots in system novels? Jean Fong, should also stand up. But the ambition that had just been ignited was unconsciously extinguished when he thought of his own crappy system. Xin Feng's face fell as well. He stood by the road, scratching his hair in annoyance, and cursed in a low voice, "Damn it. It's called the super rich system, and it sounds really cool, but how come I haven't gotten a dime of benefit since it was activated?" The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. In other novels, once the system is activated, the protagonists either get hundreds of millions of pocket money in their bank accounts, or pick up a few ancient artifacts or lost secret manuals while walking. At the very least, there should be a dazzling novice gift package, right? Mine is so simple, the system panel is as simple as a 3-no product. Apart from giving beautiful women a score like a referee, there is not even a novice task guide or startup capital. He remembered that on the way to send Ning Moshua back, he had been particularly alert and paid attention to the women on the road. The result made him even more depressed. According to the system's scoring criteria, women who could be rated above 80 points were extremely rare. His eyes were almost like searchlights. After searching for a long time, he could only barely see one or two who met the criteria. Not only does the mission target require an absurdly high appearance, but it is also so rare and hard to find, and there is no startup capital. Why does the road to becoming a super rich person feel like it's hell plus difficulty from the beginning? System, are you kidding me? The more Qin Feng thought about it, the more headache he had, and he felt that his future was bleak. Chapter 5 Accident. Forget it, let's just take it one step at a time. He thought to himself, actually, if you think about it carefully, the requirements of this system are not particularly difficult. After all, there is no mandatory requirement to capture so-and-so. As long as you can find a woman with a score of 80 or above, not to mention the complicated stages at the end, the rewards for the first few favorability nodes alone, if they can trigger a critical hit, will be enough to make you feel happy for a while. Let's go back to the company. Fortunately, the company I work for has more female employees and many beautiful women. It shouldn't be difficult to find a few with a beauty score of more than 80. He sighed. He had originally thought of relying on the system to rise to the top, resigning and living a life of extravagance. Now it seems that whether it is for the considerable system reward or for Ning Moshua, the woman he both loves and hates, he absolutely cannot leave this company for now. At least, before he is fully grown, this is his best hunting ground. Qin Feng returned to the company, but did not go back to his workstation immediately. Instead, he paced slowly in the office area, his eyes seemingly casually sweeping across the cubicles. Passing by a workstation, a fashionable girl caught his eye. He glanced at her and the system panel immediately appeared. Target, Zheng Xiaomei. Appearance, 65. Status, single. Qin Feng subconsciously frowned slightly, only 65 points? Are you kidding? This girl looks pretty and bright. With this look and this figure, she should be at least 75, right? The emotionless electronic prompt sound of the system sounded in his mind at the right time. Reminder, all appearance scores of this system are based on the target's pure natural state, excluding all external factors such as makeup, beauty filters, etc. TSK, it turns out to be a pure natural no PS rating. Qin Feng understood, it is worthy of being the first of the 4 legendary evil arts makeup. It can raise 65 points to 75 points visually. It's amazing. He scanned several female colleagues who passed by and found that the situation was similar. Although some girls looked pretty good without makeup, the system gave them a pure beauty score of around 75 points, never above 80. It seems that it is not easy to find a single beauty who is pure natural and additive free and has a beauty score of 80 points in this huge beauty world. Just when he was a little disappointed, his eyes accidentally passed by the door of the tea room not far away, where several mature women were holding coffee cups and chatting. Most of them were female supervisors or department managers with some experience in the company. They were well dressed and charming, and their gestures were full of mature charm and confident style that young girls did not have. One of the young women attracted his attention. Qin Feng subconsciously concentrated his mind and swept his eyes over her. Target, Li Na. Appearance, 82. Status, married. What a pity, I finally found someone with 82 points, but she's married. Qin Feng touched his chin, and a slightly regretful yet eager smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, which only men can understand. He thought to himself, although I don't mind learning from Boss Chow and experiencing a different style, but, with my current strength, I'm afraid it's a bit beyond my capabilities. He chuckled and temporarily put this unrealistic idea behind his mind. When we become really rich in the future and get a lot of system rewards, maybe we can consider taking on a challenge. That feeling. TSK, it's exciting just thinking about it. He shook his head, threw away these messy thoughts, and refocused his attention on the people coming and going in the office area. The most urgent task is to find a young woman who meets the system requirements, is single, and has a high enough score. The best way is to get a wave of real early rewards. As he turned a corridor corner, he was not expecting anyone to come hurrying towards him from the other side. Bang! There was a dull thud, followed by a short scream from a girl. Shinfeng only felt a huge force coming, and he staggered, and before he could react, he fell to the ground. Shinfeng was the first to react. He endured the instantaneous impact from his tailbone, supported himself with one hand, and slightly raised his upper body. Only then did he see clearly that a girl was sitting on him in an ambiguous posture. What caught his eye was a face that looked a little panicked but extremely pure and beautiful, with bright eyes, white teeth, and skin so white that it seemed to reveal light. His heart skipped a beat. What a pure and beautiful woman. Lu Wanqi shook her dizzy head and finally saw clearly that there was someone under her. Her cheeks flushed red, and with deep apology and panic, she hurriedly said, "No, sorry. Sorry. Are you okay, sir? Sir, please get up quickly." As she spoke, she stretched out a slender white hand, as if she wanted to help Shinfeng. Shinfeng looked at her big watery eyes and red cheeks due to nervousness, and the unhappiness of being knocked down in his heart suddenly disappeared, and instead a strange feeling arose. He cleared his throat, pointed to his thigh, and reminded with a playful smile that, "Beauty, are you still sitting on me?" "Ah. Sorry. Sorry." Lu Wanqi screamed like a cat whose tail was stepped on, and hurriedly climbed up from Shinfeng. Because she stood up too quickly, her high heels almost twisted and her body swayed. After she stood firm, she didn't even dare to raise her head, and kept bowing and apologizing. "I'm so sorry. I was thinking about something just now and didn't look at the road. I'm so sorry." As she said that, she stretched out her hand again, trying to pull Shinfeng up. "Sir, let me pull you up." Shinfeng originally wanted to take advantage of the situation and stand up to look cool, but seeing her sincere and guilty look, and the hand hanging in the air with slightly trembling fingertips, he felt it was not appropriate to stand up by himself, so he reached out and held Lu Wanqi's soft hand. "Then I'll trouble you." Shinfeng exerted force on his hands, preparing to use the force to stand up. But Lu Wanqi probably didn't expect him to be so strong, and she was a little unsteady on her feet because she was still distracted. Shinfeng pulled her like that, and not only did she fail to pull him up, but she also lost control of her center of gravity. With a soft cry of "ah," she fell uncontrollably towards Shinfeng again and fell straight into his arms. Warm and soft, full of fragrance. Shinfeng subconsciously put his arms around her waist, and the two of them pressed together again in a more intimate posture. Chapter 6. Lu Wanqi. The sudden close contact stunned both Shinfeng and Lu Wanqi, and time seemed to stand still at this moment. After a few seconds of stalemate, both of them could clearly feel the warmth and softness of each other's body, as well as the slightly rapid heartbeat. Shinfeng was the first to come back to his senses. He looked at the girl who had fallen on him again with a red face, and couldn't help but raise the corner of his mouth. He said with a bit of joking, "Madam, I know that I am very handsome and charming, but isn't it a bit too enthusiastic to throw myself into your arms like this on the first meeting?" "Ah. I'm sorry. Lu Wanqi woke up as if from a dream. Her fair cheeks instantly turned redder, like a ripe apple. She apologized hurriedly and tried to get up from Shinfeng in a panic. "Ah." Unexpectedly, as soon as she moved, she let out another short cry of surprise. It turned out that when Lu Wanqi was about to stand up, she found that her long, smooth hair was somehow entangled with a thin necklace pendant on Shinfeng's chest. Not only was she unable to stand up, but because of the entanglement of her hair, her center of gravity was unstable again, and she was once again firmly stuffed into Shinfeng's arms. "Don't move, it seems to be entangled," Shinfeng whispered, and his warm breath brushed over Lu Wanqi's earlobe, causing her to shrink her neck involuntarily. He moved closer and carefully observed the necklace entangled in her hair. "It's my necklace pendant that got caught in your hair." He carefully reached out his hand and used his fingers to gently and patiently free the strands of her black hair that were entangled in the necklace from the tiny clasp bit by bit. Lu Wanqi didn't dare to move, letting Shinfeng fiddle with her. She could smell the light, pleasant scent of men's shower gel on him, feel his focused gaze and the gentle touch of his fingers on her hair and cheeks. He was so close, my heart was beating so fast, but he seemed very serious, and his fingers were very gentle. He didn't look like a bad person. Lu Wanqi was lost in thought, and the heat on her cheeks did not diminish at all. Okay. Qin Feng finally untied the last strand of hair, breathed a sigh of relief, and said softly to the girl in his arms, "You can get up now." As he spoke, he stood up with one hand, and then naturally extended his hand to Lu Wanqi, who was still sitting on the ground. "Come, I'll pull you up." Lu Wanqi looked at the hand he extended, hesitated for a moment, and finally placed her slightly cold little hand on it. "Hold on tight." Qin Feng reminded her and exerted a little force on his hands, trying to pull her up. As a result, this sister Lu Wanqi seemed to have really weak legs, or maybe because the series of accidents just now made her unsettled. When Qin Feng pulled her like this, she staggered again. Not only did she fail to stand firmly, but she screamed again and fell uncontrollably into Qin Feng's arms again. "How many times has this happened, miss?" Qin Feng looked down helplessly at the sweet and soft person in his arms and couldn't help but tease her. However, he still quickly steadied the two of them, then gently helped her stand up straight, and took a step back to keep some distance. "Yes. I'm sorry." Lu Wanqi was so embarrassed that she was about to cry, and her voice was as thin as a mosquito. Qin Feng looked at her helpless and pitiful appearance, and he didn't want to tease her anymore. He bent down, picked up the books and folders scattered on the ground, handed them to her, and said, "Why do you keep saying sorry?" "Oh, I'm sorry," Lu Wanqi added subconsciously. After taking the book, she realized that she had said it again. She quickly stretched out her little hand to cover her mouth, and looked at Qin Feng with her big eyes blinking. In Qin Feng's eyes, that look was extremely cute. Qin Feng's heart moved, and he almost unconsciously reached out his hand and gently touched her head. Lu Wanqi's body trembled slightly, as if she had not expected him to do this suddenly. After a long while, she blushed and whispered in protest, "No, don't touch my head. Mom said that if you touch my head, you won't grow taller." Her answer made Qin Feng couldn't help but chuckle. He took back his hand and asked gently, "What's your name? Why have I never seen you in our department? Are you newly transferred from another department?" My name is Lu Wanqi. I'm a new employee who just joined the company yesterday, and I'm doing an internship in this department." Lu Wanqi answered in a low voice, her voice still a little timid. Target, Lu Wanqi. Age, 25. Occupation, intern at Beauty Group. Appearance, 92. Favorability, 25. Due to the host's timely rescue and gentle behavior, the target has a preliminary good impression and curiosity about the host. Status, single. Qin Feng was delighted. It seems that this series of accidents just now were not completely fruitless. The favorability level has directly increased to 25. "Hey, why didn't you report to the department yesterday? I didn't even see you." "Yesterday." Lu Wanqi lowered her head a little embarrassedly. "Yesterday, I had just completed the entry procedures when Manager Zhao called me away. He said he would hold a small welcome party for me, so I didn't have time to go to the department." Qin Feng suddenly realized, and then a hint of mischief flashed in his eyes, and he said in a long voice, "So you are the real murderer who forced me to work overtime until late at night yesterday." "Ah." Lu Wanqi's face turned pale again when she heard that. She waved her hands hastily. I didn't know. I'm sorry, I didn't know that it would happen because of me." All right, Qin Feng interrupted her as he saw she was about to apologize again, and softened his tone. "I was just kidding, it has nothing to do with you. It's that Zhao Jinhai, even if there wasn't your welcome party, he would have found another reason to mess with me." "Oh." Lu Wanqi nodded, not quite understanding, but obviously relieved. Qin Feng looked at her innocent appearance, and his heart moved. He asked, "By the way, that Zhao Jinhai, did he do anything to you yesterday? Let me tell you, that guy is a well-known sex-hungry ghost in our company. He especially likes to take advantage of female colleagues. You are a new girl, so you have to be careful." Hearing Zhao Jinhai's name, Lu Wanqi's expression became unnatural again. She hesitated for a moment before whispering, Yes. Yesterday at the welcome party, he kept wanting to hold my hand, saying he wanted to read my palm or something, but I always found an opportunity to avoid him." "Then you still..." Qin Feng frowned and was about to say something. At this moment, a greasy male voice suddenly came from not far away, shouting with full energy, "Wanqi! Lu Wanqi! Come to the office quickly, I have something to talk to you about." The two looked in the direction of the voice and saw a short and fat figure standing at the other end of the corridor, squinting his eyes and looking over here. It was the department manager, Zhao Jinhai. Chapter 7, First Critical Attack. Zhao Jinhai's slightly greasy voice broke the subtle atmosphere at the corner of the corridor. Xin Feng and Lu Wanqi looked towards the source of the voice at the same time. Lu Wanqi's face turned pale, her hands clenched the corners of her clothes nervously, and her voice was obviously panicked. What should I do? Xin Feng's eyes fixed, and he quickly regained his composure. He patted Lu Wanqi on the shoulder and whispered to comfort her, "Don't be afraid. Don't worry. This is the company." In broad daylight, even if Zhao Jinhai has lustful intentions, he wouldn't dare to do anything to you here. The worst that can happen is that he'll take advantage of you with words, or ask you to do some chores. He paused for a moment, lowered his voice and added, "But you still have to be careful and try not to let him take any substantial advantage of you, such as unnecessary physical contact. In case, if he really goes too far and you can't stand it, find a way to send me a message and I will go in and save you immediately, okay?" Lu Wanqi seemed to have grabbed a life-saving straw, nodding repeatedly with gratitude in her eyes. Okay, brother Feng. Let's add WeChat so we can keep in touch." Xin Feng took out his phone and opened the WeChat QR code. "My name is Xin Feng. You can just call me Brother Feng from now on." "Yeah. Thank you, Brother Feng." Lu Wanqi also quickly took out her mobile phone to scan the QR code. After adding the friend, she did not forget to bow deeply to Xin Feng, with a bit of apology and deep gratitude. "Thank you so much, Brother Feng." She was probably still feeling embarrassed for the series of throwing herself into his arms just now. Xin Feng waved his hand. "It's a small matter. Go over quickly, otherwise the fat man might find fault with you again." "Okay. I'll go over first. Goodbye, Brother Feng." Lu Wanqi trotted towards Zhao Jinhai, looking back at Xin Feng from time to time. Watching her leaving, Xin Feng heard the system prompt in his mind. Target, Lu Wanqi, favorability +5, current favorability, 30. Ding. Target Lu Wanqi's favorability has exceeded 30 points. Triggering favorability level reward, host's total assets will be tripled. Detection and critical hit determination. Determination successful. Triggering lucky critical hit. This asset increase multiplier is +1 extra. Calculation of asset increase. Current assets 4,000 yuan x 4 times equals 16,000 yuan. New assets, 12,000 yuan. Is this a direct quadrupling of my assets? Xin Feng was so excited that he couldn't believe his ears. From 4,000 to 4 times, that's 16,000. Net profit of 12,000. 16,000 yuan? Xin Feng was shocked, and then he was overjoyed. Almost at the same time, his phone vibrated and a bank text message popped up on the screen. "Ping and Bank, 12,000 renminbi has been transferred into your savings card account ending in 7700, and the current balance is 16,000 renminbi. Is this real money?" Xin Feng was a little bit unbelievable, and quickly opened his mobile banking app to check. After seeing that the balance had indeed become 16,000 yuan, he was still a little worried. After thinking about it, he skillfully opened a mobile game he often played, and without hesitation, he chose a 6 yuan first charge gift package and clicked to pay. Payment successful. Oh my god. Really? It's real money. Xin Feng was so excited that he almost jumped up. The funding problem that had troubled him for a long time was solved just because of Lu Wanqi's improved favorability. Although it wasn't much, it was at least a good start. However, he quickly calmed down. No, this money must not be spent carelessly now. It must be saved to prepare for the possible doubling of the system's assets in the future. Otherwise, I will spend every bit of it as it comes. Even if it multiplies many times, the base is too small, and I will never be able to get really rich. He secretly resolved that this money would not be used unless it was absolutely necessary or when it could generate greater returns. In a good mood, Xin Feng seemed a lot more relaxed as he strolled in the office area. His back subconsciously straightened a lot, and there was a faint smile on his face. Facing them, the graceful, fashionable and beautiful Miss Li from the administration department was walking out of the tea room with a cup of coffee. Xin Feng's eyes lit up and he took the initiative to greet her, with a smile that was rarely bright in the past, and he praised her as soon as he opened his mouth. "Sister Li, you are dressed so beautifully today, and you are getting more and more charming." Sister Li's beautiful eyes swirled around him, and she smiled. "Oh, isn't this our Xiaoqin? Did he put honey on his lips today, or did he find a gold ingot?" He's so talkative, and he looks so cheerful. He's totally different from before. Qin Feng laughed and followed her words with a bit of just the right amount of joking. That's because I'm influenced by beauties like you, sisterly, every day. My taste and confidence have naturally improved. Oh, you little rascal. Sisterly was overjoyed by his words. She stretched out her well-maintained jade finger and tapped him, with a more charming smile on her face. You are getting better and better at making me happy. You look so energetic today. Shouldn't you treat me to a meal someday and tell me whether you have had any luck in love or made some unexpected fortune? Of course. Qin Feng answered immediately, his smile sincere and expectant. It is my absolute honor to invite a beautiful lady like you, sisterly, to dinner. Whenever you are free and want to eat something, just tell me, I will be there whenever you call. Okay, this is what you said, I'll take note of it, and don't cheat when the time comes. Sisterly smiled with satisfaction and felt that the young man in front of her seemed to have become a lot more interesting all of a sudden. The two of them joked a few more times in a relaxed atmosphere. At this moment, the phone in Qin Feng's pocket suddenly vibrated several times in a short and urgent manner. He took out his phone with some confusion and found it was a WeChat message. He clicked it and immediately frowned. In the chat box, Zixiu sent several messages in a row, but the content was a bunch of meaningless garbled characters, as if they were typed randomly. Brother Feng percent hashtag I help SD at hashtag me. Quick DFGKJ. Zhao, office. Woo woo. Chapter 8 Mission. Qin Feng looked at the series of garbled characters sent by Zixiu on the phone screen, and his heart suddenly tightened. Oh no. He reacted instantly. It was that simple girl Lu Wanxi. Without bothering to say anything to Sisterly, who was still smiling beside him, Qin Feng said, Sisterly, I have something urgent to do, so I'll leave first, and immediately turned around and rushed towards Zhao Jinhai's office. He now had a little confidence given by the system, and Lu Wanxi's pitiful and trusting look flashed through his mind, and a nameless anger and desire to protect him arose spontaneously. Zhao Jinhai's office was at the back of the department. Qin Feng rushed to the door angrily. Without thinking, he raised his foot, and with a bang, he violently kicked the door open and rushed in like a whirlwind. The scene in the office instantly made Qin Feng's anger burn even more fiercely. Zhao Jinhai's fat body was sitting right next to Lu Wanxi, almost squeezing her into the corner of the sofa. His greasy hand was reaching towards Lu Wanxi's shoulder, with a malicious and obscene smile on his face, as if he was about to succeed. Lu Wanxi was terrified and resisting, and she shrank back as hard as she could, her face pale, and tears welled up in her eyes. Brother Feng. Seeing Qin Feng suddenly appear, Lu Wanxi cried out in tears as if she had seen a savior. Zhao Jinhai was also shocked by this sudden change. His outstretched hand froze in mid-air. He turned his head suddenly and saw that it was Qin Feng. His fat face immediately darkened and he shouted sternly, Qin Feng. What are you doing? Are you trying to rebel? Why didn't you knock when you entered my office? You just barged in? Are there any rules? Qin Feng rushed forward and pulled Lu Wanxi behind him to protect her. Then he looked at Zhao Jinhai coldly, his tone without a trace of warmth. I'm here to ask Manager Zhao, when will I get paid for my overtime pay for working overtime yesterday? Overtime pay? Zhao Jinhai was stunned, then sneered, what overtime pay? Who approved it for you? No. No? Qin Feng's eyes turned cold. I'm sorry, I'm afraid I can only report this matter to the higher-ups and let the company leaders make the final decision. Zhao Jinhai didn't expect Qin Feng to dare to talk to him like this today. His attitude was so tough, like a completely different person. He narrowed his eyes and threatened, Qin Feng, you are really good. You have become strong, right? You dare to talk back to me like this? Aren't you afraid that I will make things difficult for you in the department in the future and make it difficult for you to stay there? If it was the old Qin Feng, he would have been scared to death after hearing this. But since he had the system, he no longer cared about Zhao Jinhai. He sneered in his heart, at worst, I can just quit my job. It's just that it's hard to meet a few beauties with scores above 80 for the time being. Therefore, Qin Feng now has a pure rolling on the knife mentality. In this company, if he feels comfortable, he will continue to stay. If he feels uncomfortable, he will leave immediately. He will never suffer any grievances and do things according to someone's mood like before. He looked directly at Zhao Jinhai, his tone calm but with unquestionable toughness. Manager Zhao, I am just fighting for the legal rights that I deserve. If you think I am threatening you, that's fine. I am not afraid of being bullied. If you think you can cover up everything, then give it a try. Zhao Jinhai was choked by Qin Feng's stubborn attitude, and his face turned pale. He didn't expect that this small employee who was always under his control would dare to challenge him today. He rolled his eyes, as if weighing the pros and cons. In the end, he took a deep breath and softened his tone, but still with a bit of reluctance and calculation. You want overtime pay, right? Okay, that's not impossible. Zhao Jinhai said with a fake smile, how about this, I have a task here. If you can complete it successfully, I will not only give you yesterday's overtime pay, but also the remuneration for this task. How about it? Qin Feng was about to refuse. He didn't believe that the fat man Zhao Jinhai would be so kind. Unexpectedly, Zhao Jinhai immediately said, this task was personally assigned by Secretary Lin Weilin, the secretary of President Gu Wanqiu, who specifically asked our department to send someone to handle it as soon as possible. If you do it well, it will be a great achievement for President Gu. Gu Wanqiu's secretary? Lin Wei? Qin Feng's mind moved. Is it related to Gu Wanqiu? That's a bit interesting. Seeing that he seemed to be interested, Zhao Jinhai immediately added, if this task can be completed successfully, the company can get a special reward of 30,000 yuan. I will decide on the money and give it all to you. Also, I think Wanqi is pretty smart, so let her go with you to do this, so that she can take care of you. Qin Feng sneered in his heart, it can't be that simple. How can I be assigned such a lucrative task? It would be strange if he didn't make a fortune first. He immediately started listening to Zhao Jinhai's heart without making any expression. Zhao Jinhai's inner thoughts, this mission is a big pitfall. We sent several groups of people to do it before, but they couldn't get it done. Some people even wanted to use the company's reputation to get in, but they were almost kicked out of the company. Boy, don't you like to stand up for Lu Wanqi? Don't you like to influence me to take advantage? I'll make you lose face in front of Lu Wanqi. Still calling me brother Feng? I'll see how you end up. When the mission fails, I'll report to General Manager Gu and say that you are incompetent. You dare to go against me, and I'll make things difficult for you until you die. Sure enough, there is a problem. Qin Feng thought to himself, but he showed an interested expression on his face. He urgently needed an opportunity to get close to Gu Wanqiu, and he also needed money to lay the foundation for the subsequent doubling of the system's assets. Although this task was dangerous, since he had established a connection with Gu Wanqiu, he had to take it. Otherwise, as a small employee, when would he be able to truly get in touch with the core circle of power in the company? Thinking of this, Qin Feng nodded and said, okay, Manager Zhao, I'll take this task. Chapter 9 Investigation Mission. Qin Feng took on the task that Zhao Jinhai mentioned, but the matter was not over yet. His cold eyes locked onto Zhao Jinhai, who was slumped on the sofa with an ugly expression. By the way, Manager Zhao, Qin Feng's voice was calm, but with an unquestionable chill, there is one more thing I have to remind you. From today on, Lu Wanqi, she is under my protection. I don't want to see or hear anything about you trying to harass her. If you dare to touch her again, or have any improper intentions. Before Qin Feng finished his words, he suddenly raised his right foot without any warning and kicked hard at the soft sofa cushion just below Zhao Jinhai's crotch with his legs spread wide open. Bang! The sofa made a dull sound and the whole thing shook. Although Zhao Jinhai was not kicked directly, the position and force of the kick were enough to make any man feel a chill in his crotch. You weigh the consequences yourself. Qin Feng slowly withdrew his foot, his tone grim. Zhao Jinhai was frightened by this sudden kick. His body shrank suddenly and he collapsed on the sofa. Cold sweat instantly seeped out of his forehead. He pointed at Qin Feng, his lips trembling. You, Qin Feng, you dare to threaten me? You don't dare to do anything to me. You can try. Qin Feng said this indifferently, as if he was stating an established fact. Then, he was no longer bothered to look at Zhao Jinhai's frightened and angry face, and walked straight to the desk, picked up the thin task book, turned around, and took the hand of Lu Wanqi, who was already stunned but inexplicably felt relieved, and strode out. It wasn't until the office door closed behind her, blocking out any possible roar from Zhao Jinhai, that Lu Wanqi breathed a sigh of relief. Brother Feng, she looked up at Qin Feng, her big watery eyes filled with gratitude and admiration. Thank you for saving me. You were really handsome just now. It's just a small matter. Qin Feng waved his hand casually, but because of his reckless behavior just now and Lu Wanqi's sparkling eyes looking at him at this moment, he felt an unprecedented sense of refreshment. Damn, this feeling of being able to do whatever I want without having to look at other people's faces is so refreshing. He began to indulge in the feeling of being in control of everything and taking revenge. In my mind, the system's prompt sounded at the right time. Target, Lu Wanqi, favorability +8, current favorability, 38. Walking to the corner of the empty corridor, Qin Feng stopped and looked at Lu Wanqi with a serious look. Wanqi, you also heard the mission Zhao Jinhai mentioned just now. We need to go together. He shook the mission book in his hand. However, I feel that this mission is a bit dangerous. You are a girl, so you should not participate. I will complete it by myself. When the mission is completed, you will get half of the credit and I will also give you half of the bonus. How about it? He meant what he said sincerely. After all, that old fox Zhao Jinhai had bad intentions, and the mission was definitely not easy. No, Brother Feng. Lu Wanqi unexpectedly shook her head with a firm look in her eyes. If I just watch from the side, I will always be an intern who knows nothing. If I go on like this, I will never grow. I don't want to be just a useless vase. She said seriously with a hint of stubbornness. But it's really dangerous. Qin Feng emphasized. He could hear from Zhao Jinhai's inner voice how difficult the task was. I am willing to go with Brother Feng even if it is dangerous. Lu Wanqi met his gaze without flinching, her fair face full of determination. I believe Brother Feng can protect me, and I also want to do my part and don't want to drag Brother Feng down. Qin Feng looked at the girl in front of him who was so scared that she was about to cry just now, but now she mustered up the courage to go into danger with him because she didn't want to be a vase. A soft spot in his heart was deeply touched. System, Qin Feng's favorability towards Lu Wanqi +999. Stop it. He took a deep breath, looked at Lu Wanqi's serious eyes, and nodded solemnly. Okay. Since you said so, if I, Qin Feng, continue to be fussy, I will not be a man at all. Don't worry, I will definitely protect your safety. Yes. Okay, Brother Feng. Lu Wanqi nodded heavily, and finally a happy smile appeared on her face, with a light of trust flashing in her eyes. Then let's first take a look at what this mission is. Qin Feng raised the mission book in his hand. The title of the assignment is Urgent Task on Properly Handling Disputes Regarding Cooperation with the Blue Sky Group. The main content of the article roughly reads, Blue Sky Group is an important partner of the company in the development of new environmentally friendly fabrics. Recently, the two sides have had some obvious differences and frictions in the recognition of product quality standards, delivery cycles, and understanding of some contract price terms. Previously, the company has assigned several colleagues to communicate and coordinate, but failed to reach an effective solution, resulting in considerable obstacles to the advancement of related cooperation projects and causing certain potential impacts on the company. The task requirement is, go to the Blue Sky Group headquarters for a new round of formal consultations. Make sure to find out the other party's true attitude and core crux of the dispute, strive to resolve the current contradictions through effective communication, safeguard the company's legitimate interests in this cooperation project as much as possible, and form a preliminary solution and process report. In the column of responsible person, there is still Zhao Jinhai's flamboyant signature, and next to it is printed in small words Original Project Suggestion Contact Person, President Secretary Lin Wei. Qin Feng finished reading it and raised his eyebrows slightly. From the literal meaning of this assignment, it seems to be just a more difficult business negotiation, but combined with the vicious voice he heard from Zhao Jinhai before, this task is impossible to complete. Several people who went there didn't complete it, and even a few who tried to force their way in were kicked out of the company. Qin Feng knew that this was not just as simple as disagreements and frictions. The so-called Blue Sky Group is probably a very hard nut to crack, and Zhao Jinhai is waiting to see their jokes, or in other words, waiting for them to make a fool of themselves. Chapter 10 Blue Sky Group. After a night of rest and brief discussion, early the next morning, Qin Feng took Lu Wanqi to the Blue Sky Group headquarters in the suburban development zone according to the address on the assignment letter. The office building of the Blue Sky Group is located in a new industrial park on the outskirts of the city. It is a modern building with blue reflective glass curtain walls. It towers into the clouds and looks quite impressive in the morning sun, but it also exudes a sense of coldness that keeps strangers away. In contrast, the office building of the Beauty Group has more historical heritage and humanistic atmosphere. The two walked into the spacious and clean lobby. The receptionist politely but distantly asked about their identities and appointments. Qin Feng had asked Lu Wanqi to make an appointment with Wang Minghai, the manager of the purchasing department of the Blue Sky Group, in advance in the name of the assistant of the purchasing department of the Beauty Group. After confirming the information, the receptionist asked them to wait in the rest area nearby. This wait lasted for a full half an hour. During this time, Lu Wanqi became a little restless several times, but Qin Feng signaled her to be patient, as he knew this was probably a trick used by the other party to show his power. Finally, a young male secretary came over and led them to the elevator with an expressionless face, and came to a reception room on the upper floor, which was elegantly decorated but slightly depressing. After waiting for about a quarter of an hour, the door of the reception room was pushed open, and a middle-aged man with a shiny slicked-back hair, gold-rimmed glasses, a slightly protruding beer belly, and a hypocritical smile on his face walked in. He was the purchasing manager of the Blue Sky Group, Wang Minghai. "Oh, I'm so sorry to have kept you waiting for so long. I'm Wang Minghai, responsible for the business connection with your company." Wang Minghai extended his hands enthusiastically and shook hands with Qin Feng. His triangular eyes behind the lenses glanced at Lu Wanqi inconspicuously, flashing a greedy light, but he said politely, "This must be Miss Lu? She is indeed young and beautiful. The Liren Group is really full of talents." Lu Wanqi felt a little uncomfortable being looked at by him. She nodded politely, then lowered her eyes and took out her notebook to take notes. After both parties sat down, Qin Feng didn't waste time talking to him. He went straight to the point and raised the problems mentioned in the assignment book regarding the cooperation between the Beauty Group and the Blue Sky Group on new environmentally friendly fabrics in an orderly manner. He also expressed the hope that Manager Wang could give clear explanations and solutions to these problems. Wang Minghai listened to Qin Feng's statement. The smile on his face did not diminish at all. His fingers tapped lightly on the smooth conference table, and he practiced Tai Chi slowly. "Hey, Mr. Qin, the problems you mentioned are also highly valued by our Blue Sky Group. Regarding quality, every batch of fabrics we ship out of the factory has been strictly checked and absolutely meets the A-level standards agreed upon in the contract between the two parties. If your company finds some occasional and extremely small defects during use, it is probably because of bumps during transportation, or changes in temperature and humidity in your company's storage environment, which may cause some minor impacts. These are objective factors, and we are helpless." Qin Feng sneered in his heart, but his face remained calm. "Manager Wang, according to the feedback from our quality control department, during the random inspection of the 3 batches of ice silk environmentally friendly fabrics supplied by your company recently, it was found that their air permeability and moisture absorption indicators were lower than the A-level standard stipulated in the contract, and some even only reached B-level. This directly led to a batch of our high-end customized underwear products being unable to leave the factory due to fabric problems, causing considerable economic losses. I'm afraid this can't be simply blamed on transportation or warehousing, right?" "Oh? Is there such a thing?" Wang Minghai's eyes flashed behind his glasses, and he still had that surprised expression. "Then there must be a misunderstanding. Our factory inspection reports are all A-level. Could it be that your company's inspection equipment or inspection methods are different from ours? Mr. Qin, you also know that the inspection standards are very different." He paused, and then sighed with embarrassment. "As for the delivery cycle, Mr. Qin, you don't know that in order to give priority to the orders of the Beauty Group, we have turned down several urgent orders from major customers. But you are also aware of the recent international situation. The price of raw materials changes every day, and logistics is also very tight. We are also under tremendous pressure to complete the contract on time and in quantity. Occasionally, due to force majeure, we are delayed for 1 or 2 days. Please forgive us and understand each other." After these words, there was no leak, and all the responsibilities were pushed away, as if the doubts and dissatisfaction of the Beauty Group were completely exaggerating and nitpicking. Qin Feng noticed that at the door of the reception room and behind Wang Minghai's seat, there stood a burly, cold-looking man in black, with his hands behind his back and eyes as sharp as a hawk. Although he was wearing a suit, his fierceness could not be concealed. He was obviously Wang Minghai's bodyguard. This made Qin Feng more certain that the Blue Sky Group's style of doing things might not be as gentle as that of a regular large enterprise. Damn, this old fox is even more difficult to deal with than that fat guy Zhao Jinhai. His mouth is very tight. It seems that he will not let go unless he reveals something real. Qin Feng cursed in his heart, knowing that today's listening to the inner voice opportunity must be used on this Wang Minghai. He concentrated his mind and quietly launched a skill on Wang Minghai. Wang Minghai's inner thoughts. Humph, the 2 young men sent by the Beauty Group this time are quite good at grasping the key points, better than those useless people before. However, you want to get words out of me? A little too young. Anyway, the accounts are done beautifully, and Deputy Manager Ma is well fed, so no one can find any problems. This batch of ice silk is inferior and the profit has at least doubled. Once the payment arrives, I can go to the Heaven on Earth KTV with old Ma to have a good time this weekend. He can't be left out of the share this time. The girl next to this guy is really good. Her skin is so tender that you can pinch water out of it, and she is more exciting than the top girl in the KTV. I will find a way to scare them later and see if I can keep this girl alone for in-depth communication. Qin Feng's eyes instantly turned cold. Collusion between inside and outside. Deputy Manager Ma of the purchasing department of Liren Group actually colluded with Wang Minghai, using B-grade products to pass off as A-grade products, falsely reporting high prices, and pocketing the profits. Moreover, Wang Minghai also had evil thoughts about Lu Wanqi, who was beside him. He suppressed his anger, his face remained calm, and he continued to flatter Wang Minghai. After another round of meaningless conversation, Qin Feng knew that it was impossible to get any results from asking directly today. He glanced at Lu Wanqi. Although the little girl tried to stay calm, her tightly gripped pen and slightly white knuckles still exposed her nervousness. Qin Feng stood up and said politely, "Manager Wang, we have learned almost everything today. We will report the misunderstandings and objective factors you mentioned to the company truthfully. We also hope that Manager Wang can give Liren Group a formal written reply to the questions we raised as soon as possible." Wang Minghai was also happy that they could end this annoying questioning as soon as possible, and he immediately agreed. "Of course, Mr. Qin, rest assured, our Blue Sky Group has always attached great importance to its partners, and will give your company a satisfactory answer as soon as possible." Chapter 11 Assets doubled again. However, just as Qin Feng and Lu Wanqi turned around and prepared to leave the reception room, Wang Minghai's disgusting voice sounded from behind again. He rubbed his hands, revealing an even more obscene and undisguised smile on his face, and his tone became extremely frivolous and explicit. "You too, today is indeed a rush for time, and many things cannot be explained clearly at the moment, which affects the efficiency of our in-depth communication. I see that Miss Lu is very smart, pure and lovely, and I believe she is also very interested in the corporate culture of our Blue Sky Group. How about this, Miss Lu stays tonight and has a simple meal with me alone? When the night is quiet, we can have a good in-depth discussion on the details of the cooperation between the two sides, as well as the philosophy of life. I promise that as long as Miss Lu is willing to honor you, tomorrow morning, I will present the information and solutions you want with both hands, without any hesitation. How about it?" When Lu Wanqi heard this naked insult and suggestion, her face, which was originally pale due to nervousness, instantly lost all color and she trembled with anger. She subconsciously grabbed Qin Feng's arm and hid behind him, her eyes filled with fear, shame, and disgust that could not be concealed. Qin Feng's face suddenly turned cold, and a surge of anger rushed to his head. He turned around abruptly, took a step forward, and completely protected Lu Wanqi behind him, like a completely enraged lion. His eyes were as cold as if he wanted to devour Wang Minghai, and every word seemed to burst out from between his teeth. "Wang Minghai, fuck you. Keep your fucking mouth clean. We are here to discuss business with you on behalf of the beauty group, not to let you act like a hooligan or show off your inferiority. If you dare to say another word of nonsense, believe it or not, I will let you know why the flowers are so red today." Wang Minghai was frightened by Qin Feng's sudden rage, foul language, and murderous look. He also realized that what he said just now was indeed too extreme and underestimated the bloodiness of the young man in front of him. He subconsciously took 2 steps back and shouted fiercely, "You, who are you? How dare you act wild in my office? Security! Security!" Target, Lu Wanqi, favorability plus 10, current favorability, 48. Trigger favorability level reward. When Lu Wanqi's favorability reaches 40 points or above, the host's total assets will be increased by 4 times. Detection and critical hit determination. Determination successful. Triggering lucky critical hit. This asset increase multiplier is plus 1 extra. Calculation of asset increase. Current assets 16,000 yuan x 5 times equals 80,000 yuan. New assets, 64,000 yuan. 80,000. There is a full 80,000 in the bank card now. Qin Feng's heart was beating wildly because of this sudden huge surprise, and an indescribable ecstasy and unprecedented confidence burst out from the bottom of his heart. It was no longer the small amount of 16,000 before. This 80,000 was already a huge sum that allowed him to stand up straight. With this money, he was more confident when facing idiots. He suppressed the urge to check the bank's text messages immediately, and just raised a cold and sarcastic arc at the corner of his mouth, and said to the panicked Wang Minghai, "Call the security? Okay, go ahead. I want to see whether your Blue Sky Group's security is more powerful or our beauty group's legal department is more talkative. The dirty words you said to my colleagues today, the recording function of my phone has been turned on." When Wang Minghai heard the word recording, his face turned pale, his eyes were obviously panicked, and his expression became even uglier. Qin Feng was secretly happy in his heart. Of course he didn't record it. In the situation just now, both sides were about to fight, so he didn't have time to do these things. But he didn't know whether it was because the system supported him or because he was rich. Anyway, he was more than a little bolder now, and his brain was working very fast. This kind of bluffing trick, he can do it at will now, and he is sure that Wang Minghai, a guy with a guilty conscience and a strong appearance, will never dare to bet whether he really has evidence. Sure enough, Wang Minghai opened his mouth, but ultimately did not dare to shout anymore. Qin Feng no longer paid attention to his deflated and ugly look. He took the hand of Lu Wanxi, who was still a little frightened, snorted coldly, turned around, and strode out of this disgusting reception room. TSK, this feeling of being a hero saving a beautiful girl, slapping the villain in the face, and letting your assets soar like a rocket is really addictive. Qin Feng thought proudly. After returning to the beauty group, Qin Feng first comforted Lu Wanxi, who was still a little scared, and asked her to go back to her workstation to rest. He also told her to notify him immediately if Wang Minghai or other people in the company gave her trouble about this matter. Afterwards, Qin Feng took a deep breath. He knew that what he had heard from Wang Minghai about Deputy Manager Ma and kickbacks was serious, and he had to report it to Gu Wanqiu's secretary Lin Wei as soon as possible. After all, the assignment stated that Lin Wei was the original project proposal contact person, and it was reasonable to let her know the initial progress of the investigation. He went straight to Zhao Jinhai's office. He needed to get Lin Wei's phone number through Zhao Jinhai. Manager Zhao, Qin Feng didn't even knock on the door this time. He pushed it open a crack, leaned halfway in, and said in a calm tone, "Regarding the mission of the Blue Sky Group, I have some preliminary findings and important information. I need to report it to Secretary Lin Weilin in person." Zhao Jinhai was sulking behind his desk. When he saw Qin Feng, his face suddenly darkened again and he shouted angrily, "Report? You are just a clerk. What qualifications do you have to report directly to Secretary Lin? What is Secretary Lin's status? Can someone like you meet him whenever you want? I think you are getting more and more ignorant. What are you spouting nonsense about?" Qin Feng's eyes turned cold when he heard this, but his tone was still calm and almost indifferent. "Don't show off to me here. I tell you, President Ning is behind me." He paused, thinking to himself, "You don't have the ability to confirm it anyway. Besides, we have a relationship to some extent." Thinking of that night. TSK, no, DD is getting up. Then, facing Zhao Jinhai's doubtful eyes, he continued, "I advise you not to interfere with official business here. This mission is related to the company's major interests, and may also involve some responsibilities that neither you nor I can bear. If you continue to act unreasonably and delay the work, don't blame me for telling President Ning exactly how you tried to prevent me from reporting important information to Secretary Lin today. You really dare to use President Ning to pressure me?" Zhao Jinhai stood up from his chair like a cat whose tail was stepped on, and slammed the table in anger. "Who are you trying to scare? I said that President Gu was behind me. You don't have to believe it." Qin Feng's eyes were calm, as if Zhao Jinhai's anger was just a breeze blowing across the water. "If something really happens, I can't say anything." Zhao Jinhai looked at Qin Feng's calm and unyielding appearance, especially the unquestionable confidence when he said the words "General Ning," and he couldn't help but feel a little scared. He suddenly recalled the arrogance of this kid yesterday, who looked down on everyone. At that time, he just thought he was a newborn calf, but now he thinks that he is relying on something. Zhao Jinhai's forehead was sweating, and he felt more and more that Qin Feng must have someone behind him. He couldn't figure out what Qin Feng was doing now, especially since he dared to directly point out General Ning, which made him a little cautious. He hummed a few times in a cowardly manner, and the anger in his chest seemed to be poured down by a basin of cold water. Finally, he waved his hand impatiently. All right. Isn't it just a call to the internal line to ask if Secretary Lin is free? What's the big deal? Go quickly. Don't get in my way." As he said that, he picked up the internal address book on the table, flipped through it rudely, and reported a number to Qin Feng. Qin Feng got what he wanted without saying much, not even giving Zhao Jinhai a glance. He turned around and left his office, ready to contact Lin Wei. Chapter 12. Lin Wei. Qin Feng took the internal number given by Zhao Jinhai, returned to his workstation, thought for a moment, and then dialed the direct line of the president's secretary Lin Wei. The phone rang a few times before being picked up. A cold, capable female voice without any unnecessary emotions came through. "Hello, this is the president's office." "Hello, I am Qin Feng, the person in charge of handling disputes in cooperation with the Blue Sky Group. I have some urgent preliminary findings and need to report them to you in person." Qin Feng tried his best to make his voice sound calm and reliable. There was silence for 2 seconds on the other end of the phone, as if she was trying to judge the situation. "Come to my office now." Lin Wei's voice was still calm. "Okay, Secretary Lin." He came to the top floor CEO office area. Lin Wei's office was outside Gu Wanqiu's office, and it served as the first barrier. The office was simple and efficient, and spotless. The wall facing Lin Wei's desk was mostly frosted glass, and a graceful female silhouette could be vaguely seen inside, looking down at documents that was undoubtedly another core figure of the Liren Group, President Gu Wanqiu. Xin Feng couldn't help but take a closer look at the beautiful figure, thinking to himself, she is indeed a woman with a great figure, but I don't know when I can see her true face. Lin Wei was sitting behind her desk, wearing a standard dark business suit and a pair of thin-framed glasses. Her eyes were sharp and calm. She had delicate features and fair skin, but a serious expression. There was no smile on her lips, and she exuded an intellectual and cold temperament that said, keep away from strangers. As soon as Qin Feng approached, the system panel automatically appeared. Target, Lin Wei. Age, 29. Occupation, Secretary to Gu Wanqiu, President of Beauty Group. Appearance, 93. Favorability, 10 business-like professional attitude. Status, divorce proceedings in progress? Divorce lawsuit? Qin Feng's heart slightly moved, a little surprised, such a professional woman who looked so perfect and strong. Her marriage was actually. Tell me, what's the matter? Without waiting for Qin Feng to think about it, Lin Wei had already raised her head, looking at him with sharp eyes, and went straight to the point with an urgent tone that left no room for argument. Qin Feng collected his thoughts, sorted out his words, and said, Secretary Lin, it's about the mission of the Blue Sky Group. I went to the Blue Sky Group with Lu Wanqi this morning and had preliminary contact with their purchasing department manager Wang Minghai. He first briefly described the difficulties in negotiating with Wang Minghai and how the other party avoided the main issues and dealt with them perfunctorily. Then, he changed the subject, organized his words, and used a relatively reasonable explanation to cover up the source of listening to the inner voice. After the meeting, when I went to the bathroom, I overheard Wang Minghai making a phone call inside, and heard some of the content intermittently. Qin Feng paused, observing Lin Wei's reaction. Seeing that she nodded slightly to signal him to continue, he went on to say, I heard Wang Minghai mention kickbacks on the phone, and also mentioned Manager Ma from our company's purchasing department. It seemed that after our Liren Group paid the money for the ice silk fabric, he made an appointment with Deputy Manager Ma to get together and relax in the VIP room of the famous Heaven on Earth KTV in the city this weekend. After talking about the information he had heard, Qin Feng concluded, Secretary Lin, considering the fact that the company had failed to communicate with the Blue Sky Group many times before, and the information I heard from Wang Minghai today, I seriously suspect that the reason why the Blue Sky Group is so fearless is probably because they have improperly colluded with certain people in our company, such as Manager Ma, to jointly embezzle the company's interests. Lin Wei frowned slightly, and a sharp look flashed through her eyes behind the lenses. Qin Feng, are you sure the information you heard is accurate? Did Wang Minghai say it himself? And he mentioned Manager Ma? I am very sure that it is Wang Minghai's voice, absolutely true. Qin Feng said affirmatively, although it is just a few words, I think it is highly credible. Lin Wei pondered for a moment, her index finger tapping the table rhythmically. Okay, this weekend, I will personally arrange the deployment. You, come with me to that Heaven on Earth KTV. We must find a way to get solid evidence of their profit transfer and catch these parasites in one fell swoop. Qin Feng was about to say something when Lin Wei's phone suddenly rang. She picked up the phone and after listening to a few words, her brows immediately furrowed and her expression became more solemn. She set him a few times to the other end of the phone, then waved to Qin Feng, indicating that he could go out first. Qin Feng was very tactful. He didn't ask any more questions. He just nodded and left Lin Wei's office. Back downstairs, Qin Feng felt much more relaxed. Being able to get in touch with Lin Wei and make her believe his intelligence was undoubtedly an important step towards Gu Wanqiu's camp. He glanced at the time and it was still early to get off work. Anyway, now that I have Ning Mashue, the devil, as a shield, I don't think that fat guy Zhao Jinhai will dare to do anything to me for the time being. Qin Feng thought to himself, besides, it's better to work hard in the company for a month and get a pitiful 3,500 yuan salary than to go out and capture a few more girls and get the system reward money faster? He immediately thought of Lu Wanqi. The little girl was frightened yesterday, and today she followed him to a place like the Blue Sky Group and ran into a wall. It was time to comfort her and improve their relationship. He made up his mind and called Lu Wanqi out of the department with an excuse, saying the mission required me to go out and collect some market information related to the Blue Sky Group. After the two of them went out together, Qin Feng did not really go to any market, but instead took Lu Wanqi for a stroll in the bustling commercial district in the city center. Brother Feng, aren't we going to investigate? Come here. Lu Wanqi looked at the dazzling array of fashion stores and the surging crowds around her, and asked in a puzzled voice. When investigating, you need to combine work with rest to be efficient. Xin Feng smiled and stretched in a very good mood. Besides, you were so scared yesterday, and this morning I went to the Blue Sky Group, a place like that, to get mad. Your nerves have been tense. You should relax. Otherwise, how can you have the energy to deal with the next tough battle? Come on, Brother Feng will take you to have a good meal, and then watch the latest blockbuster. Have fun in the afternoon. Chapter 13. Hello, brother-in-law. Under Qin Feng's insistence and slightly unquestionable tone, Lu Wanqi was half-heartedly pulled by him and started this relaxing afternoon of working time. Qin Feng took her to a popular dessert shop with a very good reputation and tasted exquisite and delicious afternoon tea, then went to the cinema to watch a comedy blockbuster with a great reputation. Lu Wanqi went from being reserved at first to being amused and laughing to tears, and her eyes looking at Qin Feng became more dependent and close. Qin Feng gently handed her a tissue and shared popcorn. The atmosphere between the two was relaxed and pleasant. During this time, Qin Feng clearly felt that her favorability towards him had increased again, and the system prompt sound came as expected. Target, Lu Wanqi, favorability +5, current favorability, 53. Ding. Target Lu Wanqi's favorability has exceeded 50 points. Triggering favorability level reward, host's total assets will be increased by 5 times. Judgment of lucky critical hit. Lucky critical hit was not triggered this time. Asset increase calculation, current assets 80,000 x 5 times equals 400,000. New assets, 320,000. 400,000. Qin Feng looked at the string of zeros in the bank app, and he was ecstatic. He had been thinking about saving money and saving it to double it later. Now it seems that there is no point in saving. With this system, money is meant to be spent. How can I make a girl happy without spending money? How can I improve my favorability? How can I trigger more rewards? With a huge sum of 400,000 in his pocket and a cute and lovely girl by his side, Qin Feng felt that his life had reached a small peak. Is there anything more exciting than this? After the movie, he immediately prepared to spend a lot of money on Lu Wanqi. He pointed to a luxuriously decorated high-end Western restaurant and said, "Wanqi, let's go, Brother Feng will take you to try that Michelin 3-star restaurant. I heard that the steak is excellent." But unexpectedly, Lu Wanqi was very frugal. She took a look at the menu prices posted at the entrance of the restaurant, and with a pale face, she pulled Qin Feng's sleeve and whispered, "Brother Feng, this place is too expensive, let's go eat something else, I know a small shop that has delicious beef noodles." Qin Feng wanted to say, "Brother has money, eat whatever you want," but seeing her serious look, he swallowed the words back. Unable to persuade her, the two of them finally had dinner in a clean and elegant Chinese restaurant. Although it didn't cost much, Lu Wanqi was very satisfied with the meal. After dinner, passing by a brightly lit luxury store, Qin Feng looked at the latest women's bag in the window and thought it was very suitable for Lu Wanqi's temperament, so he wanted to take her in to take a look. "Wanqi, go in and take a look. If you like anyone, Brother Feng will give it to you." Lu Wanqi, however, was like a frightened little rabbit. She waved her hands repeatedly and refused to go in no matter what. No, Brother Feng, it's too expensive. I can't have it. Besides, I'm doing an internship now and I don't need such a nice bag. It's a waste of money. After a few times, whenever Qin Feng wanted to spend a lot of money on her, the little girl would frown and look at him with a slightly reproachful and worried look, as if he was some kind of ignorant prodigal son, which made Qin Feng feel a little amused and even had a strange feeling of being henpecked by his future wife. He thought to himself, "I thought this girl was just a silly and innocent girl with a beautiful face, but I didn't expect that she is actually a good girl who is frugal and not vain." His affection for Lu Wanqi was no longer just because of her amazing face, but also because of his sincere appreciation and deep love for her. He secretly vowed that he must win over such a good girl. In the evening, when the lights were on, Qin Feng sent Lu Wanqi home. When the taxi turned and drove into a slightly old neighborhood, Qin Feng discovered that Lu Wanqi's home was actually in a well-known old district in the city. The buildings here are generally not high, mostly 5 or 6-story red brick or concrete buildings, with traces of time on the walls, and the air is filled with a faint smell of oil smoke and the atmosphere of the city where all kinds of life are intertwined. Although Qin Feng was not rich before, he grew up in an ordinary residential area, not in such a obviously dilapidated old city. However, there was no strange look on his face, nor any contempt or discomfort. "My home is in the building in front." Lu Wanqi seemed a little embarrassed, her voice lower than usual. She secretly observed Qin Feng's expression. When she saw that Qin Feng still had that gentle and natural smile on his face, his eyes were clear, without any contempt or impatience, her heart couldn't help but warm up, as if it was gently filled by something, and her favorability towards him quietly increased again. Target, Lu Wanqi, favorability +5, current favorability, 58. Well, it's pretty good. There's a lot of life here, and it's much more humane than those cold new communities. Qin Feng said in a normal tone, and naturally helped her carry some snacks she bought in the afternoon and a few cheap daily necessities she insisted on buying. Let's go, I'll take you downstairs. The two walked side by side on the slightly bumpy road, and the dim street lights stretched their shadows very long. They came to a slightly modeled residential building. The entrance of the building was a little dim, exuding the unique smell of an old house. Lu Wanqi stopped and said to Qin Feng shyly, "Brother Feng, today, thank you so much today, I had a lot of fun." Her cheeks were slightly flushed under the light, which was very beautiful. "Silly girl, why are you being so polite to me?" Qin Feng smiled and looked at her shy appearance. His heart was moved and he was about to say a few more tender words. At this moment, the slightly old, peeling wooden door in front of them creaked open from the inside. A young girl with neat twin ponytails, who looked to be in her early 20s and was wearing the school uniform of the nearby Los Angeles University, jumped out like a happy bird and saw Qin Feng and Lu Wanqi standing at the door. The girl was stunned at first, and then her big eyes, which were somewhat similar to Lu Wanqi's but more lively, turned back and forth between Qin Feng and her sister. A sly smile with great surprise quickly appeared on her face, and she shouted in a clear and sweet voice that could be heard by the entire corridor, "Hello, brother-in-law." Chapter 14 Lu Shihan. Hello, brother-in-law. The clear and sweet voice was like thunder from a clear sky, exploding between the Lu sisters and Qin Feng. What are you talking about? Lu Wanqi was both shy and anxious, her pretty face instantly turned red as if blood was about to drip out. She took a step forward and stretched out her hand to cover her sister Lu Shihan's open little mouth. Lu Shihan, however, was like a nimble little loach. She twisted her body, giggled and dodged her sister's claws, and jumped directly in front of Qin Feng. She tilted her little face, and her big eyes, which were as beautiful as Lu Wanqi's but more clever and cunning, blinked at Qin Feng, and called out sweetly again, "Hello, brother-in-law." Qin Feng was also stunned by this sudden address, but looking at the youthful and energetic girl in front of him, the system panel popped up at the right time. Target, Lu Shihan. Age, 20 years old. Occupation, college student at Donghai Conservatory of Music part-time idol trainee. Appearance, 90. Favorability, 25. I have a natural curiosity and goodwill towards my sister's boyfriend. Status, single. Oh? She's also an idol trainee? Qin Feng was surprised. He didn't expect that Lu Wanqi, who looked like a little sister, actually had such an identity. He smiled gently at Lu Shihan's bright and expectant eyes, and said him softly, as a response to her enthusiastic brother-in-law. "Oh. Brother Feng." Lu Wanqi was so ashamed at this moment. She ran over quickly, grabbed Qin Feng's arm, stomped her feet in shame and annoyance, and said with a red face, Why are you playing tricks with this little girl?" She looked a bit like a young wife whose secret was exposed. Ha ha ha. Qin Feng looked at her cute and adorable appearance, and then looked at Lu Shihan who was smiling next to her, and couldn't help but laugh out loud with Lu Shihan. After laughing, Qin Feng cleared his throat and formally explained to Lu Shihan, "Hello, little sister, my name is Qin Feng, you can call me Brother Feng. I am your sister's colleague, and we are not boyfriend and girlfriend yet." When he said the word boyfriend and girlfriend, he deliberately winked at Lu Wanqi with a playful smile, which made Lu Wanqi blush and punch him with her little fist. Then, Qin Feng took out his mobile phone from his pocket, called up his WeChat QR code, and said to Lu Shihan, "This is my mobile phone number in WeChat, please save it. If you encounter any trouble in the future, or need any help, just call me, Brother Feng, I will do my best to help you solve it, okay?" For this sister-in-law with a beauty score of 90 and a future superstar reserve, Qin Feng naturally didn't mind investing in his feelings in advance. Not a boyfriend yet? After listening to Qin Feng's explanation, Lu Shihan curled her lips slightly, revealing obvious disappointment on her face. She muttered, "I'm so happy for nothing. I thought my sister, who has been solo for more than 20 years, finally came to her senses and found a rich husband." Lu Shihan. Upon hearing the words virgin solo, Lu Wanqi instantly became furious like a cat whose tail was stepped on. She no longer cared about being shy and rushed over to chase Lu Shihan. "What nonsense are you talking about, you damn girl? I'm going to tear your mouth apart today." Oh, I'm telling the truth. Sister, stop chasing me, brother-in-law, save me. Lu Shirhan screamed and dodged nimbly in the narrow aisle. Brother Feng, I'm going back first. Goodbye, Brother Feng. I have to teach this girl a lesson. Lu Wanqi was so ashamed and angry that she didn't bother to say anything more to Qin Feng. She pushed Lu Shirhan into the house and slammed the door shut. From inside the door, Lu Shirhan's voice of begging for mercy could be heard faintly. I was wrong, sister, my brother-in-law is still here, please give me some face. And Lu Wanqi's voice of scolding in a low voice. Qin Feng stood at the door, watching the two sisters disappear behind the door while playing and fighting, and a smile appeared on his face involuntarily. These are the Lu sisters. He turned and left the old town where Lu Wanqi lived and returned to his rental house. He took a look at the balance in his bank account, which now showed 400,000. Now that I have money, I have to take care of my family first. Qin Feng thought of the 320,000 yuan debt that his mother Qin Feng had owed for him. Without any hesitation, he immediately took out his mobile phone, found the creditor's account number that he knew by heart, and directly transferred 320,000 yuan through mobile banking. After the operation was completed, he breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the prompt that the transfer was successful. At this time, Qin Feng's remaining assets, 400,000 yuan, 320,000 yuan equals 80,000 yuan. Time flies and it's the weekend soon. Qin Feng arrived at the parking lot at the famous Heaven on Earth KTV in the city half an hour in advance according to the time agreed with Lin Wei. He did not tell Lu Wanqi the specific details of this operation, because the goal of this KTV trip was to collect evidence of power for sex transactions and interest transfers between Deputy Manager Ma and Wang Minghai. The environment was complex and the potential risks were not small. He had his own system and might be able to cope with emergencies, but if Lu Wanqi was with him, if something really happened, he might not be able to protect her. He found a relatively secluded spot in the parking lot and waited for Lin Wei to arrive. Not long after, a sleek black car drove into the parking lot and stopped not far from Qin Feng. The door opened and Lin Wei got out of the driver's seat. Qin Feng went up to her, and when he saw Lin Wei's outfit, he was slightly startled. Secretary Lin, are you wearing this? Lin Wei was still dressed like a professional, a well-tailored black suit, a white silk shirt with the collar tied neatly, her signature thin-framed glasses, her hair combed neatly, and a briefcase that looked very professional. She exuded a strong aura of I am here for a board meeting. What's wrong with me? Is there any problem? Lin Wei glanced at Qin Feng with a cold gaze, her tone calm. Qin Feng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Secretary Lin, it's only 2 o'clock in the afternoon. We are going to KTV. Although we are going to do business, your outfit is too formal and too eye-catching, right? Who would wear a full set of professional clothes to go to a KTV room in the afternoon? We are here to do serious business, why should we wear other clothes? Lin Wei's tone still did not reveal any emotion, as if in her opinion, no matter where they go, as long as they are carrying out a mission, they should maintain the most professional attitude. Qin Feng held his forehead with his hand, feeling that there was a generation gap between him and this overly intellectual and serious secretary in some aspects of their concepts. He patiently asked, Secretary Lin, what is your specific plan for today's operation? Chapter 15, Changing Clothes. Lin Wei pushed her glasses up, her eyes behind the lenses looking a little sharp. It's very simple. We go in, find a way to find the private room they booked, and monitor nearby. If we hear them talking about illegal activities involving the interests of the company, we will rush in directly, confront them face to face, and catch them red-handed. What's wrong? Is there a problem with this plan? Qin Feng was speechless for a while, thinking that Secretary Lin usually looked smart and capable. How could he be so stubborn in such matters? He smiled bitterly and said, Secretary Lin, Deputy Manager Ma and Wang Minghai have been doing this kind of thing for a long time. They must be very cautious to have not been discovered until now. Do you think they will let us catch them so easily? Even if we really heard something and rushed in to confront them, what if they deny it or become desperate and we are unarmed? Wouldn't it be very dangerous? Lin Wei frowned slightly when she heard this, and seemed to think that what Qin Feng said made some sense. So what's your idea? My idea is that we should find a hidden place to eavesdrop first. The key is to find a way to clearly record the content of their conversation as first-hand evidence. Qin Feng said, after getting the recording, we will find a way to go to their company and look for physical evidence that can corroborate the content of the recording, such as account books, contracts, transfer records, etc. Only by forming a complete chain of evidence can we make it impossible for them to deny it, and we can kill them with one blow and completely block their retreat. After listening to Qin Feng's plan, Lin Wei was silent for a moment, and a trace of thought and subtle appreciation flashed in her eyes behind the glasses. She nodded. Your plan is indeed more comprehensive and safer than mine. Okay, let's do as you say, and we will collect the recorded evidence first. Target, Lin Wei, favorability +3, current favorability, 13. Then, Secretary Lin, about the dress issue. Seeing that she accepted his suggestion, Qin Feng carefully brought it up again. Lin Wei looked down at her standard professional suit, and then glanced at Qin Feng's dark casual clothes that he had changed into for convenience. She seemed to finally realize that it was inappropriate to wear this to the KTV for a secret mission. It would easily attract attention. She pursed her lips and said, "Wait for me here. I'll go change my clothes." She turned around and took out a travel bag that looked like a sports brand from the trunk of her black lady's car. She looked around the parking lot and found that there were no facilities such as changing rooms or toilets except for a few sparse vehicles. It seems there is no convenient place to change clothes here. She frowned slightly, then made a decision, pointed to her car and said to Qin Feng, "I will change here behind the car. No peeking." After saying that, she even glared at Qin Feng deliberately, as if to say, "If you dare to make any small moves, you will bear the consequences yourself." Qin Feng was about to reveal a teasing smile, but was forced back by her fierce eyes. He quickly raised his hands, turned his back, and surrendered. No, absolutely not. Secretary Lin, don't worry, I promise not to look at it." Lin Wei then snorted lightly, walked to the back of the car somewhat unnaturally, and began to change her clothes quietly. Qin Feng waited there for about 7 or 8 minutes, counting the ants on the ground out of boredom, when he heard the sound of footsteps and fabric rubbing behind him. He looked back and was stunned for a moment. Lin Wei, who had changed into casual clothes, was walking towards him with a little discomfort. She took off her rigid business suit and put on a fitted light blue t-shirt, which casually outlined her beautiful upper body curves. Underneath was a pair of dark stretch jeans, which tightly wrapped her slender and straight legs, making her figure look taller and more graceful. The feminine charm that was usually concealed by the meticulous business suit was inadvertently revealed at this moment. Most importantly, she took off her iconic thin-framed glasses, revealing her beautiful face. Without the lens blocking her eyes looked bigger and more lively. Her phoenix eyes, which usually shone with calmness and sharpness, were less distant and more gentle and, stunningly beautiful. Her long hair was casually spread out, adding a bit of laziness and femininity that was rarely seen on weekdays. Qin Feng was stunned for a moment. He had never thought that Secretary Lin, who was usually serious, calm as an iceberg, and always maintained a professional attitude, could show such a vivid and breathtaking beauty after changing out of her professional clothes and taking off her glasses. Lin Wei felt a little uncomfortable with his undisguised, straight gaze. She subconsciously touched her cheek and asked curiously, Why are you looking at me like that? Is there something on my face?" Qin Feng finally came back to his senses and realized his own gaffe. He coughed unnaturally. To hide his embarrassment, he subconsciously said, Nothing. I just think. Secretary Lin, you look pretty good like this. But to be honest, I personally prefer the way you look when you wear glasses. That kind of intellectual beauty has a more unique charm, and it's also a little cuter." Lin Wei was stunned at first, and then her pretty face, which had taken off its cold disguise, suddenly flushed with 2 touching blushes, as gorgeous as a rainbow after the rain. She lowered her head in embarrassment, bit her smooth lips, and then raised her head suddenly, as if to hide her embarrassment and sudden panic, and quickly stepped forward, stretched out her little pink fist and wanted to hit Qin Feng's chest, and said angrily, What nonsense are you talking about?" Qin Feng dodged with a smile, and the slightly tense atmosphere in the parking lot was eased a lot. At this moment, not far from where they were hiding, a black luxury car glided over silently and stopped steadily beside the main road leading to the KTV gate. The car door opened, and a familiar figure, Wang Minghai, the purchasing manager of Blue Sky Group, stepped out of the car first with his iconic beer belly, and even straightened his collar. The smile on Qin Feng's face instantly faded, his eyes fixed, and he immediately lowered his voice and hurriedly said to Lin Wei beside him, "People are coming." Chapter 16 I Have a Husband. Then, another man got out of the car next to Wang Minghai. This man was about 30 years old and dressed quite elegantly. As soon as he got out of the car, he naturally put his arm around Wang Minghai's shoulder. The two of them talked in low voices, and seemed to be very familiar with each other. They walked towards the door of the KTV together, talking and laughing. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes and quickly judged in his mind, the guy who is so close to Wang Minghai, with his arm around his shoulder, and has a lot of style, should be the manager Ma of the purchasing department of Liren Group Ma Dongming. After getting off the car, the two walked towards the door of Heaven on Earth KTV together, talking and laughing. Just as they passed the male protagonist's position, an idea flashed through Qin Feng's mind, and he didn't have time to discuss it in detail with Lin Wei. He suddenly stretched out his hand, grabbed Lin Wei beside him, and pulled her close to him. At the same time, he said hurriedly in her ear in a voice that only the two of them could hear, "Don't move, cooperate with me in acting." Without waiting for Lin Wei to react, Qin Feng half huddled her and swaggered out from the back of the car in an extremely intimate and unconcerned manner. He deliberately made his steps carry a bit of the frivolity and arrogance of a playboy, and said loudly in a slightly exaggerated and excited tone, "Oh, wife, I'm so tired from work today. Didn't you say that this Heaven on Earth has the most complete songs and the best atmosphere? This time I have to order a few exciting songs and sing to my heart's content." This sudden movement and sound naturally attracted the attention of Wang Minghai and Ma Dongming, who were about to walk into the KTV door. Wang Minghai turned his head subconsciously, and when he saw a young man intimately hugging a tall and beautiful woman, talking and laughing as they walked towards the KTV, he just glanced at them casually and turned back without interest. Manager Ma Dongming of the purchasing department turned around and took a look. His eyebrows slightly raised, and his eyes paused on Lin Wei's face, who had changed into casual clothes and took off her glasses. A trace of doubt flashed in his eyes, and just as he was about to take a closer look, he felt that the silhouette and figure of this woman were so familiar, as if it was Secretary Lin in their company's president's office. Just when Ma Dongming's suspicions had just arisen in his mind and he had no time to take a closer look to confirm, Qin Feng's angry and provocative roar had already exploded in his ears. "What are you looking at? If you look again, I'll dig your eyes out. Have you never seen a beautiful woman? Are you looking for a fight? What do you want to do by looking at my woman?" Qin Feng's roar was full of energy, and he looked ferocious, as if he was going to rush up and attack in the next second, which really scared Ma Dongming. Ma Dongming was originally a coward who bullied the weak and feared the strong, and relied on scheming and kickbacks to get to the top. He was used to being domineering and arrogant on weekdays, and had never seen such a scene like a street fight between thugs. He was stunned by Qin Feng's roar, and when he saw Qin Feng's murderous eyes, he subconsciously felt a little weak in the knees, and hurriedly smiled and waved his hands, saying, "No, I didn't see anything, it's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding." After that, for fear of getting into trouble, he hurriedly pulled Wang Minghai and walked quickly into the door of the KTV. It was not until Ma Dongming and Wang Minghai completely disappeared from the revolving door of the KTV that Lin Wei suddenly came back to her senses. She struggled hard, and although she was unable to completely break free due to the strength of Qin Feng's arm, she still raised her head slightly from his arms, lowered her voice, and asked in his ear with 3 parts of shock, 3 parts of shame and 4 parts of confusion, What are you doing? Why did you suddenly hug me? And call me wife? And why did you rush out like this? What if they recognize us, won't we be completely exposed?" Qin Feng then released his hand from her waist, but he still stayed close to her. He looked at Lin Wei's eyes that seemed brighter because of excitement and confusion, and her slightly pouting lips with an alluring luster, and his heart couldn't help but be moved again. He took a deep breath, suppressed the temptation in his heart, and explained seriously, "Secretary Lin, calm down and listen to me. I just thought about it carefully. If we sneak behind them into the KTV, there are waiters and security guards everywhere. Before we find their private room, I am afraid that we will be treated as suspicious persons and asked to leave by the store before we find their private room. That will make it easier to alert the enemy. So," he continued, "instead of sneaking around, it's better to just go in openly as a guest. I changed into casual clothes today and styled my hair more casually. Wang Minghai is a man who only thinks about women and kickbacks. He definitely won't recognize me. As for Manager Ma..." Qin Feng paused. He seemed a little suspicious just now, but I yelled at him and scared him back. He definitely doesn't dare to look at us again now. Let's just follow them in now, walk past them openly, pay attention to which box they enter, and remember the box number. This way, we won't alert them and we can also avoid the risk of being questioned by KTV staff. Qin Feng finished his plan in one breath. Lin Wei listened to his explanation, her brows still slightly furrowed, but the shock and anger in her eyes gradually faded, replaced by a trace of thought. "What you said sounds like it makes some sense." She had to admit that Qin Feng's seemingly reckless behavior actually had such considerations behind it. But she immediately thought of something, and her beautiful face still showed some anger and vigilance. She stared at Qin Feng and said in a serious tone, "Even if your plan makes sense, you can't just hug me without even saying hello. I warn you, Qin Feng, I have a husband. Be more respectful in your behavior in the future and be careful." Qin Feng looked at her, who was obviously a little embarrassed, but tried to maintain a professional seriousness and distance. He felt funny and cute. He immediately raised his hands, made an exaggerated surrender gesture, with a playful smile on his face, and said repeatedly, okay, Secretary Lin is right. My fault, next time I must report and apply in advance, okay? Lin Wei was annoyed by his playful look and could only give him a helpless look. Then she turned around and observed the situation at the entrance of the KTV, as if she was thinking about her next move, leaving Qin Feng with a backview that was still capable and slim in casual clothes. Qin Feng's smile remained unchanged, but his eyes narrowed slightly. Looking at Lin Wei's back, he thought to himself, do you have a husband? That's not necessarily the case. A faint evil smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, with a hint of unknown playfulness and determination. Chapter 17, Walls Have Ears and Unexpected Help. Qin Feng whispered to Lin Wei, they went in, let's follow them. The two of them quickly adjusted their appearance, and then, one after the other, pretended to be customers, and walked into the luxurious hall of Heaven on Earth KTV with its bright lights and wine. The strong smell of alcohol, high-end perfume, and a faint smell of tobacco mixed together and hit them in the face. Qin Feng's eyes swept towards the front desk, and he saw Wang Minghai and Ma Dongming just finishing their formalities and were about to turn around and leave the front desk. He heard the receptionist saying to them in a sweet and professional voice, Sir, your room number is 606. Please take the elevator on the left. A dedicated waiter will guide you there later. 606. Qin Feng quickly memorized the number in his mind, and at the same time, he gave a look to Lin Wei beside him without making any expression. After Wang Minghai and Ma Dongming walked contentedly towards the elevator under the guidance of a waiter and disappeared behind the slowly closing elevator door, Qin Feng leisurely took Lin Wei to the front desk. He gave the receptionist a friendly and familiar smile, pointed in the direction of the elevator, and said, Hello, beautiful lady, the two people who just went up are my friends. We also want to get a private room, it doesn't have to be too big, please help us arrange one next to them, so that we can go over and say hello later. The receptionist took a look at Qin Feng. He was dressed casually and decently, and his temperament was calm. The lady next to him was even more outstanding in appearance and temperament, and did not look like someone who would come to cause trouble. She smiled and checked the system, and quickly replied, Okay, sir. There is a luxury box 607 next to box 606, which is currently vacant. Can I arrange this for you too? Very good, let's take 607. Qin Feng nodded decisively and swiped his card to pay for the box. Soon, the two were led by the waiter to the 6th floor box 607. As soon as they entered the door, Qin Feng signaled the waiter to leave and quickly closed the door. The lights in the box were dim. Lin Wei looked around, frowned slightly, and asked, What about now? We can't stay here forever, right? Of course not. Qin Feng walked to the wall adjacent to box 606, put his ear close to it, and motioned Lin Wei to come over. They are here to discuss business. They are definitely not two grown men coming to KTV to sing. Let's listen first to see if we can hear any noise. Lin Wei was a little hesitant, but she followed Qin Feng's example and pressed her ear against the cold wall, trying to distinguish the sounds from next door. The music from the KTV and the noise from the guests were still a bit distracting, and the two of them held their breath and listened attentively for a long time. How is it, Secretary Lin, what did you hear? Qin Feng asked in a low voice first. Lin Wei shook her head, a trace of disappointment on her face. The soundproofing is too good. I can only vaguely hear some fuzzy voices, but I can't hear the specific content at all. Damn it, I didn't hear anything useful. Qin Feng also stood up in annoyance. I miscalculated, I forgot to take this into account. What should we do now? Lin Wei also became a little anxious. We can't come here for nothing, right? Don't be anxious, Qin Feng waved his hand, signaling her to calm down. Let me think about it, there must be other ways. As he spoke, he paced in the box, his eyes quickly scanning the surroundings. Suddenly, he saw a waitress in KTV uniform passing by with a tray outside the small glass window on the box door. I figured it out. Qin Feng snapped his fingers. Wait for me here, I'll be back soon. After saying that, he immediately opened the door of the box, chased out, and called the waitress who was about to walk away. Hello, please wait a moment. The waitress turned around when she heard the voice, and when Qin Feng saw her face clearly, she was slightly stunned. The waitress in front of him turned out to be a rare beauty. The system panel pops up instantly. Target, Linya. Age, 27. Occupation, Tianshang Renjian KTV waiter. Appearance, 88. Favorability, 10 professional courtesy. Status, just broke up. I didn't expect that there would be such a beauty hidden in this small KTV. Qin Feng's mind flashed with surprise, but he quickly came to his senses. Linya felt a little uncomfortable being looked at by Qin Feng, but she still maintained a professional smile and asked, "Hello, sir, how can I help you?" Qin Feng calmed himself down, showed a smile that he thought was kind, and said straight to the point, "It's like this, beautiful lady. I want to ask you to do me a small favor. After the task is completed, I will give you 10,000 yuan as a reward. How about it?" When Linya heard this, she was stunned, and her beautiful eyes were full of disbelief. Seeing her in a daze, Qin Feng thought it was too little. After all, this kind of thing is risky. He was about to raise the price. "If you think 10,000 is not enough, I will give you 30,000. No, sir." Linya quickly waved her hands and interrupted him, her cheeks flushed with excitement. I was just shocked by the 10,000 yuan. This is too much. Sir, what do you need my help with? She took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down. Qin Feng saw that she didn't think it was too little, so he felt relieved. He pointed to the 606 room not far away and said in a low voice, "Do you see that 606 room? There are two scums in our company, who are plotting to sell out the company's business intelligence. When I ask you to go in, pretend to provide normal drink service, and then quietly put my recording phone in a hidden place in the room that is not easy to be found immediately, but can record the sound of their conversation. About half an hour to an hour later, you find a chance to go in and take it out and return it to me. Can you do it?" Linya looked in the direction he pointed at the closed door of box 606, then looked at the phone in Qin Feng's hand that had already been turned on the recording interface, and a look of hesitation and nervousness appeared on her face. After all, this was not a trivial matter. What if she was discovered? Qin Feng saw her concerns and immediately added, "Don't worry, I will be here to meet you. If there is any danger on the way, or you feel something is wrong, just shout for me and I promise to rush in to save you at the first time. Moreover, after the matter is completed, the 30,000 yuan will be paid immediately. If you feel that the risk is too great and give up halfway, I will also give you 2,000 yuan as a reward for your hard work." Linya bit her lip, as if she was having a fierce ideological struggle. In the end, her desire for money and her inexplicable trust in Qin Feng's words, "I will rush in to save you," made her make up her mind. "Okay, sir, I'll help you with this." Chapter 18 Recording. Qin Feng carefully handed the phone with the recording function turned on to Linya, and lowered his voice to remind her again, "Ms. Linya, your safety is the most important thing. Don't force yourself. If the situation is not right, find a way to get out immediately and shout for help. I will rush in as soon as possible." Linya took a deep breath and nodded heavily, with a hint of nervousness in her eyes. "Mr. Qin, don't worry, I know what to do." She took the phone and quietly hid it in the apron pocket of her waiter uniform, then picked up an empty tray, adjusted her expression, and walked towards box 606 as if nothing had happened. Qin Feng watched her enter 606, then turned back to the next door box 607, closed the door gently, and briefly explained the arrangements to Lin Wei. At the same time, in the luxury box 606, Linya pushed open the heavy door of the box with a sweet professional smile on her face. "Hello, sir. This is the royal salute and some snacks you ordered." She gracefully placed the drinks and snacks on the large coffee table one by one. Inside the box, Deputy Manager Ma Dongming from the Purchasing Department and Manager Wang Minghai from the Blue Sky Group were sitting on the sofa. As soon as Ma Dongming saw Linya coming in, his small eyes immediately lit up, flashing with undisguised lust. Taking advantage of the alcohol, when Linya bent down to place the wine glass, he stretched out his fat hand, trying to take the opportunity to touch her. "Sir, the drinks you ordered are here. Please enjoy." Linya seemed to have eyes on her back. Just when Ma Dongming's hand was about to touch her, she straightened up and took a step to the side with the tray, lightly avoiding the dirty hand. The whole process was natural and smooth. It was obvious that she was experienced and had already prepared a plan to deal with this kind of harassment. Ma Dongming was a little embarrassed when he failed to touch her, but seeing that Linya didn't say anything, he became bolder and smiled. When she turned around and wanted to leave, he reached out to pull her wrist again. "Little sister, don't be in a hurry to leave, come and have a couple of drinks with me." Linya deftly moved sideways again to avoid his pull. Although her tone was still respectful, it was firm and inviolable. "I'm sorry, sir. I'm just a waiter responsible for serving drinks, not a drinking companion." Ma Dongming was rejected twice in a row. He looked a little annoyed and was about to say something. Seeing this, Wang Minghai on the side hurried to smooth things over. He laughed, put his arm around Ma Dongming's shoulder and said, "Hey, Manager Ma, why are you getting angry with a little waiter? It's so cheap. Don't worry, let me tell you, I, Wang, am the supreme VIP of this heaven on earth. Of course, there is a reason why I brought you here." He raised his eyebrows ambiguously, hinting at something. Then, Wang Minghai turned to Linya, put on a domineering look, and waved his hand and said, "Okay, you go down first. Oh, by the way, call a few of your most beautiful and sensible jies over in a row, so that our manager Ma can have a good look at them and choose from them. Money is not a problem." When Ma Dongming heard this, the unhappiness on his face immediately disappeared, replaced by a lewd smile and expectation, and he nodded repeatedly, "Boss Wang still understands me." Ha ha ha. Wang Minghai smiled proudly and said to Ma Dongming, "Of course. Deputy Manager Ma, while they are still here, let's hurry up and discuss the little matter of our cooperation in detail." When Linya heard that they finally started to talk about business, she was moved. She said respectfully, "Okay, please wait a moment, gentlemen." Then she took out the recording phone Qin Feng gave her from her pocket without leaving any trace, and quickly stuffed it into the gap between a cushion in the corner of the sofa. She also picked up a decorative towel of a small fruit plate next to it and casually put it on the cushion, cleverly covering the traces of the phone. After doing all this, she turned around and quickly left the box, and went to call the lady as she was told. On the other side, in box 607. After Lin Wei listened to Qin Feng's story about how he asked Linya to help him place the bug, a complex light flashed in her phoenix eyes behind the lens. She had to admit that Qin Feng, although he sometimes looked careless and even a little glib, was very quick-witted at critical moments and could always come up with some unexpected but seemingly effective solutions. "You are quite good at making use of local materials and adapting to circumstances," Lin Wei commented in a flat tone, but Qin Feng could tell that there was not much blame in her tone. She pondered for a moment and suddenly said, "Qin Feng, if this matter can be resolved smoothly, have you ever thought about following me in the future?" "Huh?" Qin Feng was stunned when he heard that. He was still thinking about how to ask Lin Wei indirectly in a more natural and non-suspicious way after this matter was over, and how to find out more about President Gu Wanqiu and prepare for his subsequent strategy. However, he didn't expect that the opportunity would come to him. He was delighted, but pretended to be flattered, and asked hurriedly, "Secretary Lin, are you telling the truth? Can I do it?" "Of course it's true." Lin Wei's tone was full of unquestionable certainty. "I've observed you. You are very smart and quick to react. Although you sometimes act unconventionally, you have clear goals and know how to judge the situation. I think you should be able to do a lot of things for Mr. Gu, especially some things that are not convenient for me to handle personally." She paused, her eyes became deeper, as if she wanted to see through Qin Feng's heart. "Qin Feng, you should also know the other president of our company, President Ning Mashue, right?" "I know him." Qin Feng nodded. Lin Wei's lips curled up in a meaningful arc. "If you decide to work with me and Mr. Gu in the future, then Mr. Ning and the forces behind her will be our common enemies." "Why?" Qin Feng asked, pretending to be puzzled. He knew that this might be his chance to truly intervene in the power struggle among the top management of the company and get close to Gu Wanqiu. Lin Wei looked at him, a complex emotion flashing in her eyes, as if she was weighing something. She opened her red lips slightly, and was about to explain the reason, because, President Ning. Bang! Before Lin Wei could finish her words, the door of box 607 was suddenly slammed open from the outside with great force. Immediately afterwards, 4 policemen in dark blue uniforms and with stern expressions walked in like wolves and tigers, glancing sharply at Qin Feng and Lin Wei in the box. Chapter 19 Routine Inspection. The door of the box was pushed open, and 4 policemen in uniform and with stern expressions filed in, instantly breaking the delicate atmosphere that had just arisen between Qin Feng and Lin Wei. Qin Feng and Lin Wei were both startled and subconsciously stood up from the sofa. Qin Feng quickly blocked Lin Wei half a step behind him and faced those sharp eyes. The leader was a middle-aged policeman who looked experienced. He glanced at the 2 men like a hawk and shouted in a deep voice, "Police! Routine inspection! Don't move!" Qin Feng's heart skipped a beat, but he forced himself to remain calm and even forced out a slightly flattering smile. Police comrade, what is going on?" We are all good citizens," he deliberately spoke in a light-hearted manner, trying to ease the tense atmosphere. "Stop talking nonsense. Take out your ID cards. Cooperate with the inspection honestly," another younger policeman shouted impatiently. Qin Feng and Lin Wei did not dare to neglect it, and quickly took out their ID cards and handed them over. Lin Wei's face was a little pale, obviously she had never experienced such a scene, and her hands were shaking slightly. The middle-aged policeman took the ID cards of the two men, checked them carefully, and looked at them with a scrutinizing gaze. What is the relationship between you two? What are you doing in the KTV? The middle-aged policeman's tone was tinged with suspicion. I heard no movement in your box for a long time when I was at the door just now. No one was singing, and no one was ordering drinks. You two were whispering in there for so long, what were you doing? Are you doing some shady deal? As he spoke, his eyes became sharper. No. Officer, you must have misunderstood. What a huge misunderstanding. Chin Fong waved his hands quickly, put his arm around Lin Wei's shoulders, pulled her into his arms, and said in a friendly tone, "This is my wife. We just got our marriage certificate, and today we came here to celebrate and relax. My wife is particularly troubled about choosing songs, and she has a late stage of choice difficulty, so we discussed for a long time just to choose which song to order, and we really didn't do anything else." Lin Wei was frozen by his sudden action, but feeling the strength from Qin Feng's arm and the suggestive look in his eyes, she could only suppress her shame and did not struggle. Oh? Wife? The middle-aged policeman raised his eyebrows, obviously not quite believing it. Then show me the marriage certificate. Qin Feng was speechless. He didn't have any marriage certificate. He could only smile awkwardly and said, "Officer, we are actually just newlyweds. We are in the honeymoon period. We haven't officially held a wedding banquet or obtained a marriage certificate yet. We are just verbally calling each other wife. You know, it's fun. So you're not married yet, and you're not boyfriend and girlfriend anymore?" The policeman's tone turned cold. Yes, they are boyfriend and girlfriend, planning to get married. Qin Feng said stiffly. Humph, young people nowadays never speak the truth. The police snorted coldly and pointed at the two people with his baton. Since you are a couple, then it's simple. You two kiss each other in front of me now. If it's true, there will be no problem. Qin Feng and Lin Wei exclaimed at the same time. Officer, this is not good, right? Qin Feng said with an embarrassed look on his face. My wife is thin-skinned and very shy. In front of outsiders, she must be embarrassed. As he spoke, he secretly winked at Lin Wei. Lin Wei's cheeks were so red that they looked like blood was dripping out. She felt embarrassed and angry, and she wished she could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. Excuse me? The policeman sneered and waved his hand impatiently, then stop talking nonsense and come back to the police station and explain everything to me. No. Officer, we'll cooperate. He turned around quickly and looked at Lin Wei, whose face was flushed and eyes were filled with shame and anger. He lowered his voice and said in an almost pleading tone, Secretary Lin, do me a favor, just give her a kiss, otherwise we'll all be in trouble. Lin Wei glared at Qin Feng fiercely, her eyes seemed to say, it's all your fault. But she knew that this was not the time to lose her temper. She took a deep breath, as if she had made a great decision, and with her cheeks burning, she stood on tiptoes slightly and kissed Qin Feng on the cheek very quickly. After Lin Wei kissed her cheek, she wanted to step away immediately to keep her distance. But just as she was about to step back, Qin Feng suddenly lowered his head and quickly kissed Lin Wei on the lips. Lin Wei's eyes widened instantly, and her mind was a little confused. The contact was very brief, almost instantly breaking. But Qin Feng's touch still made Lin Wei's heart beat faster, and her cheeks turned red. You. She was embarrassed and a little angry, and subconsciously raised her hand and hit Qin Feng's arm with very light force. The policeman looked at the couple kissing each other on the cheek and mouth, and even flirting with each other. The seriousness on their faces also eased a lot. The middle-aged policeman in the lead waved his hand and said, all right, you don't look like bad people. In places like KTV, pay attention to the impact. Don't just be intimate. Order a few songs to sing, so as not to cause misunderstandings. After that, he turned around and walked out with the other policemen, and closed the door for them. As soon as the police left, the atmosphere in the box became awkward again. Lin Wei was about to get angry and settle the account with Qin Feng, but Qin Feng seemed to have expected it. He immediately pointed outside the door, lowered his voice, and said seriously, Shoo. Secretary Lin, don't be angry, let's go out and see what happened to the two guys next door. The police made such a big fuss just now, they must be in trouble over there. Lin Wei saw that Qin Feng was trying to change the subject deliberately, but thinking about the important business, now was not the time to argue with him. She could only glare at him fiercely and didn't bother to get angry. She followed him, carefully opened the door of the box, and stuck her head out. Upon seeing this, both of them were stunned. The door of the 606 private room next door was wide open, and the inside was in a mess. The previously arrogant Wang Minghai of the Blue Sky Group and Ma Dongming from the purchasing department of the Beauty Group were now standing in the corridor in front of the private room in a state of embarrassment. Wang Minghai had his shirt open, showing his beer belly and messy hair, and Ma Dongming was even more exaggerated, with his pants only half dressed, hanging loosely around his waist, almost falling off. Both were ordered to hold their heads with their hands facing the wall, looking like they were thinking about their mistakes against the wall. Next to them stood several young women in revealing clothes and heavy makeup. They were obviously the kings of the KTV. At this moment, they all lowered their heads, not daring to speak, and were being reprimanded by several policemen. Chapter 20 Backer. The corridor was in chaos. The guests and waiters of the KTV were panicked by the sudden inspection. There were police shouting and guests' excuses everywhere. Qin Feng escorted Lin Wei out of box 607. He quickly scanned the mess in front of him and was about to take Lin Wei to find a place to observe the situation. At this moment, he happened to catch a glimpse from the corner of his eye that the waitress who had helped them place the mobile phone was being stopped by a policeman against the wall and questioned. The policeman who interrogated Luya was the middle-aged police officer who had led the team to check Qin Feng and Lin Wei's box 607. Luya was obviously frightened by this scene. Her face turned pale and she twisted the corners of her clothes nervously with her hands. She was trying to explain to the middle-aged police officer, "Comrade police officer, I am really just an ordinary waiter. I have only been here for a few days." Seeing this, Qin Feng immediately walked up quickly and said politely to the middle-aged police officer, "Officer, I'm sorry to bother you. She is my friend. She really just came to work here and doesn't understand many situations." The middle-aged police officer obviously recognized Qin Feng. He glanced at Qin Feng and then looked Luya up and down. She was wearing a neat and clean KTV waiter uniform, with almost invisible light makeup on her face. She looked frightened, which was completely different from the heavily made up and revealingly dressed women who were being interrogated. Since Qin Feng, who just cooperated with the investigation, came out to guarantee, he didn't want to waste more time on an ordinary waiter, so he waved his hand impatiently and said to Luya, "Okay, if you have nothing to do, go and do your own thing, don't hang around here." After that, he turned and walked towards the next group of people being interrogated. "Thank you, sir. Thank you so much." Luya breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Qin Feng with gratitude. "Are you okay?" Qin Feng asked, "Where's your phone? Is it still in there?" "Well, the phone should still be there." Luya pointed to box 606 where there were already few people. "Okay, let's go in and get it." The two of them quickly flashed into box 606. Qin Feng quickly took out his mobile phone from the gap between the sofa cushions and checked it. The recording function was still running. He put on headphones and quickly listened to a short clip. The conversation between Wang Minghai and Ma Dongming about kickbacks and profits came out clearly. "Nice. Well done." Qin Feng took off his headphones and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. "Did you really record it?" Luya was also a little surprised. "Yes, very clear. By the way, I still don't know your name." "My name is Luya." "Luya, you did a great job this time." Qin Feng was in a very good mood. "Give me your WeChat and I'll add you." "The 10,000 yuan you mentioned before was too little. I'll give you 30,000 yuan. I'll transfer it to you later." Qin Feng had his own plan in mind. This Luya, with a beauty score of 88, just broke up, is definitely an excellent target for capture, we can't let her get away. 30,000? Luya was shocked again. Sir, this is too much. Take it, this is what you deserve." Qin Feng's tone was serious and unyielding. Luya looked at Qin Feng's determined eyes, her eyes slightly reddened, and her voice choked up a little. "Sir, thank you so much. To be honest, I am in urgent need of money now, this money is too important to me." Target, Luya, favorability plus 15, current favorability, 25. Damn. It directly increased the favorability by 15 points. The charm of money is really infinite. Qin Feng felt secretly happy. He added Luya's WeChat, asked her to wait for his transfer information, and then let her go about her work. After dealing with Luya's matters, Qin Feng walked out of box 606 and saw Lin Wei standing at the end of the corridor not far away, frowning and talking on the phone. She seemed to be dealing with some urgent matters and her face did not look good. Qin Feng walked forward only after she hung up the phone. Are things okay? Lin Wei asked directly when she saw him, with a barely perceptible hint of nervousness and anticipation in her tone. Very okay. Qin Feng shook the phone in his hand and showed a confident smile. The evidence is conclusive. The sound quality is clear. I guarantee that they will be unable to defend themselves. That's good. Lin Wei seemed relieved, but the worry between her brows had not completely disappeared. Seeing this, Qin Feng said, however, Secretary Lin, I just saw Manager Ma being arrested by the police for inspection. He was disheveled and looked very embarrassed. With this excuse, plus the recorded evidence in our hands, the company should be able to directly convict him and thoroughly investigate him and bring him down completely, right? Lin Wei heard this, but shook her head slightly, her tone a little solemn. Generally speaking, it is okay to commit such a crime. But I'm afraid it's not that simple. She glanced around and lowered her voice. While I was waiting just now, I had already briefly reported Manager Ma's matter to President Gu via text message. President Gu just replied to me saying that this Manager Ma has a complicated background, and the backer behind him is President Ning Mashue. It's probably difficult to completely bring him down with just these, and President Ning will definitely find a way to protect him. Ning Mashue? Qin Feng frowned. He didn't expect that Ning Mashue was involved in this muddy water. Lin Wei nodded. So, we need to take a long-term view on this matter. Tomorrow is Monday, you come to my office at 9 o'clock in the morning, and we will discuss the follow-up countermeasures in detail. I have some very urgent personal matters to deal with now, so I must leave immediately. Okay, Secretary Lin. Qin Feng responded. He noticed that when Lin Wei said private matters, her frowned brows and the flash of fatigue and irritability in her eyes. Thinking of the system prompting her divorce litigation in progress, Qin Feng's heart moved, and when she turned around and prepared to leave, he said, Secretary Lin. Lin Wei stopped and looked back at him. Anything else? Qin Feng looked at her expression, which was a little tired and worried, and said sincerely, I see that you seem to be worried. If there is anything I can help you with, please just let me know. Lin Wei was slightly stunned when she heard that, and a barely perceptible warmth flashed in her eyes behind the lenses. Then, a very faint, almost negligible arc appeared at the corner of her mouth, and she nodded, okay. I understand. After that, she turned around and left quickly. Target, Lin Wei, favorability +5, current favorability, 21. Qin Feng looked at her hurriedly leaving back, thoughtful. Well, the KTV incident has come to an end, and the evidence is in hand. Next. He turned his head and looked at Luya, who was busy in the KTV hall, with a meaningful smile on his face. That's you. Chapter 21 Invitation to Dinner. Lin Wei's figure disappeared at the exit of the KTV parking lot. Qin Feng retracted his gaze and raised a confident smile. The noise in the KTV was still there, but his mind was no longer on the two unlucky guys Ma Dongming and Wang Minghai. He thought to himself, Luya, this girl, has a beauty score of 88. She just broke up with me and has a good impression of me. Isn't such a top-notch target a piece of fat meat that is delivered to my mouth? I must strike while the iron is hot. He did not leave the Heaven on Earth KTV, but turned back to the brightly lit hall and searched among the busy waiters. Soon, he found Luya in a relatively quiet booth area, who was clearing away the cups and plates left by the guests. Xiao Ye. Qin Feng walked over with a smile. Luya heard a familiar voice and looked up in surprise. Seeing that it was Qin Feng, a shy smile immediately appeared on her face. Sir? Why haven't you left yet? Qin Feng smiled gently. I stayed here to see you on purpose because I wanted to. I wanted to treat you to dinner tonight and thank you properly and formally for your help today. Ah? Luya blushed when she heard that, and quickly declined. Sir, this is really not necessary. You have already given me so much money, which is already very, very enough. How can I have the nerve to let you spend money to treat me to a meal again? Remuneration is reward, gratitude is gratitude, they are of different natures. Qin Feng insisted, his tone was sincere and could not be refused. If you were not so smart and brave today, I would not have been able to get the evidence so smoothly. If you don't give me this opportunity to express my gratitude, then I will feel really bad. Just think of it as a simple meal together as friends, okay? You can't let me owe you this favor forever, right? Luya looked at Qin Feng's sincere and persistent eyes, and the sincerity in his words that could not be rejected. She was a little moved, but also a little shy. She hesitated for a few seconds, and finally nodded gently, her voice as thin as a mosquito. Well, okay. But sir, we can just go and have some simple home-cooked meals, please don't spend too much. Great. Qin Feng smiled brightly, it's settled. When will you get off work? I'll find a good time to pick you up. He paused and added, by the way, Xiaoya, don't call me Mr. or Mr. all the time in the future. It's too distant. My name is Qin Feng, you can call me Brother Feng, or just call me by my name. Feng, Brother Feng. Luya called out shyly and softly, her voice sweet and sticky. After asking Luya about the time she would get off work and which exit she would leave from, Qin Feng left Heaven on Earth KTV with satisfaction. Since it's a formal dinner for a girl, the ceremony can't be too bad. Qin Feng thought to himself, if I pick her up on a shared bike, and if I pick her up in a luxury car, the speed of improving her favorability will definitely not be the same. He remembered that he had used 30,000 yuan to greatly increase Luya's favorability, which further strengthened his belief that money can open the way. He gritted his teeth and decided to spend a fortune on tonight's date. He first went to a well-known high-end car rental company in the city, and after some selection and bargaining, he spent 2,500 yuan to book the right to use an almost new black BMW 5 Series sedan for one night. Then, he called a revolving French restaurant on the top floor of a top landmark building in the city center to reserve a seat. He called another revolving French restaurant on the top floor of a top landmark building in the city center to reserve the best view for tonight. The deposit and minimum consumption cost him nearly 8,000 yuan. Adding these two items together, 10,000 yuan was spent so neatly, and the account balance went from 50,000 to 40,000. Although Qin Feng felt a little pain, he couldn't catch the wolf without sacrificing the child, and he couldn't catch the girl without sacrificing the money. This is a strategic investment. For the sake of future happiness and system rewards, it's worth it. In the evening, Luya finished a day's work and went back to the dormitory. Thinking of having dinner with Qin Feng, no, Brother Feng, she felt inexplicably excited and nervous, and her cheeks were a little hot. She took a careful shower and spent a long time choosing in front of her small wardrobe. Brother Feng, why is he so nice to me? He even specially invited me to such a grand dinner. Could it be that he wants to pursue me? A thought popped up uncontrollably, making her heart beat faster. No, it's impossible. She quickly shook her head vigorously, trying to get rid of this unrealistic idea. Brother Feng is so outstanding and looks rich, how could he be interested in me, an ordinary waiter working in a KTV? He must really just want to express his gratitude. Yes, that must be it. Despite this, she still dug out her most beautiful, exquisitely crafted light blue dress that she usually didn't want to wear from the bottom of her box, and put on a little light makeup to make herself look more energetic and beautiful. When Qin Feng drove the imposing BMW 5 Series and appeared at the KTV staff exit on time, Luya, who had dressed up carefully, also came out. The light of the street lamp sprinkled softly on her body, and the light blue dress made her skin look whiter than snow, and her figure was slender. Her face was filled with a hint of shyness when they first met and the expectation of an unknown date. The whole person exuded a kind of purity and gentleness that was completely different from when she worked in the KTV during the day. When Qin Feng saw her, his eyes lit up and he almost blurted out in admiration, "Xiaoya, you are so beautiful today." Luya's cheeks turned even redder after he praised her so directly, and she whispered, "Thank you, Brother Feng." Target, Luya, favorability plus 5, current favorability, 30. Trigger favorability level reward. When Luya's favorability reaches 30 points or more, the host's total assets will be tripled. Detection and critical hit determination. Determination successful. Triggering lucky critical hit. This asset increase multiplier is plus 1 extra. Asset increase calculation. Current assets 40,000 x 4 times equals 160,000 yuan. New assets, 120,000 yuan. Great, 160,000. It seems that this money was not wasted. I must continue to work hard tonight. Qin Feng muttered to himself, and he was more confident about tonight's strategy action. He gentlemanly opened the car door for Luya. Chapter 22. Assets soar again. The car drove steadily towards the revolving French restaurant on the top floor of a top landmark building in the city center. Along the way, Qin Feng made a series of witty remarks, including jokes he read on the internet and anecdotes he made up. Although some of the jokes were a bit old-fashioned, combined with his confident spirit and the gentle eyes he cast at Luya from time to time, he still made Luya laugh like a silver bell from time to time, and the atmosphere in the car was relaxed and pleasant. Arriving at the restaurant, when the waiter in a neat tuxedo ushered them to their seats in fluent French, Luya saw the huge French windows that offered a 360-degree view of the city's dazzling night scene, the crystal chandeliers that shone with soft light, and the exquisite silverware and bright roses on each table. She felt like Granny Lou entering the Grand View Garden, and seemed a little at a loss. She whispered to Chin Feng, "Brother Feng, this place is too expensive, right? How about, let's go somewhere else? Since you're here, just enjoy yourself." Chin Feng smiled calmly, showing his super rich character, although this super rich only had a few 100,000 yuan, and very gentlemanly pulled out a velvet-covered dining chair for Luya. "I'll pay for today, you just need to be beautiful and enjoy the food." Luya sat down with a slightly blushing face, took the thick leather menu handed to her by the waiter, and turned to the first page. When she saw the long string of zeros following the dishes, her little heart couldn't help but twitch. It was also the first time for Chin Feng to eat at a restaurant of this level. He looked at the menu calmly, but he was complaining in his heart, "Oh my god. Just this French pan-fried top-grade foie gras with black truffles costs 58.88? And this matsutake clear soup costs 988 for a small bowl? This organic seasonal vegetables with extra virgin olive oil that looks like stir-fried vegetables is priced at 488? This restaurant is pure robbery." Although his heart was bleeding, he had to pretend to be calm and at ease on his face, thinking to himself, "I can't let Xiaoya look down on me and think that I have never seen the world." Luya had no scruples. She pointed at the birthday noodles with stars gathering on the menu and lowered her voice to exclaim to Chin Feng, "Brother Feng, look, just this birthday noodle costs 288 yuan. It's too much. Next time you have time to come to my house, I will personally cook 1,000 noodles for you. I guarantee it will be 100 times more delicious than his, and cheaper." "Oh? If I go to your house, you can give me 1,000 noodles to eat?" Chin Feng's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he looked at Luya with a teasing smile. "Really? Then I will take it seriously, right?" Luya was stunned by his gaze, then she realized what she had said in a hurry. Her cheeks flushed red, and even her ears felt hot. She lowered her head in confusion and said in a low voice, "Brother Feng, you are making fun of me again." Exquisite dishes were served one after another, and the two chatted while eating. "Come to think of it, I really have to thank you today, Xiaoya." Chin Feng raised his glass. "You don't know how important the recording you helped me get is to us. I had planned to eavesdrop, but the soundproofing of your KTV box is too good, and I couldn't hear anything next door." Luya was amused by him. "No, Brother Feng, I just relied on my status as a waiter to quietly put the phone in, I didn't do anything big." "No matter what, you have helped me a lot." Chin Feng said sincerely, "By the way, have you been working in KTV?" "Not always, I've been working on and off since I graduated from high school, and I've done many different jobs." Luya gently fiddled with the dessert in front of her, "But I did spend the longest time working in bars and KTVs. Brother Feng, don't look at me like this, I'm now a small supervisor in our KTV, and I'm in charge of several new waiters." She said this with a hint of satisfaction and pride. "Oh? Then Xiaoya, you are awesome." Chin Feng's eyes flashed with admiration when he heard that. He half-jokingly stretched out his hand and gently pinched Luya's small nose. "Oh, Brother Feng." Luya's pretty face turned red at his sudden intimate behavior, and she said shyly. "Target, Luya, favorability +3, current favorability, 33. Chin Feng smiled and asked, "Do you plan to keep doing this in the future? Or, do you have any dreams that you want to realize?" Hearing the word dream, Luya's eyes lit up for a moment, but soon dimmed again. She was silent for a few seconds, and then said with a hint of longing and bitterness, "Dream. I have always wanted to open a small bar of my own, or a well-managed informal KTV. I have been in this industry for a long time and have a lot of experience. I think I can run it well. But, the funds." At the end of her words, her voice gradually lowered, she sighed softly, and her eyes revealed her helplessness towards reality. Chin Feng looked at her dim eyes, and his heart moved. He stretched out his left hand and gently held Luya's hands, which were unconsciously twisted together because of talking about dreams. He said seriously and sincerely, "Xiaoya, if you have any problems or difficulties in the future, just come to Brother Feng. Don't be shy, Brother Feng will definitely help you solve it, okay?" Luya suddenly raised her head and looked at Chin Feng in disbelief. The warmth from his palm and the sincere look in his eyes warmed her heart, and her eyes became moist in an instant. "Okay. Thank you, Brother Feng." Target, Luya, favorability +12, current favorability, 42. Trigger favorability level reward. When Luya's favorability reaches 40 points or above, the host's total assets will be increased by 4 times. Detection and critical hit determination. Determination successful. Triggering lucky critical hit. This asset increase multiplier is +1 extra. Calculation of asset increase. Current assets 150,000 yuan x 5 times equals 750,000 yuan. New assets 590,000 yuan. Another deal. Total assets are now 750,000. Qin Feng was overjoyed. This system is really powerful. It seems that sincerity is always the best way to treat the disease. At this moment, the carved wooden door of the restaurant was roughly pushed open, and a young man wearing trendy brand clothes, with a shiny hairdo and a frivolous and impatient look, strode in. He quickly scanned the restaurant, and when he saw Luya, who was sitting opposite Qin Feng in the corner with red eyes, his eyes suddenly lit up, and then his face darkened, and he walked quickly towards their table. Luya? The man stopped beside their dining table and spoke in an unfriendly tone, his eyes looking back and forth suspiciously between Qin Feng and Luya. Chapter 23 Pretend. When Luya heard this familiar yet disgusting voice, her body suddenly stiffened and her face turned pale. She turned around in disbelief, and after seeing who it was, she said in a lost voice, Li Wan? Why are you here? The young man in front of him was none other than Luya's ex-boyfriend, Li Wan. He had a slicked back hair and was wearing a relatively clean casual outfit, but there was a hint of frivolity and hostility between his brows that he could not conceal. He glanced back and forth between Luya and Qin Feng with an unfriendly look, and a mocking smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Hey, Luya, you're amazing. It's been less than a month since you broke up with me? And you've hooked up with a new rich guy? This seamless connection really impressed me. What nonsense are you talking about? We are not. Luya was angry and anxious and wanted to explain. At this moment, a slightly sharp female voice came from behind Li Wan, with a bit of coquettishness and arrogance. Hey, Li Wan, did you meet someone you know? Why don't you come over and keep me waiting? A middle-aged woman dressed in fancy clothes, slightly bloated, with heavy makeup on her face, walked over with her waist twisted. She walked straight to Li Wan, and her small eyes with thick eyeliner quickly glanced at Luya and Qin Feng. When Li Wan saw the middle-aged woman, the frivolous look on his face immediately subsided. He put on a humble and flattering smile and explained in a humble manner, Ms. Wang. Ms. Wang, this is a girlfriend I knew before. Oh? The woman whom Li Wan called Ms. Wang stretched out her fat fingers with several gold rings on them, gently hooked Li Wan's chin, and said with a tone of unquestionable intimacy and command, I've told you many times, don't call me Ms. Wang outside the company, call me Sister Lan, or you can call me Chun Lan. Her small eyes looked at Qin Feng and Luya with interest, which made Qin Feng's stomach churn. He thought to himself that Li Wan was really willing to do anything to curry favor with this rich woman named Chunlan. Wang Chunlan pulled out a chair from an empty table next to her and sat down. Her small eyes were mainly fixed on Luya, with undisguised contempt and scrutiny. She said to Li Wan in a sarcastic tone, Hey, Li Wan, this is the one you told me about before, whose family is extremely poor, who asks you for money every few days to help with the household expenses, who has been dating you for 3 months, but you were so eager to hold her hand, but she refused to give you the favor, that innocent girlfriend? She looked up and down at the light blue dress Luya was wearing and sneered, TSK, she looks so poor. I'm afraid she bought this dress from a night market stall? Can someone like her afford such a place? Oh, she turned her gaze to Qin Feng, who had remained silent but had a cold look on his face, and stretched out her voice as if she had suddenly realized something. I thought so. It turns out that he climbed up the social ladder, found a new victim, and was kept by someone. No wonder, I was wondering how he had the confidence to show off in a place like this. Luya trembled all over after being humiliated by Wang Chunlan's sarcastic and extremely humiliating words. Her face turned from red to white, and then from white to blue. Her eyes turned red and tears of grievance were welling up in her eyes. She almost cried on the spot. Just when Luya was about to collapse, Qin Feng suddenly reached out and gently patted the back of her hand, using his eyes to signal her to be at ease. Then, he showed a calm and professional smile on his face, and said to Luya in an extremely respectful tone, as if he was negotiating with a distinguished big customer, Ms. Lu, regarding the cooperation plan for exclusive customization of high-end fabrics proposed by our Liren group to you last time, and the several very sincere preferential terms specially prepared for you by our president Ning, can you think about it carefully? Our group, from top to bottom, has great sincerity and expectations for reaching in-depth cooperation with a visionary guest like you. As soon as he said this, not only was Luya stunned on the spot, but even Li Wen and Wang Chunlan, who were about to continue watching the show, were also stunned. Luya didn't react at first, and looked at Qin Feng blankly, not knowing what he was up to. But when she met Qin Feng's encouraging, comforting, and strongly suggestive eyes, she, who was very smart, vaguely understood Qin Feng's intention. After a brief moment of shock, he was going to help her pretend to be an amazing person to fight back against these two disgusting people. Her heart warmed up, and the grievance and anger were temporarily suppressed. She subconsciously cooperated with Qin Feng, tried to straighten her back, and barely squeezed out a reserved smile on her face. The mocking smile on Wang Chunlan's greasy face froze. She looked at Luya with some hesitation, and then looked at Qin Feng suspiciously. For a moment, she couldn't figure out what this was all about. She asked tentatively, "Liran Group? Which Ms. Lu? Why haven't I heard of her?" There was a hint of disapproval in her tone. "Her? Li Wen, your ex-girlfriend is really capable. She can transform herself into Ms. Lu just by changing a sponsor? She even discussed cooperation with Liran Group?" Qin Feng saw that Wang Chunlan was still not giving in, and knew that he couldn't calm this snobbish fat woman down without a strong dose of medicine. His smile remained unchanged, but his tone suddenly became a little higher. With an unquestionable majesty, he slowly said, "Ms. Wang, it seems that you don't know much about some important figures in our Donghai City's business community. I'm sure you have heard of Ning Mashue, the general manager of our Liran Group, right?" Wang Chunlan was stunned. She had certainly heard of Ning Mashue's name. She was a famous iron lady in the business community of Donghai City. She was young and beautiful but had a strong hand. "Boss Ning, of course I know her." "So what?" Qin Feng smiled slightly, but his words were like thunder from a clear sky. "Not very good. I just want to tell you that our President Ning highly respects and admires Ms. Lu. It is no exaggeration to say that President Ning has even said privately more than once that it is a great honor for her to have the opportunity to personally carry shoes for Ms. Lu." "What?" Wang Chunlan was really shocked. She widened her eyes with disbelief. "Ning Mashue is carrying shoes for this little girl? Are you kidding me? Who the hell is she?" Chapter 24 Millionaire. Qin Feng ignored her shock and disdain, and instead turned his gaze to Li Wen, whose face had become extremely ugly. The corners of his mouth curled up with a hint of cold sneer, and he directly exposed his shortcomings. "Sir, you just said that Ms. Lu has been dating you for 3 months, but she didn't even let you touch her hand, right?" He paused, his tone full of contempt and mockery. "Then have you ever thought that it's not that she doesn't let you touch her, but are you worthy of her touching you?" He continued, his voice was not loud, but every word was like a knife, piercing Li Wen's pitiful self-esteem. "Besides, do you think Ms. Lu asked you for some pocket money occasionally before because she really needed your money? She was testing you. Testing your sincerity, responsibility, and dedication to a relationship. It's a pity. You can't even pass the most basic test." Although Li Wen felt that something was wrong, everything he said seemed to make sense. Could it be? Could it be that I really missed out on a top-notch rich woman? And a rich woman as young, beautiful, and in great shape as Luya? He subconsciously looked at the fat woman next to him called Chunlan. When he thought about how he had to please her in every way possible and even endure her disgusting hints and actions, Li Wen felt sick and his stomach was churning. Wang Chunlan looked at Li Wen's distraught expression, pale face, as if she had eaten a fly. It was obviously not an act. She began to feel a little nervous. Could it be that this little girl who looked plain and even a little poor really had some powerful background? Although she was arrogant and domineering, she also knew who to offend and who not to offend. She didn't want to accidentally offend some big shot who she couldn't afford to offend because of Li Wen's trivial matter between men and women. She glared at Li Wen fiercely, as if to say, "You kid have caused me so much trouble." Then she immediately stood up from the chair, forced out a smile that was uglier than crying, and said to Qin Feng and Luya, "Oh, it seems to be a misunderstanding. Since Ms. Lu is a distinguished guest of the beauty group, we will not disturb you. That? Li Wen, I will contact you another day about our matter." After saying that, without caring about Li Wen's reaction, Wang Chunlan immediately turned around and left the restaurant that made her feel a little uncomfortable without looking back. He looked at Luya, then at Qin Feng, who was calm and composed, with a complicated look in his eyes. After a long while, he seemed to have made up his mind. He forced a flattering smile on his face that was uglier than crying, and leaned towards Luya, lowering his voice very low, with a hint of cautious temptation. Yada, baby, actually, I used to. Don't call me that." When Luya heard the words, "Yaya baby," she felt a chill. She frowned in disgust, leaned closer to Qin Feng, and interrupted him with a cold voice. Li Wen was choked, but he didn't give up. He kept smiling and his tone became more humble and earnest. "Yeah, I know I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. At the beginning, it was me who proposed the breakup, but I was blinded by love at the time, so I agreed. Give me another chance, yeah, I swear, I will treat you well in the future, and treat you twice as well. As he spoke, he actually made a move to pounce on Luya. It seemed that he wanted to hug Luya's legs and beg her with tears. Luya was startled, screamed, jumped out of her seat and hid behind Qin Feng. Qin Feng's eyes flashed with coldness. He stood up suddenly, stood in front of Luya, and shouted at Li Wen, "What are you doing? Are you trying to be a hooligan?" He turned to the waiter who was looking around the restaurant and shouted, "Where is the security? Someone is making trouble in public and affecting other guests' meals." Soon, a male waiter in a restaurant uniform came over quickly. Seeing the tense situation and Li Wen's attitude of ready to throw a tantrum, he immediately said to Li Wen, "Sir, if you can't keep quiet and disturb other guests, we can only ask you to leave." When Li Wen saw this situation, he knew that today's good thing was completely ruined, and he had lost face. He glared at Qin Feng fiercely, as if he wanted to say something harsh, but when he met Qin Feng's cold eyes with a hint of teasing and warning, and thought of Luya's unattainable background just now, his remaining courage was instantly deflated. In the end, he only squeezed out a very low voice from his teeth, "You wait for me," and then closed his mouth. Under the strange looks of the surrounding guests, he left the restaurant in a dejected manner. "Sir, madam, we are very sorry to disturb your meal," the waiter said respectfully to Qin Feng and Luya. "It's okay, thank you." Qin Feng nodded. After the waiter left, Luya heaved a sigh of relief. She patted her chest and said to Qin Feng with lingering fear, "Thank you, Brother Feng, just now I was really scared to death, otherwise I really don't know what to do." She paused, then explained anxiously, "Also, Brother Feng, what he said just now is not true. I didn't keep asking him for." She was afraid that Qin Feng would misunderstand her as that kind of bad girl. Qin Feng looked at her cute appearance of eagerly explaining herself with red eyes, and felt warm in his heart. He gently interrupted her, "Xiaoya, I believe you." These 4 simple words were like a warm current flowing into Luya's heart. She stared at Qin Feng blankly, her eyes instantly filled with tears, and her voice choked a little, "Brother Feng, why are you so good to me?" Target, Luya, favorability +8, current favorability, 50. Trigger favorability level reward, when Luya's favorability reaches 50 points or above, the host's total assets will be increased 5 times. Detection of critical hits. Failed. Calculation of asset increase. Current assets 750,000 yuan x 5 times equals 3,750,000 yuan. New assets, 3 million yuan. Oh my god. 3 million? I am a millionaire now? Qin Feng looked at the long string of zeros on the system panel in his mind. He was so excited that he almost jumped up from his seat. His heart was beating wildly like a drum. Chapter 25 Familiar Taste. After Li Wen fled in disgrace, the atmosphere in the restaurant finally calmed down a bit, but Luya's mood was like a roller coaster, and it took a long time to calm down. She looked at the man in front of her who repeatedly stood up for her and calmly handled all the troubles, and her heart was filled with indescribable gratitude and an inexplicable throbbing. Qin Feng felt like he had ascended to heaven in one step when the system in his mind reminded him that his assets had surged to more than 3 million. He suppressed his excitement and ecstasy, looked at Luya's expression, which was still a little frightened and moved, raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and asked softly with a hint of deliberate playfulness, "Xiaoya, I'm good to you, don't you like it?" The ambiguous meaning in these words made Qin Feng himself feel that since he had money in the system, his courage and shamelessness had increased exponentially. In the past, he would never dare to say such flowery words to a girl even if he was beaten to death. Hearing this, Luya suddenly raised her head, her big watery eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Brother Feng, what does this mean? Is he confessing his love to me? Should I agree? But we have only known each other for such a short time, and he is so outstanding, am I worthy of him? Aha! What should I do? Luya's heart was instantly in a mess, all kinds of thoughts swirling in her mind, making her forget how to respond for a moment. Under Qin Feng's smiling and expectant gaze, Luya felt her cheeks burning and her heart beating like a drum. She subconsciously stirred the corner of her clothes. Finally, as if she had mustered the greatest courage of her life, and as if she was bewitched by something, she whispered softly, almost blurting out, I do. Qin Feng was stunned when he heard that, and looked at her with some confusion. "Xiaoya, what did you say? What do you want to do?" After Luya said "I do," she immediately realized what she had said. Her face turned red, from her cheeks to her ears, and then to her fair neck, all of which were stained with a layer of attractive pink. She wanted to find a hole in the ground to crawl into, and she was even more annoyed. Oh my god. What am I doing? What nonsense am I talking about? He must think I'm a casual girl. Luya, you idiot. Xin Feng looked at Luya's embarrassed look, who wished she could disappear right then and there, and her face that was red as if it was about to bleed. Although he didn't fully understand why she suddenly said I do, he roughly guessed that this girl might have misunderstood something. He felt funny in his heart, but he didn't point it out, just pretending that he didn't hear it clearly. Luya hesitated for a long time in extreme embarrassment before she stammered and tried to change the subject. Nothing, brother Feng, have we finished eating? Shall we leave? Well, we've almost finished eating. Xin Feng nodded and called the waiter to pay the bill. This time, he was truly rich in hundreds of thousands of taels of silver. Facing the expensive bill, he didn't even blink. He took out his bank card and swiped the money very casually, showing the style of a successful person. After leaving the restaurant, Xin Feng insisted on sending Luya home. Let me take you back, Xiaoya. Okay, thank you, brother Feng. Luya was still immersed in the embarrassment and random thoughts just now. She just responded subconsciously. Her voice was still a little weak. She tried hard to act like she was usual. She said casually, it's not a big deal. I still trouble you, brother Feng, to send me off. When the car drove to the intersection near the old city where Luya lived, Luya took the initiative to say, brother Feng, just stop here. The road inside is narrow and it's not convenient for the car to go in. Xin Feng nodded and parked the car steadily on the side of the road. In fact, this place is still a short distance from Luya's real home, about 7 or 8 minutes walk. But Luya didn't know why. Subconsciously, she didn't want Xin Feng to see her slightly shabby home. Okay. Xin Feng turned off the engine. Xiaoya, be careful on the road. Remember what I said, if you have anything in the future, you can come to me. Don't be polite to me. Okay. I understand. Goodbye, brother Feng. Luya unbuckled her seatbelt, gave him a grateful smile, then pushed open the car door and walked quickly towards home, with a hint of panic and excitement on her back. Xin Feng watched her disappear into the night, and the smile on his face deepened. Luya trotted back to the familiar residential area with mixed feelings. The dim light in the corridor could barely illuminate the road under her feet. She took out her key and gently opened the door. Sister is back. As soon as she entered the door, a vibrant voice rang out. Lu Wanqi was sitting on the old sofa in the living room watching TV. When she saw her, she smiled and came over. Wow! Sister Ya, why are you dressed so beautifully today? Why have I never seen you wear this dress before? You even sprayed perfume. Lu Wanqi circled around Luya twice as if she had discovered a new continent, and sniffed hard with her nose. Lu Shirhan, who was doing homework nearby, also poked her head out of the room when she heard the noise and said with a mischievous smile, Hey, Sister Ya, you are dressed like this and look so happy. There must be something going on. Do you have a boyfriend? Tell me the truth. Ha ha. Oh, you two little girls, stop talking nonsense. Luya's cheeks felt hot again because of what they said. She felt shy and embarrassed. She waved her hands quickly and said, I just had dinner with an ordinary friend to celebrate his progress at work. She made up an excuse and ran into her little room as if she was escaping. I think it's most likely her boyfriend. Lu Shirhan shouted from behind, hoping that the world would not be in chaos. Luya slammed the door shut, threw herself on her bed, covered her head with the quilt, and felt her cheeks were so hot that she could fry eggs. Her mind kept replaying every scene of being with Xin Feng tonight, especially the I do she blurted out, which made her so embarrassed that she wanted to roll on the bed. In the living room, Lu Wanqi looked at Luya's obviously abnormal shy appearance, and the faint smell of perfume in the air when she ran into the room, mixed with a certain, faint, but inexplicably familiar masculine scent, and she couldn't help but frown slightly, a strange feeling rising in her heart. Why does my sister smell so familiar? It seems I have smelled it somewhere before. Chapter 26 Cousin. After leaving that ridiculously expensive French restaurant and sending Luya, who was still a little absent-minded but looked at him with increasingly bright eyes, home, Xin Feng returned alone to his slightly small one-bedroom rental apartment. Once the door was closed and he was cut off from the noise from the outside world, Xin Feng could no longer suppress his inner ecstasy and excitement. I'm rich. I'm really rich. 3,320,000. Ha 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 ha. Like a child, he paced back and forth in the small living room excitedly. Finally, he couldn't help but excitedly threw a series of random punches into the air purely to vent his emotions, and kept making strange noises of hey and hot from his mouth. Cool. It's so fucking cool. The feeling of seeing your bank card balance increase from a few hundred yuan to millions in an instant is even more exciting than winning the lottery jackpot. Money brings not only purchasing power, but also an unprecedented sense of confidence and control over your future life. Only when he began to sweat slightly did the excitement of getting a huge sum of money subside a little. Qin Feng slumped down on the sofa, breathing heavily, with an irrepressible smile on his face. It's great to have money. This kind of goodness does not only mean that he can do whatever he wants and live a life that he never dared to imagine before, but more importantly, he thought of his family members who have been silently caring for him and he has always been concerned about them. In the past, his salary was meager, and every month, apart from basic expenses, the support he could give to his family was very limited. He always felt deeply guilty about them. Now, he finally has the ability to let them live a better life, and they don't have to worry about food and clothing anymore. This thought was like a fire in winter, instantly igniting Qin Feng's heart. He could no longer sit still, and jumped up from the sofa. The first thing he thought of was his cousin Qin Xiaolan, who was still a junior at Donghai University. Qin Feng immediately took out his cell phone, found Qin Xiaolan's phone number, and dialed it. The phone rang a few times before it was connected. A clear and pleasant girl's voice, as sweet as an oriole, came through. Hello, brother? Why did you think of calling me so late? Xiaolan, how are you doing recently? Are you doing well in school? Qin Feng asked with a smile, his tone full of pampering. Well, it's okay. Qin Xiaolan's voice sounded very happy. Brother, I have good news to tell you. I won the first place in the Voice of the East China Sea campus singing competition I participated in last week. I also received a scholarship. Really? That's great. Our Xiaolan is the best. Qin Feng was sincerely happy for her. She is worthy to be a big singer in the future. Then, is there any blind brat who dares to have evil ideas about our school bell? He asked half-jokingly. Humph, that's a must. Qin Xiaolan snorted complacently, with a little pride in her tone. The people who want to pursue this school beauty are lining up from the teaching building to the playground. But what? Is there anyone you like? Qin Feng asked curiously. Not even one. Qin Xiaolan answered bluntly, Tisk, those boys are so childish, I don't bother with them. I don't want to date or get married, I want to stay with my mother forever, and you, my brother, until you grow old. Qin Feng felt warm in his heart when he heard his cousin's childish yet sincere words. He smiled and said, Okay, my little aunt, do whatever you want. I will support you from now on and let you be a little princess for the rest of your life. Hee, you said it, don't go back on your word. Qin Xiaolan laughed happily. Of course I won't regret it. Qin Feng smiled, then changed the subject and said, By the way, Xiaolan, I have transferred this month's living expenses to you in advance. There is 100,000 yuan. Please pay attention to receive it. Oh, by the way, I will transfer you 100,000 yuan every month from now on. On the other end of the phone, Qin Xiaolan's laughter suddenly stopped, replaced by a dead silence. After several seconds, she burst into an unbelievable scream. 100,000? Brother! Are you crazy? Where did you get so much money? Then, her voice began to tear up. Brother, did you do anything bad? Please don't do anything stupid. We don't need so much money, we just want to live in peace. Whoa, if something happens to you, how will Mom and I live? Qin Feng felt distressed and amused when he heard his cousin crying, and he quickly comforted her. Silly girl, why are you crying? Good news. Great news. Your brother, I have made a fortune. Really, more real than real gold. Why would I lie to you? Really? Qin Xiaolan asked with sobs. Of course it's true. Qin Feng said firmly, so, from now on, I will give you 100,000 pocket money every month. Buy whatever you want, eat whatever you want, don't be frugal like before, and don't treat yourself badly, understand? Girls should dress themselves up beautifully. On the other end of the phone, Qin Xiaolan seemed a little bit unbelieving, but more of her was the sense of happiness that was overwhelmed by this sudden huge sum of money. While Qin Feng was talking to Qin Xiaolan on the phone, in a room in the girls' dormitory of Donghai University, a sweet-looking girl wearing a facial mask looked curiously at Qin Xiaolan. who was holding a mobile phone with a colorful expression on her face, and asked, Lan, what are you doing? Why are you so excited about making a phone call? Jin Xiaolan covered the microphone with her hand, her face flushed with excitement, and announced to her roommates in a low voice but with difficulty concealing her excitement, I'm telling you. My brother has made a fortune. He said he would give me 100,000 yuan in pocket money every month from now on. Ha ha ha. I'll treat you tonight. Let's go to the most expensive Japanese restaurant outside the school and eat our fill. 100,000? Is this true, Lan? Wow. That's great. Lan, you are really our fairy. Let's go. Let's go. Cheers suddenly broke out in the dormitory. There was only one girl sitting in the corner, wearing glasses and with a slightly quiet temperament. She looked at Qin Xiaolan, who was dancing with excitement, with some surprise, and a trace of imperceptible deep thought flashed in her eyes. After comforting his excited cousin and repeatedly assuring him that he had made his fortune through legitimate channels, Qin Feng hung up the phone, feeling warm in his heart. The feeling of being able to give his loved ones a better life made him feel more satisfied and happy than how much wealth he had. He thought about it, then found another number in his address book and dialed it. After the call was connected, he took a deep breath and said, Hello, Mom. Chapter 27 Renegotiation. The call was quickly picked up, and a familiar female voice came from the other end, gentle but a little worried. Hello, is this Xiaofeng? It's so late, what's the matter? The owner of this voice is Qin Feng's adoptive mother and his aunt, Qin Feng. Qin Feng's original name was Lin Feng. When he was young, his parents died in a car accident, leaving him an orphan overnight. It was his mother's sister, Qin Feng, who took him in during the darkest and most desperate days, regardless of her own financial difficulties, and raised him and his little cousin Qin Xiaolan with great difficulty. In order to remember this kindness that is deeper than the sea and heavier than the mountains, Qin Feng took the initiative to change his surname to Qin after he became an adult, to express his deepest respect and love for this great adoptive mother. Mom, it's me. Qin Feng's voice softened unconsciously. You haven't slept yet? How's the business recently? Qin Feng runs a small fast food restaurant near Tunghai University where Qin Xiaolan studies. The restaurant mainly serves students and works from dawn to dusk. It's very hard work. It's okay, the same as always, neither good nor bad. There was a hint of smile in Qin Feng's voice. How about you, how's your work? You haven't suffered any grievances, have you? No matter how old Qin Feng is, in her eyes, he always seems to be the child who needs to be taken care of. Qin Feng paused, her tone filled with a hint of inquiry and excitement. By the way, Xiaofeng, there is something I need to ask you first. A few days ago, the 320,000 yuan that our family owed, someone suddenly paid it all off at once. I asked around several times, but the creditor only said that someone paid it off for me and refused to reveal who it was. Xiaofeng, did you do this? When Qin Feng heard his adoptive mother mention this, his heart warmed and a smile appeared on his face. Mom, don't worry about these things. I am your son now. I have made progress and can make money. That little money is nothing. You just need to run the store peacefully in the future and don't worry about money anymore. He did not admit it directly, but the meaning of his words was already very clear. Qin Feng was silent for several seconds on the other end of the phone, as if she was digesting the information. Then, her voice was choked with a barely perceptible sob. Good child, Mom knows it's you. She took a deep breath, tried to calm down, and continued, You kid, you didn't even tell me that you have money, and you're still sneaking around. I'm just afraid you won't accept it. Qin Feng said with a smile, By the way, Mom, it doesn't matter if you pay off the debt. I've also transferred some money to you as this month's living expenses and pocket money. Please make sure you receive it. Why are you sending money again, kid? You just paid me back such a large sum. Qin Feng's tone immediately became full of resentment. How many times have I told you that Mom doesn't lack money now? The snack bar business is a bit hard, but it's enough for me to live on. Save the money you earn and use it to get married in the future, or give more to Xiaolan. She's a girl studying outside and the expenses are high. Don't worry, Mom. I've already given money to Xiaolan. She's a wealthy woman now and doesn't lack money. Qin Feng said with a smile, This gift is specially given to you as a gift. The amount is not particularly large. Just accept it with peace of mind. Don't work so hard from dawn to dusk. If the store is too busy, just hire a helper and don't tire yourself out. Okay? There was silence for a few seconds on the other end of the phone, and then Qin Feng's even more surprised and uneasy voice was heard, "Oh. Xiaofeng, how much did you call this time? Why does it sound like a large sum of money again? You, tell mom honestly, have you done anything bad outside? You must not go astray. It doesn't matter how much money it is, mom just hopes that you and Xiaolan are safe." Her voice was filled with the same worry as Qin Xiaolan's, and a barely perceptible tremor. The same question, the same concern from the heart, made Qin Feng feel an indescribable warmth in his heart again. These were his relatives. No matter how much wealth he had, their first concern was always his safety, not how much material return he could bring. "Mom, you can rest assured." Qin Feng comforted her in a firm tone, "Your son is now successful. I have taken the right path and made a fortune. The source of this money is absolutely clean, so you can spend it with peace of mind. In the future, I promise to let you and Xiaolan live the best life, and you don't have to worry about money anymore." After hearing what Qin Feng said, Qin Feng was relieved a little, but she was still worried and repeatedly reminded him not to be proud and complacent just because he was rich, to be a down-to-earth person, and not to learn bad things. Qin Feng smiled and patiently agreed to all his advice. "Okay, then I won't say much. Just keep it in mind. It's getting late. You should go to bed early and don't get too tired." "Well, Mom, you should go to bed early too, don't work too hard." After hanging up the phone, Qin Feng's heart was filled with warmth and unprecedented motivation. For the sake of these relatives who truly loved him, he must also become stronger, make more money, and give them the most stable and happiest future. The next morning, when the sunlight shone into the room through the gap in the curtains, Qin Feng stayed in bed for a while, which was a rare occasion. "Alas, I'm already a quasi-rich man with a net worth of 3 million, but I still have to get up early to punch in for work." He stretched and laughed at himself helplessly. But then, he thought of the various beauties in the company, especially Lu Wanqi's charming appearance and Lin Wei's unique style under the iceberg, and the corners of his mouth curled up involuntarily, but fortunately, the main purpose of going to work is to conquer girls and make some money by the way. Thinking about it this way, it's not a big deal. He quickly got up, washed, changed into a decent casual outfit, and rushed to the beauty group in high spirits. As agreed, he went straight to the president's office on the top floor and knocked on Lin Wei's office door. "Please come in." Lin Wei's cold and capable voice came from inside. Qin Feng pushed the door open and saw Lin Wei, still wearing a standard dark professional suit and a pair of thin-framed glasses on her nose. She was sitting behind her desk, concentrating on reviewing documents. The sunlight poured in through the French window behind her, casting a soft halo on her slightly serious profile. "Secretary Lin, good morning. You are still as beautiful as ever today." Qin Feng greeted her with a smile and gave her a cheap compliment. Lin Wei raised her head from the documents and glanced at him with a cold gaze. She was not moved at all by his compliment. She just said lightly, "Okay, stop talking nonsense. Where is the recording? Let me listen to it." Her tone was direct and efficient. Qin Feng didn't care. He took out the meritorious phone from yesterday from his pocket and handed it over. "Here, Secretary Lin. I've listened to it in advance. The content inside can basically beat those two bastards Ma Dongming and Wang Minghai to death. However, I'm afraid they will refuse to plead guilty." Lin Wei took the phone, obviously preparing to listen to the recording carefully. While she was listening to the recording, Qin Feng asked casually, "By the way, Secretary Lin, Manager Ma was taken away by the police yesterday at the KTV because of special services. Is there any movement on the company side? Or, are there any instructions from above?" Lin Wei's brows slightly frowned when she heard a certain recording clip, but she quickly regained her composure. She waited until the key conversation was finished before taking off her headphones, looking up at Qin Feng, and said in a calm tone, "No. President Ning has suppressed this matter. Ma Dongming came to work as usual this morning, as if nothing had happened." "Ah, it's really like this." Qin Feng was not too surprised when he heard this, but he couldn't help but sigh. Ning Mashua's power was greater than he imagined. He frowned and said, "So, these recordings we worked so hard to get are useless, right?" Chapter 28 Skill Selection. She groaned for a moment, as if thinking about something, and then said to Qin Feng, "Although this KTV recording cannot be the final fatal blow, it is by no means useless. It can serve as the lead and important circumstantial evidence for our investigation. At least it can prove that there is improper collusion and profit transfer between Ma Dongming and Wang Minghai. Next, we need to find more direct physical evidence, such as the accounts between them, the modified clauses in the contract, or the specific transfer records, to verify the authenticity of the recording. As long as the chain of evidence is complete and the two complement each other, even if President Ning wants to protect him, he may be powerless, because this is no longer a simple violation of discipline, but a level that is enough to put him in the police station for investigation. Secret Lin. In private, don't always call me Secretary Lin, Secretary Lin. Lin Wei suddenly interrupted him, with a faint arc at the corner of her mouth. Her phoenix eyes, which always looked calm and sharp, also rarely revealed a trace of tenderness and recognition. If you don't mind, you can call me Sister Wei, Xin Feng. I am very optimistic about you. Wei. Sister Wei? Xin Feng was stunned at first, and then he was overwhelmed with joy. This change of address and the weighty sentence "I am optimistic about you" undoubtedly represent that Lin Wei, the most important confidant of President Gu Wanqiu, has a higher level of recognition and closeness to him. This will be a huge help to his subsequent plans in approaching Gu Wanqiu. Yeah. Lin Wei nodded slightly, and the expression on her face seemed to soften a little because of the change of address, but soon returned to her usual competence and seriousness. She continued, "I just received a very urgent task, which was assigned by Mr. Gu himself. I am really too busy to go with you to investigate my Dongming's matter in depth. However, Xin Feng, as long as you can completely handle this matter and pull my Dongming, the purchasing manager, into the water and make his position vacant, we will have the opportunity to arrange our people to compete for that vacancy later. Regardless of whether we can successfully get our people in the position in the end, as long as you can solve the big problem of my Dongming, General Manager Gu will be very happy and she will definitely remember your contribution. By then, you will definitely have an important position in General Manager Gu's team." After hearing what Lin Wei said, Xin Feng rubbed his hands and laughed. "Sister Wei, you made me a little excited. Don't worry, I will complete the task." Lin Wei was amused by his confident and even eager look. Her usually cold face showed a rare genuine smile. "Okay, go ahead. I believe in your ability. Report to me any progress at any time." "Yes, Sister Wei." Xin Feng came out of Lin Wei's office in high spirits. After closing the door, the smile on his face gradually faded and his brows furrowed. "How can I do it?" He walked to his workstation while thinking quickly in his mind. Sister Wei's meaning is very clear, that is, I have to collect physical evidence of my Dongming and Wang Minghai's collusion. But who knows if this physical evidence is hidden in my Dongming's office, home, or Wang Minghai's place in the Blue Sky Group, and... Xin Feng suddenly thought a little depressed. "I can't steal anything." He pondered for a long time, his brows furrowed, and he almost stepped a hole in the floor tiles of the office area. Wait a minute. A thought flashed through his mind like lightning. Don't I have a system? How could I forget this golden finger for such an important matter? Xin Feng was delighted and quickly concentrated his mind in an empty corner and opened the long mist system mall. Last time, he had no money and could only take a quick look at the dazzling array of goods in the mall. Now, he has more than 3 million yuan in his bank card, so he is very confident. He directly entered the keywords into the search bar and called up skills related to stealing. Soon, several skill icons appeared before his eyes. Primary lock-picking skills, 100,000. After learning, you can master the basic violent lock-picking method, which is suitable for some ordinary locks, but it is easy to damage the lock and leave traces. Primary stealth skills, 1 million. Greatly improve the host's concealment during actions, reduce the chance of being discovered, and master some basic stealth and stealth experience. Primary anti-reconnaissance awareness, 800,000. Improves the host's ability to perceive environmental dangers, making it easier to detect unfavorable factors such as surveillance and traps. Stealth is possible. Xin Feng's eyes lit up. This skill was tailor-made for him. He opened the details page of Basic Stealth Skills without hesitation. Seeing the exchange price of 1 million, he couldn't help but smack his lips. Damn, 1 million for the basics? This is too expensive. But then he thought, this mission is related to whether he can make great contributions in front of Gu Wanqiu, whether he can really get into Gu Wanqiu's core team, and even to his seemingly impossible bet with Ning Moshui. Forget it. In order to get closer to Gu Wanqiu faster, in order to be able to capture her legitimately in the future, this money is worth it. He looked at the basic lock-picking technique, again, thought for a while, let's not change the lock-picking for now, what if it doesn't need to be used? Let's see if it needs to be changed after sneaking in. Every bit of money saved is a bit of money saved. Xin Feng closed the 2 skill pages and flipped through some other interesting-looking skills in the mall with interest. Basic hacking skills, 4 million. Advanced Mathematics Mastery Elementary, 1.5 million. Basic medical knowledge including first aid, 800,000. Primary acupuncture, 10 million. Wow! These skills are so tempting. Hacking, advanced mathematics, medicine, even acupuncture? Xin Feng's mouth was almost watering, but the high price also discouraged him. It turns out that the more useful the skills are, the more expensive they are. Just this elementary acupuncture technique actually costs 10 million. TSK, it's really a money grab. After flipping through the pages, he saw another skill that made him quite excited. Primary fighting skills, exchange price 1 million. Allows the host to instantly master basic fighting skills and force generation methods, greatly improving body coordination and reaction speed, and can be used for self-defense. That's fine. Xin Feng's eyes lit up. 1 million is not cheap, but it's still necessary to use it for self-defense. Although I'm definitely not as good as those professional bodyguards and thugs, at least I won't be helpless when I encounter some small thugs in the future. He made up his mind and chose the two skills, basic stealth skills, and basic fighting skills. Chapter 29 Wan Shi gets angry. That's all. Check out. System prompts. Exchange 4 basic stealth skills costs 1 million, exchange 4 basic fighting skills costs 1 million, a total of 2 million. Confirm the exchange? Confirm. Exchange successful. Host's current remaining assets, 3,320,000. 2 million is equal to 1,320,000 yuan. Ah, my money. Xin Feng felt a pang of pain as he watched the balance displayed on the system evaporate by 2 million in an instant. These 2 million, in the past, were enough to buy a nice house in my hometown and live comfortably for the rest of my life. He was filled with emotion. In fact, according to his previous character of being content with a small fortune, if he had so much money for nothing, he would definitely save it first, and then improve his life step by step to pursue stability. But now, since he has this magical system, he has seen top beauties such as Lin Wei, Luya, and Ning Moshue, and has experienced the pleasure of being in control of everything and taking revenge. His mentality has changed dramatically. A stable life? That's too dull. What he wants now is to be in power and sleep on the lap of a beauty. Money, beauty, power, he wants them all. At the moment he confirmed the exchange, Xin Feng felt as if two complex but clear information streams were injected into his mind. One was about the skills and experience of how to hide one's body in various environments, reduce one's presence, and move silently. The other was about how to use one's own strength more effectively, how to punch, kick, dodge, and block basic fighting instincts. He subconsciously stood up and tried to swing his fists and kick his legs in the corner of the office. Although it was just a simple action, he could clearly feel that the angle of his punches, the moment of exerting force, and the coordination of his body were completely different from the previous chaotic cuckold punches. It was full of power and a kind of indescribable fluency and confidence. Xin Feng was immersed in this novel experience and was having a lot of fun gesturing to the air. Just then, the office door was gently pushed open a crack, and a little head poked in. Brother Feng? What are you doing? Lu Wanqi's voice, which was filled with a bit of innocence and doubt, suddenly rang out. Xin Feng was slightly startled when he heard Lu Wanqi's innocent and curious voice coming from the door. He quickly retracted his fists and feet that were gesturing at the air, quickly tidied up the slightly messy corners of his clothes, and then turned around with a little bit of awkwardness. Being caught dancing in the office was a bit embarrassing. He forced a smile that he thought was calm and handsome, and said to Lu Wanqi, who was curiously looking in through the crack in the door, "Oh, it's Wanqi." "It's nothing. I just felt a little stiff after sitting for a long time. I just wanted to stretch my muscles and stretch my body." "Why are you here? Is there something you want to talk to me about?" Lu Wanqi walked up to him, raised her little face, with a hint of obvious concern in her clear eyes, and said straight to the point, "Brother Feng, I didn't come to see you to stretch my muscles. I wanted to ask, how is the mission for the Blue Sky Group going? Is it going smoothly?" "Oh, you mean that?" Xin Feng heard the words and then remembered the business. He recalled and said, "As for that mission, I went to investigate secretly with Secretary Lin Weilin on the weekend and got some key information." Before he finished speaking, he noticed that the little girl in front of him had a strange aura. Lu Wanqi's originally calm face suddenly puffed up, her cheeks puffed up, her mouth slightly pouted, like an angry pufferfish. Her beautiful big eyes were also wide open, her hands were on her waist, and she was staring at Xin Feng angrily with an accusing look of "You'd better explain it to me clearly." Xin Feng was stunned by her appearance, and subconsciously took a half step back, and asked with a guilty conscience, What's wrong, Wanqi? Did I say something wrong?" "Brother Feng." Lu Wanqi's voice was filled with obvious grievance and dissatisfaction. She stamped her feet heavily. Didn't we agree before? You were going to take me with you on this mission for the Blue Sky Group. You also said you would protect me. Why did you go on the mission with Secretary Lin this weekend but didn't call me? Do you think I'm in the way and afraid that I'll hold you back? As she spoke, her eyes gradually turned red, and a thin layer of mist began to form in her big watery eyes, as if she was about to burst into tears in the next second. Qin Feng was immediately flustered when he saw this. What he feared most was that the girl would cry. He waved his hands and explained in a hurry, "Oh, no. Wanqi, please don't misunderstand me. How could I think you're getting in the way? Absolutely not." Seeing that Lu Wanqi was still on the verge of tears and unwilling to give in, he quickly slowed down his tone and patiently explained, "It's mainly because the operation over the weekend was to eavesdrop in a KTV. The situation was complicated, and that kind of place was full of people of all kinds, and it was quite dangerous. It's hard for me to guarantee that I can get out of this unscathed. What if something unexpected happens again? But I told you last time, I'm not afraid of danger." Lu Wanqi pouted, her tone still a little aggrieved, but the determination in her eyes did not diminish at all. "As long as I follow you, Brother Feng, I'm not afraid of any danger." Qin Feng looked at her cute, aggrieved and stubborn look, and felt amused and touched. He sighed helplessly and raised his hands in surrender. Okay, it's my fault, okay? I promise, next time there is a similar action, I will definitely take you with me, okay? He thought for a moment and added, "How about this? I will go to the Blue Sky Group or Ma Dongming to look for physical evidence next, so this time, it will be just the two of us, without Secretary Lin. I, your brother Feng, will lead the team and protect you personally. Is that okay?" When Lu Wanqi heard this, her eyes suddenly lit up, and her grievance also dissipated for the most part. She looked at Qin Feng with some uncertainty. "Brother Feng, are you serious? Next time you go, take me with you, not Secretary Lin?" "Of course it's true. When have I, Qin Feng, ever gone back on my word?" Qin Feng assured, patting his chest. "Then, pinky promise." Lu Wanqi stretched out her white and tender little finger and looked at him seriously. Qin Feng looked at her childish behavior, feeling a little amused, but he still stretched out his pinky finger and hooked it tightly with hers. "Pin it together, for 100 years, no change." "Yeah." Lu Wanqi finally burst into tears and a bright smile appeared on her face again. Qin Feng looked at her smiling face that was like the sun after the rain, and couldn't help but feel relieved, but at the same time he also smiled bitterly. "My goodness, I didn't expect that this little girl who usually looks weak and innocent would be a bit overwhelmed if she really got angry and got fierce. I'm a bit scared." Chapter 30 Found Information. Qin Feng's expression became serious, and he said to Lu Wanqi, "Wanqi, since we have agreed to act together next, there are some things I must explain to you first. Regarding the matter of Wang Minghai of the Blue Sky Group and manager Ma Dongming of our company's purchasing department, Secretary Lin and I have made a major breakthrough in our actions over the weekend. We successfully recorded Wang Minghai and Ma Dongming privately discussing the details of kickbacks and how to make false accounts and divide the spoils at the Heaven on Earth KTV. This recording is very crucial evidence." "Manager Ma?" Lu Wanqi opened her mouth slightly in surprise and asked in disbelief, "Brother Feng, are you talking about the manager Ma Dongming in our company's purchasing department who usually looks gentle and always speaks slowly and politely? So polite?" Qin Feng sneered, with a trace of undisguised contempt in his eyes. "That's called a beast in human clothing. You have never had the chance to see how wretched and disgusting he is in private, especially in KTV." Lu Wanqi thought about it instinctively and a look of disgust appeared on her face. Qin Feng continued, "Although we have the recording, it is not enough to completely nail them down. It would be better to get some physical evidence of their collusion, such as account books, contracts or transfer records, so that a complete chain of evidence can be formed." He looked at Lu Wanqi and said seriously, "So, my plan is that we will go talk to Wang Minghai again today. The main thing is to try to trick him and see if we can get some clues about the location of the evidence from his mouth or his reaction. At that time, I might go to the toilet and walk around his office to see if I can find anything." Qin Feng naturally didn't tell Lu Wanqi that his real killer skill was the listening to the voice of the heart, which was the core of his intelligence acquisition. "Okay, Brother Feng, I understand. I will listen to you in everything." Lu Wanqi nodded vigorously, full of trust in Qin Feng's plan. Set off. Blue Sky Group, Wang Minghai's office. When Wang Minghai saw that it was Qin Feng and Lu Wanqi who pushed the door open again, the impatience on his face almost overflowed. "Why are you two here again? You're still haunting me. Didn't I make it clear to you last time? Is there anything else? What, have you figured it out? Have you figured out my suggestion last time? As he spoke, his little eyes looked at Lu Wanqi unscrupulously again, and he even stretched out his hand, as if he wanted to touch Lu Wanqi's arm, and said frivolously, Miss, how have you considered it? As long as you nod. You can try. Qin Feng's eyes flashed with cold light. He took a step forward and stood in front of Lu Wanqi. His cold voice was like the chill wind in December. Wang Minghai was frightened by Qin Feng's fierce aura and cold eyes. He retracted his outstretched hand awkwardly, and the smile on his face became a little forced. Qin Feng snorted coldly, pulled Lu Wanqi to sit on the guest sofa, then looked directly at Wang Minghai and said straight to the point, Manager Wang, we won't waste time talking to you. We already know that you colluded with someone from our Liren group to embezzle company property. I am here today to give you one last chance on behalf of our company. Take the initiative to surrender yourself to the disciplinary inspection department, explain the problem, and strive for leniency. Wang Minghai's face really changed when he heard this, and a layer of cold sweat instantly appeared on his forehead. But he still tried to remain calm, and said in a timid tone, what nonsense are you talking about? I don't understand. What collusion? What evidence? It's totally slanderous. I, Wang Minghai, have been working diligently in the Blue Sky Group for so many years, and I have always abided by the law. Don't frame a good man. Oh? Don't you understand? Qin Feng raised a cold arc at the corner of his mouth, and silently said, listen to the heart in his heart. He immediately concentrated his mind and tried to find out Wang Minghai's inner thoughts at the moment. Wang Minghai's inner thoughts, damn, how did they know? Did I miss something? These two little bastards are most likely trying to scam me. Yes, they must be scamming me. If there was solid evidence, why didn't they call the police to arrest me or ask the company's top management to intervene? Why would they send these two youngsters to argue with me? They are too naive. Humph, all my collusion accounts, contract copies, and transfer records are all locked in a safe in a secret location. Want to scam me? No way. Secret base, safe. Qin Feng's eyes flashed, and the key information was obtained. He pretended to be choked by Wang Minghai's righteous words, as if he was just bluffing and was found out. He snorted coldly, stood up from the sofa, took Lu Wanqi's hand, and said, Humph. Wang Minghai, you take care of yourself. Let's go, Wanqi. Wang Minghai's inner thoughts, you are really trying to trick me, two useless bastards. You still want to fight me? Next time I come to see you, I will keep this little girl named Wanqi to have a good, in-depth communication. He. Although Qin Feng had turned around, he still clearly caught Wang Minghai's vicious thoughts, and a cold murderous intent flashed in his eyes. The two walked out of Wang Minghai's office. As soon as they reached the corridor outside, Lu Wanqi pulled Qin Feng's sleeve with some confusion and worry, and asked in a low voice, Brother Feng, why did you come out so soon? He doesn't seem to admit anything. Qin Feng gave her a mysterious smile, go to the coffee shop in the lobby downstairs and wait for me. I have found the key point. I have something to confirm and will be out soon. Oh, okay, Brother Feng, you be careful then. Although Lu Wanqi didn't understand, she still nodded obediently and walked towards the elevator first. Qin Feng watched Lu Wanqi leave, his mouth slightly raised. We know the things are in the safe of the secret base, but where exactly is the secret base? This is the key. He thought, but this is also very simple. It may have been difficult before, but now, I am a rich man. He glanced and landed on a bodyguard standing at the entrance of the manager's office area not far away. He was tall and strong, wearing a suit and looking alert. He had some impression of this bodyguard. He seemed to be one of Wang Minghai's personal bodyguards. When they went in just now, this bodyguard was guarding outside. Chapter 31 Entering the Community. Qin Feng walked straight up to the burly bodyguard. Sir, this is the office area. If you have finished your work, please leave as soon as possible. When the bodyguard saw Qin Feng coming back, although his tone was still polite, there was a hint of obvious vigilance and impatience in his eyes. Qin Feng showed a smile that he thought was the kindest and most sincere, and said straight to the point, Brother, don't be nervous, I have no ill intentions, I just want to ask you about a little thing. I don't want you to help me for nothing, after the matter is done, I will transfer you 10,000 yuan for your hard work via WeChat or Alipay, how about it? The bodyguard frowned upon hearing this, and a trace of scrutiny appeared in his originally vigilant eyes. He said in a deep voice, Sir, I am a professional security guard with my professional ethics. please do not try to bribe me. Oh? Professional? Professional ethics? Xin Feng smiled and added in a relaxed tone, what if I pay 20,000? The bodyguard's Adam's apple slid up and down unconsciously, but he still kept a straight face and said in a stiff tone, Sir, I'll say it again, I have my principles. Xin Feng didn't waste time talking to him and continued to add the amount calmly, 30,000. The bodyguard's expression began to soften, and his tone hesitated for a moment, no longer as decisive as before, Sir, you. 50,000. Xin Feng folded his arms, looked at him leisurely, with a faint smile on the corners of his mouth. The bodyguard's breathing seemed to become heavier. He licked his dry lips and quickly glanced between Xin Feng and the empty corridor. It was obvious that he was having a fierce struggle in his heart. 80,000. Xin Feng held up 8 fingers and quoted the final price in a flat tone, This is the highest price I can offer. If you emphasize your principles or professionalism to me one more time, I will turn around and leave immediately. I think there will always be more flexible people willing to earn this 80,000 yuan. He exerted the final pressure on the other party. The bodyguard's originally tense expression finally collapsed completely. He looked at Xin Feng, swallowed hard, his eyes full of inner struggles, his lips moved, and finally squeezed out only one word from between his teeth, Mr. Sir. Seeing that he was still hesitating after paying 80,000 yuan, Xin Feng couldn't help but mutter in his heart, Hey! This bodyguard with thick eyebrows and big eyes really has some professional ethics? So upright? Even 80,000 yuan can't knock him down? Just when Xin Feng thought that this matter might fail, the bodyguard suddenly sighed like a deflated ball, looked at Xin Feng with a helpless look, and said, Sir, you ask. In fact, when you offered 30,000 just now, I thought it was completely fine. But you keep raising the price. Xin Feng. He took a deep breath and suppressed the speechlessness in his heart, but then he changed his mind and thought about how he had just raised the price all the way up. The feeling of using money to attack people was indeed a bit overwhelming. It feels so good to be rich and willful. He cleared his throat and asked, Well, do you know where exactly your manager Wang Minghai's so-called secret base is? The bodyguard heard this and shook his head, Sir, I really don't know about this. He paused, as if he was afraid that Xin Feng would be dissatisfied, and quickly added, No. But what? Xin Feng asked. But I know he has a place he often uses for dates. The bodyguard lowered his voice and said mysteriously, Manager Wang has a mistress outside, and his wife doesn't know about it. He would sneak with the mistress to a place for a tryst every now and then. I guess his important things are likely hidden there. That place is in the Happy Home community in the south of the city. Happy Home? Xin Feng repeated it, keeping the name firmly in mind. Yes. And I also know, the bodyguard came closer and lowered his voice, almost whispering in Xin Feng's ear, Manager Wang is not only having an affair outside, he is also colluding with someone inside your Liren group. The two of them often discuss things in Manager Wang's office or some hidden places outside when no one is around. They must be doing something shameful. Hearing this, Xin Feng looked strangely at the bodyguard who suddenly became so talkative. The bodyguard seemed to see the doubt and inquiry in Xin Feng's eyes. He laughed self-deprecatingly, lowered his voice, and said with some dissatisfaction and complaints, Sir, don't really think we are serious bodyguards. To put it bluntly, we are just ordinary security guards hired by Manager Wang at a high price to guard the house and fill the door. He bought us these intimidating suits and asked us to stand at the door, just to pretend and scare those outsiders who don't know anything about it. He paused, lowered his voice, and almost gritted his teeth as he spoke, and to be honest, Manager Wang is a very stingy person. He often finds ways to delay paying our wages. After hearing this real explanation, Xin Feng suddenly understood and couldn't help but secretly complained, Oh, so that's it. This is the result of delaying the payment of employees' wages. Serves you right. Okay, brother, thank you very much this time. Xin Feng nodded, took out his mobile phone, and signaled the bodyguard to take out his mobile phone as well. I will transfer the money now, please check it. He followed the amount that the bodyguard had said before, 30,000 is the agreed amount, and directly transferred 30,000 yuan. Although he is not short of money now, there is no need to be a sucker. When the bodyguard saw the arrival information displayed on his phone, his face suddenly lit up with joy, and he nodded and bowed repeatedly, Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. Boss, if you have anything else you want to know, just come to me. As long as I know it, I promise to tell you everything I know. Xin Feng ignored him, turned around and walked quickly towards the elevator, and went to the lobby downstairs to meet Lu Wanxi. Next to the coffee shop, Lu Wanqi was sipping juice anxiously. Seeing Qin Feng finally coming back, she stood up quickly. "Brother Feng, you're back. How's it going? Have you found any clues?" Qin Feng showed a confident smile on his face and snapped his fingers at her. "Done. I have found the specific address where the evidence of their collusion is stored." "Wow. Brother Feng, you are so awesome." Upon hearing this, Lu Wanqi's beautiful big eyes were instantly filled with little stars of admiration. "It's okay, no big deal." Qin Feng waved his hand pretending to be relaxed. "There's no time to lose, let's go now and find out what's going on in that place." "Yes. Let's go." Lu Wanqi nodded vigorously, full of confidence in Qin Feng. The two of them quickly left the Blue Sky Group, and Qin Feng went straight to the Happy Home community based on the address he had just asked from the bodyguard. Arriving at the gate of the Happy Home community, Qin Feng originally thought that the security in such a high-end community would be very strict, and it would be very troublesome to check in and out, so he was already prepared to possibly take it by surprise again. As a result, when they arrived at the gate of the community, the security guard on duty in the security booth at the gate just glanced at them casually, pressed the door opening button without even asking a question, and let them in. Enter the community smoothly. Chapter 32 Intermediate Lock-Picking Techniques. Qin Feng and Lu Wanqi wandered around the Happy Home community and soon found the specific house number the bodyguard mentioned, room 708, building 12. "This should be the place." Qin Feng looked up at the door number and said to Lu Wanqi beside him. He went forward and tried the doorknob, but the door was naturally locked. "It seems that I still need to learn the lock-picking skill." Qin Feng thought to himself, but the main target is not this door, but the safe hidden inside by Wang Minghai. The door may be opened, but the safe is something that cannot be opened without professional skills. Forget it, spend the money. He quickly opened the system mall in his mind and searched for skills related to lockpicking. Primary lock-picking skills, 100,000. After learning, you can master the basic violent lock-picking method, which is suitable for some ordinary locks, but it is easy to damage the lock and leave traces. Intermediate unlocking skills, 500,000. After learning, you can master a variety of non-destructive unlocking skills, which are suitable for most civilian locks and some simple safes. The unlocking process is silent and leaves no trace. Advanced Locksmith, exchange price 10 million. Locksmith Grandmaster, can open most things. Qin Feng looked at the three options and chose intermediate lock-picking skills without hesitation. Choose this unlock picking without damage. He thought, first of all, I must not alert the enemy. If someone finds out that the door lock is broken, Wang Minghai will definitely move the evidence immediately. Secondly, if I am really discovered, he will not be arrested for corruption, but I will be arrested for burglary first. That would be fun. Confirm to redeem intermediate lock-picking skills? Consume 500,000. Confirm. Exchange successful. Host's current remaining assets, 124W 50W equals 74W. A huge and sophisticated knowledge and experience about the structure of locks, the principle of unlocking, and the use of various tools flooded into Qin Feng's mind like a tide, and was completely absorbed and mastered by him in an instant. He felt that his hands seemed to have become more dexterous. Qin Feng took out a few thin metal wires and picks from the small bag he carried with him. These were all bought in advance at a roadside hardware store in order to use them in conjunction with these lock-picking skills. He walked to the door of room 708, took a deep breath, inserted the metal wire into the keyhole, turned it slightly, and listened attentively to the subtle changes of the marbles in the lock core. Lu Wanqi looked at him nervously from the side, not daring to breathe. Click. With an almost inaudible sound, the door lock opened. Done. Qin Feng smiled proudly. The system is amazing. Such a complicated anti-theft lock was opened in one go, and it's not broken at all. It's simply amazing. He pushed the door open a crack, confirmed that no one was inside, and then waved to Lu Wanqi. Wanqi, come in. This is the home where Wang Minghai keeps his mistress. Brother Feng, is it not a good idea for us to just go in like this? Lu Wanqi said in a low voice, still a little hesitant and nervous. Don't worry, it's okay, we'll make it quick. Qin Feng lowered his voice. Those things he has that can't be seen in public are probably hidden in the safe here. Let's quickly find the safe and see if we can get the evidence. The two tiptoed into the apartment, which was a two-bedroom, one-living-room apartment decorated in a warm and feminine style, with a faint scent of women's perfume lingering in the air. Search separately. The safe is usually placed in a hidden location in the bedroom or study. Qin Feng said to Lu Wanqi. The two searched the living room and study room roughly, but found no trace of the safe. When they walked into the master bedroom, Lu Wanqi's face flushed. On the big bed in the bedroom, there were several bold and scarce women's underwear scattered randomly, and on the bedside table were some, well, strange-shaped and unknown nightgowns. Ahem. Qin Feng was also a little embarrassed, and quickly looked away, thinking to himself, apart from anything else, Wang Minghai is quite good at having fun. This room is 100% prepared for his little lover. Lu Wanqi was so embarrassed that her neck turned red. She lowered her head and dared not look again. It seems that the safe is not here. Qin Feng said with forced calmness, could it be, this is not his secret base for hiding important documents? Is it just a place to hide his mistress? He couldn't help feeling disappointed and confused. Just as he was deep in thought, there suddenly came the sound of a key being inserted into the lock and turned outside the apartment's security door. Oh my god. No. Someone is back. Qin Feng's face changed drastically, and alarm bells rang in his heart. He and Lu Wanqi looked at each other in horror, and saw tension and panic in each other's eyes. Quick! Hide! Qin Feng acted decisively and pulled Lu Wanqi towards the only hiding place in the bedroom, a large built-in wardrobe. Wanqi, quick! Hide in the wardrobe! The two of them hurriedly got into the closet, and Qin Feng closed the closet door a little. The closet was small, and the two of them were almost pressed against each other, chest to back, and could clearly feel each other's rapid heartbeat and warm breath. Almost at the moment they hid, the door of the apartment was opened with a click. Then, there were the sounds of a man and a woman talking and laughing, and the sound of a door closing. Only a slightly greasy man's voice was heard, with a bit of impatience. Baby, I'm very angry today, you have to be careful later. This voice was Wang Minghai. Then, a charming woman's voice responded with a smile, really? Then I'll have to feel it very well to see how angry our brother Wang is today. When Lu Wanqi in the closet heard this explicit conversation, her cheeks instantly turned red as if blood was dripping from her, and her body involuntarily shrank into Qin Feng's arms. The woman continued to ask with a hint of curiosity in her tone, but coming to the point, Brother Wang, why do you seem a little unhappy today? Did something happen in the company? Obviously, she saw that Wang Minghai was not just flirting. Wang Minghai sighed, his tone filled with annoyance and disdain. Don't mention it. I don't know where these two young fools, a man and a woman, came out of nowhere and dared to come to my office to check on me. And, damn, they actually found out something. It's really unlucky. Chapter 33 5 minutes. After hearing Wang Minghai's complaints, his lover curled her lips in annoyance and said in a tone of commonplace, Oh, Brother Wang, I thought it was a big deal. Is it worth sighing over such a small trouble? She nonchalantly flicked her nails, which were painted with bright red nail polish, and said lightly, What's there to worry about? As usual, I'll send a few people over to deal with those two ignorant little guys and teach them a lesson. Isn't that the end of it? You. She dragged out the last syllable and looked at Wang Minghai meaningfully, waiting for his response. When Wang Minghai heard this, the sadness on his face instantly disappeared, and his eyes lit up. He immediately understood what she meant, and hurriedly nodded and bowed to move forward, hugged Jiaojiao's waist, and kissed her hard on the face, laughing, Ha, my Jiaojiao is still a person with connections and methods. With your words, I am completely relieved, Brother Wang. Don't worry, the money will definitely be in place. You will definitely benefit from it. After hearing this, Jiaojiao's eyes immediately flashed with a gleam of satisfaction, and her whole body twisted more passionately in Wang Minghai's arms, letting out a few deliberately raised laughs. In the closet, Qin Feng heard the conversation between Wang Minghai and his lover clearly, and his heart sank. This lover is not simple. Does he have any underworld background? He can easily call people to do things. He secretly thanked himself for the elementary fighting skills he had exchanged before. Although I may not be able to beat professional thugs, I should be able to handle a few ordinary thugs. But I have to be careful and protect Wanqi, the girl next to me. The space in the closet was already small, and with two people squeezed in, it seemed extremely crowded. Qin Feng could almost feel Lu Wanqi's slightly rapid breathing due to nervousness, as well as the faint girlish fragrance coming from her body. He lowered his voice and whispered in her ear, Wanqi, how are you? Are you okay? Feng. Brother Feng, I'm fine. It's a little hot in here, and a little stuffy. Lu Wanqi's voice was as thin as a mosquito, with a barely perceptible tremor. She was almost sticking to Qin Feng's body, and could clearly feel the warmth of his chest and his strong heartbeat. Lu Wanqi's heart was beating like a deer, and she was so embarrassed. I'm so close to Brother Feng. What's the smell on Brother Feng? It smells so good. His embrace. No, it's so warm and safe. Ah, what am I thinking about? I'm such a bad girl. Qin Feng felt Lu Wanqi's stiff body and her increasingly red cheeks, and knew that hiding for a long time in such an environment would be a great test for her. He was just thinking of a way to see if he could quietly open the cabinet door and hide in a more hidden place when the two people outside were not paying attention. Just as he was about to open the cabinet door. Bang! The bedroom door was kicked open, and then the rustling sound of clothes and the unbearable flirting and laughter between a man and a woman came in. Then, there was the dull thud of a heavy object falling on the bed and the creaking sound of the bedboard unable to bear the weight. Obviously, Wang Minghai and his lover outside could not wait to start their real business. Soon, there were waves of blushing, heavy breathing between men and women, ambiguous moans, and the creaking sound of the bed shaking violently, mixed with a few obscene words that were unbearable to the ears. These sounds were like devilish sounds, clearly transmitted to the ears of Qin Feng and Lu Wanqi in the closet. In the narrow, dark, and stuffy closet, Qin Feng and Lu Wanqi were forced to listen to the vivid live broadcast outside, and both of them were extremely embarrassed. Lu Wanqi was so embarrassed that she buried her head deeply in Qin Feng's arms, her small hands tightly grasping the corner of his clothes, her body trembling slightly because of shame and nervousness. Qin Feng also felt uncomfortable. He could clearly feel the soft body and rapid heartbeat of the girl in his arms. The reckless movements outside were like a catalyst, making the already ambiguous atmosphere in the closet even more subtle and a little dry in the mouth. The two were forced to cling to each other, listening to those exciting sounds. Unconsciously, their breathing became a little heavy, and it seemed that some strange feelings were quietly growing in their hearts. In the dim light coming through the closet door, the two could even see the same embarrassment and a hint of confusion in each other's eyes. They subconsciously looked at each other, then hurriedly avoided each other, but their bodies were getting closer and closer due to the limited space. I don't know who took the initiative first, maybe it was the atmosphere, or maybe it was the hormones in the darkness. The two of them slowly approached each other, the distance between their cheeks getting shorter and shorter, their breathing becoming hotter and hotter. They could almost feel each other's breath. Just when their lips were about to touch, and the forbidden ambiguity was about to be ignited. Ah! So cool! Suddenly, Wang Minghai's satisfied and somewhat exhausted shout came from outside. This sudden voice was like a bucket of cold water, instantly extinguishing the ambiguous feelings that had just arisen in the closet. Qin Feng and Lu Wanqi were both startled by the shout and separated as if they had been electrocuted. When they saw each other's faces so close to each other in the gesture of almost kissing just now, they both blushed. Lu Wanqi's cheeks were so red that they seemed to be bleeding. She lowered her head suddenly, wishing she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. She felt ashamed, embarrassed, and annoyed. Qin Feng was also embarrassed, but more of it was an indescribable depression and a feeling of not knowing whether to laugh or cry. He suppressed the urge to complain and roared wildly in his heart, "Fuck! Wang Minghai, you old bastard! Are you fucking serious? Are you kidding? It's only been less than 5 minutes? And it's gone?" Chapter 34, Finding the Safe. Aha! Just now, what happened just now? I almost, Brother Feng, did he want to kiss me? Or was it me? Oh my god, I'm so shy. I can't face anyone. Lu Wanqi's heart was beating like 10,000 little rabbits, and her mind was in a mess. She was throbbing with the almost kiss just now, as well as the shame and anger of being disturbed by the vulgar noise outside, and the regret for her own bold idea. Target, Lu Wanqi, favorability +5, current favorability, 63. Ding! Target Lu Wanqi's favorability has exceeded 60 points. Triggering favorability level reward, host's total assets will be increased by 6 times. Detection and critical hit determination. Determination successful. Triggering lucky critical hit. This asset increase multiplier is +1 extra. Asset increase calculation, current asset 790,000 yuan x 7 times equals 5.53 million yuan. Newly added assets, 4.74 million yuan. Qin Feng was not interested in the astronomical amount of money on the system panel. His mind was a little confused. The soft and fragrant woman in his arms and Lu Wanqi's shy and slightly confused eyes almost made him lose control. This little girl, did she want to kiss me just now? He muttered to himself. He wanted to strike while the iron was hot and do something to Lu Wanqi, or at least say a few tender words to ease the embarrassment. But seeing her burying her head deeply, her small ears turning red, and her whole body curled up in the corner of the closet like a frightened quail. He couldn't say anything else and could only temporarily suppress the temptation in his heart. At this moment, there was a noise in the bedroom outside the closet. The little lover seemed to get off the bed and put on her clothes. Her footsteps then walked towards the big closet where Qin Feng and Lu Wanqi were hiding. Click. The door on the left side of the wardrobe was opened from the outside. Qin Feng and Lu Wanqi held their breath instantly, their hearts in their throats. They stared at each other in horror. A hand with bright red nail polish reached in, rummaged casually among the hanging clothes, and took out a piece of clothing that looked like a woman's coat. The cabinet door was slammed shut again roughly. Just as Jiaojia was leaving with her coat in hand, Qin Feng and Lu Wanqi in the closet heard her snort with disdain, and she complained very softly, almost to herself, "Humph, this old thing is really useless. I'll have to find someone else to relieve my heat after this." It was not until they heard Jiaojia walking out of the bedroom in her slippers and the sound of the door outside closing that the two people in the closet breathed a sigh of relief as if they were exhausted. Lu Wanqi's legs went limp, and she collapsed directly into Qin Feng's arms, breathing heavily and leaning tightly against Qin Feng's chest. Inside the closet, Qin Feng and Lu Wanqi held their breath and waited for a few minutes. The bedroom outside was silent, and Wang Minghai's slightly heavy breathing gradually subsided. Just when Qin Feng thought that Wang Minghai might really fall asleep and was about to signal Lu Wanqi to relax a little and adjust her squeezed and numb posture, suddenly, they heard a rustling sound of fabric rubbing against the bed, followed by the unique faint prompt sound when a mobile phone is unlocked. Then, the intermittent background sound of rapid switching of short videos came faintly from the direction of the bed. The sound of the phone lasted for about 5 or 6 minutes, and then suddenly stopped. After a while, just when Qin Feng thought he might be tired from playing and ready to go to bed, the bed creaked again, and there was a new movement. Qin Feng immediately became alert and looked out nervously through the thin gap in the closet door. Wang Minghai sat up from the bed, yawned, then staggered down from the bed, barefoot, and walked straight to the wall facing the bed in the bedroom. He stood by the wall, reached out and fumbled for a few times on a landscape painting that looked quite elegant on the wall, and then moved the painting to the side with force. Behind the painting, there was a silver-gray electronic password safe embedded in the wall. Damn! It turns out it's hiding here. Qin Feng was ecstatic, staring at Wang Minghai's movements without blinking. Wang Minghai skillfully pressed a series of numbers on the password disk of the safe, and with a few slight electronic beeps, the door of the safe popped open. Qin Feng saw the entire process of entering the password clearly through the crack in the door and remembered it firmly in his mind. Wang Minghai took out a few pieces of paper that looked like documents from the safe, flipped through them quickly with the light from the mobile phone screen, a relieved expression appeared on his face, and then he snorted disdainfully, "TSK. Just relying on you two greenhorns, you think you can find evidence against me? Dream on." After that, he carefully put the pieces of paper back into the safe, locked it, and moved the painting on the wall back to its original position, covering it tightly. After saying this, he carefully put the pieces of paper back into the safe, locked it again, moved the landscape painting on the wall back to its original position, and carefully covered it tightly to ensure that nothing unusual could be seen. After doing all this, Wang Minghai did not go back to sleep as Qin Feng expected. Instead, he picked up the coat on the sofa and put it on. He checked his mobile phone and wallet, apparently preparing to go out. Qin Feng and Lu Wanqi in the closet held their breath and listened nervously to the noise outside. Soon, they heard Wang Minghai open the bedroom door and walked out, followed by the sound of the apartment door being opened and locked with a click. Wang Minghai is gone. Qin Feng waited patiently in the closet for about 5 or 6 minutes, listening carefully to the sounds outside. After confirming that Wang Minghai had really left and would not be back in a short time, he made a safe gesture to Lu Wanqi beside him. The two of them then felt relieved and gently pushed open the closet door little by little. After coming out of the narrow, stuffy, ambiguous and thrilling closet, the first thing Qin Feng and Lu Wanqi did was to run to the balcony and breathe in the fresh air outside. They felt like they were reborn. Lu Wanqi's cheeks were still red, and her forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat. Chapter 35 Getting Evidence. Standing on the balcony, after greedily breathing several mouthfuls of fresh air, Qin Feng and Lu Wanqi finally recovered from the extremely tense, exciting, ambiguous and thrilling confinement in the closet. Lu Wanqi's cheeks were still flushed, and she looked at Qin Feng with fear in her eyes, but also mixed with a special feeling that she herself had not noticed because of the shared experience of danger. "Brother Feng, what should we do now?" Lu Wanqi calmed down and asked in a low voice. She was still thinking about the safe that Qin Feng had seen through the crack in the closet door. "Wang Minghai has left. Should we go check the safe now?" "That's right. Xin Feng lowered his voice, with a hint of excitement in his tone that could not be missed. Now that the old man and his lover are gone, there are only two of us in the whole house. It's the best time for us to act. Let's go back to the bedroom. The two of them did not hesitate any longer and quickly and quietly returned to the master bedroom from the balcony. Xin Feng walked straight to the suspicious landscape painting, carefully recalling every subtle movement of Wang Minghai. He stretched out his hand and carefully felt around the lower right corner of the frame and the wall next to it. Ah, so that's how it is. Xin Feng suddenly exclaimed. He touched a tiny button at the bottom right of the picture frame that was almost integrated with the color of the wall. He pressed it lightly, and with a slight click sound, the landscape painting that seemed to be fixed at first could move horizontally to the side. What an amazing design! If I hadn't seen Wang Minghai operate it with my own eyes, who would have thought there was a mechanism here? Xin Feng secretly praised and quickly moved the painting away, revealing the silver-gray electronic password safe behind it. He took a deep breath, recalled the password he had memorized before, stretched out his fingers, and pressed the keys on the password disk accurately one by one. Beep, 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 beep. As the last digit was entered, the safe made a slight click sound, and the heavy door popped open a crack. Success! Xin Feng was delighted. He opened the door of the safe, and the scene inside made him exclaim, "Oh my God!" He saw that in the small safe, there were several golden bars neatly stacked on the top. Each one looked very heavy. This guy really knows how to enjoy himself. He even hides his gold bars in such a stylish way. Xin Feng thought to himself, but I am now a man with a net worth of several million. I really don't care about just a few gold bars, hee. He carefully took out the gold bars and put them aside. Under the gold bars, there was indeed a stack of documents and a thick brown paper bag. Xin Feng picked up the stack of documents and flipped through them quickly. The more he read, the more he smiled. Inside were all printouts of emails between Wang Minghai and Ma Dongming about the ice silk fabric being sold as inferior and overpriced, a revised copy of the supply contract, and some internal account records marked with the word kickback. And in the brown paper bag, there were stacks of cash and several bank card transfer receipts. Got it. Wanshi, this is it. These are the ironclad evidence of their collusion. Xin Feng excitedly waved the documents in his hand to Lu Wanshi. Really? That's great. Lu Wanshi's face flushed with excitement. Brother Feng, let's go quickly. Okay. Xin Feng stuffed all the key evidence into the backpack he carried with him, and was about to leave with Lu Wanshi, but suddenly his eyes rolled. He took out a pen from his pocket, quickly wrote a few words on the note paper next to him, then he chuckled, unfolded the note, and placed it in the center of the safe. The note was written in flamboyant language, Wang Minghai, wait for death. Ha ha ha. It comes from your nightmare. After doing all this, the two quickly left apartment 708. In a taxi, Wang Minghai was tapping the window with his fingers in annoyance. He suddenly cried out ouch and sat up straight. Master, turn around. Go back to the happy home community. What's wrong, boss? The driver was a little confused. Damn it, I forgot to take the most important thing. Wang Minghai slapped his thigh in annoyance. In addition to venting his anger on his sweetheart, his main purpose in coming back this time was to move the core evidence he had hidden in the safe to a safer place. Although he thought no one should know about the secret base, he felt a little uneasy after being messed around by Xin Feng and his two young men recently, so he thought he should move it to a safer place for psychological comfort. Oh, it's all the fault of those two blind bastards. They made me so confused that I forgot such an important thing. Wang Minghai cursed in his heart and urged the driver to turn around quickly. Just as his taxi was heading back towards the happy home community and approaching the community gate, he suddenly saw two familiar figures hurriedly walking from the opposite direction of the community, seemingly preparing to stop a car on the side of the road. Wang Minghai took a closer look and was so shocked that his eyes almost popped out of his head. Weren't those Xin Feng and Lu Wanshi? Why are they coming from my direction? Wang Minghai suddenly had an extremely ominous premonition in his heart. Xin Feng also saw Wang Minghai in the taxi almost at the same time. He was also shocked, but immediately a bright and friendly smile appeared on his face. He waved to Wang Minghai through the car window, made a bi-mouth shape, then took Lu Wanshi, turned around quickly, and walked away in the other direction without looking back. As he walked, he quickly took out his cell phone, called an online taxi, and located it directly to the headquarters of the beauty group. Wang Minghai in the taxi looked at Xin Feng and Lu Wanshi, who were obviously coming from the direction of his lover's happy home, and Xin Feng's provocative bye-bye at the end. An indescribable fear and anger instantly swept over him. He immediately felt something was wrong and shouted at the driver at the top of his lungs, "Quick! Drive in! Quick!" He rushed back to apartment 708 as fast as he could and saw that the door lock was intact and the paintings on the wall were still hanging there, as if no one had touched them. He breathed a sigh of relief and cursed in his heart, "I was scared to death. These two bastards, are they probably following me? They are really haunting me. Tisk." He walked up to the painting with lingering fear, pressed the hidden button, moved the painting away, and then entered the password of the safe with trembling hands. Click. The safe door popped open. Wang Minghai looked inside hastily. The gold bars were still there, but underneath them there was nothing. All those documents and account books that he valued more than his life were gone. Instead, there was a lonely white piece of paper with a few big words written on it in arrogant handwriting. Wang Minghai picked up the note and saw that it read, "Wang Minghai, wait for death. Ha ha ha. From your nightmare. Ah. Ah. Ah." Wang Minghai's eyes instantly burst open, and he let out a shrill roar like a wild beast, his fat face twisted and deformed due to extreme anger and fear. "Qin Feng. Lu Wanqi. IFK your ancestors. I will make sure you die miserably." He was so angry that he was shaking all over and almost fainted. He smashed things around the room like crazy, then calmed down a little and took out his cell phone tremblingly. He first called his lover and roared, "Hello? Jiajio. Find someone for me. No matter how much it costs, kill those two little bastards from yesterday. Kill them to death." After hanging up the phone, he immediately dialed another number, his voice filled with tears and endless resentment. "Hello? Manager Ma. Manager Ma, something big happened." Chapter 36 Threats. The taxi was driving smoothly. Qin Feng and Lu Wanqi were sitting in the back seat, both of them were still immersed in the thrilling infiltration and unexpected gains. Lu Wanqi hugged the backpack containing evidence tightly, her face showing both nervousness and a hint of excitement and admiration for Qin Feng that was difficult to conceal. Just as the taxi was about to turn into the road in front of the Liren Group building, Qin Feng's eyes suddenly shone, and he suddenly said in a deep voice, "Master, stop the car." The driver was startled by his sudden shout and subconsciously stepped on the brakes. "Brother Feng, what's wrong?" Lu Wanqi also looked forward nervously. At the main entrance of the company building, the gentle and elegant manager of the purchasing department, Ma Dongming, who was wearing gold-rimmed glasses, was standing there with a gloomy face. Behind and on both sides of him, there were 7 or 8 young men with unruly looks and bad eyes. Although they were wearing different casual clothes, it was obvious from their standing posture and the vigilant eyes that they looked around from time to time that they were not good people. They were clearly a group of hooligans who came out to do business. It seems that old guy Wang Minghai is very quick and has already informed everyone. Qin Feng sneered in his heart. He quickly took the backpack from Lu Wanqi's hand, pulled out the key evidence document bag from it, stuffed it back into Lu Wanqi's arms, then lowered his voice and said decisively, "Wanqi, listen, these evidences are extremely important, you must hand them over to Secretary Lin Weilin safely. I will get off the car to meet them later. You find a chance, take advantage of the chaos to sneak into the company through the side door or find a way to go directly to the top floor to find Secretary Lin, understand?" "No. Brother Feng, it's too dangerous for you to go alone. I won't let you go." Lu Wanqi became anxious when she heard it, and grabbed Qin Feng's arm tightly with her little hand. "Don't worry," Qin Feng patted her hands and smiled to reassure her. "In public, in front of the company gate, what can they do to me? I know my limits." He paused, leaned close to Lu Wanqi's ear, and said with an ambiguous tone that only the two of them could hear, with a smirk, "Besides, I'm still thinking about when I can have a chance to taste your little one-mouth one, Wanqi. How can I let myself get into trouble so easily?" "Feng, brother Feng. You are fooling around again." Lu Wanqi's pretty face turned red instantly because of his sudden love words and the warm breath beside her ears. Her heart was pounding and she hit him coquettishly. Target, Lu Wanqi, favorability +3, current favorability, 66. "Then you must be careful," Lu Wanqi finally warned with deep concern. "Okay. Don't worry." Qin Feng smiled confidently, pushed open the car door and got out. He took a deep breath and thought to himself, "We have to face it head on. Since Ma Dongming can block the main entrance of the company, there must be people ambushing at other entrances and exits. Rather than passively looking for other entrances and being surrounded and beaten by them in a remote place, it is better to solve the problem openly at the entrance of the hall where people come and go. At least there are many people here, and they dare not do anything too extreme." Xin Feng straightened his collar, with a faint sneer on his face, and walked straight towards Ma Dongming and the group of thugs. When Ma Dongming saw that Xin Feng actually dared to get out of the car and walk over alone, a trace of surprise and viciousness flashed in his eyes. The gangsters around him also immediately became alert and surrounded Xin Feng. "You are..." Ma Dongming was about to speak, putting on the airs of a manager. Xin Feng didn't give him a chance to speak, and spoke first, saying to Ma Dongming in a flat tone, "Manager Ma, right? It just so happens that I have something to talk to you about. It's not convenient here because there are so many people talking. Come with me to the stairwell over there and let's talk alone." As he spoke, he walked straight towards the relatively secluded stairwell in the corner of the lobby on the first floor. He knew clearly, although I have learned basic fighting skills and my physical fitness is much better than before, the other party is outnumbered after all. If we really fight in front of the company gate, the impact will be too bad, and I may not get any good results. Catch the leader first. As long as Ma Dongming, the backbone, is controlled, these gangsters will naturally not be a big deal. Ma Dongming was stunned by Xin Feng's attitude of taking the initiative, and he didn't react for a while. Seeing this, several thugs around him immediately surrounded him. Xin Feng suddenly turned his head, his eyes sharp, and shouted at the thugs, "What are you doing? This is the beauty group. It's working hours now. What are you guys doing here? Gathering to cause trouble? Get back to your posts. Otherwise I'll ask the security to kick you all out immediately." He said this deliberately, pretending to be a senior executive of the company scolding ordinary employees, in order to take the initiative and scare these thugs. The thugs were stunned by his sudden scolding and inexplicable aura. They were at a loss for a moment and looked at Ma Dongming one after another. Ma Dongming was in a dilemma at the moment. He didn't expect Xin Feng to be so difficult to deal with. He was also afraid that if things got out of hand at the company gate, it would be disadvantageous to him. He gritted his teeth and waved impatiently at the hooligans. Okay, you guys go away and wait to the side. I want to talk to this Mr. Qin alone." The thugs then dispersed a little in disappointment, but they still stared at Xin Feng with a fierce look. Taking advantage of this moment of chaos and when most people's attention was focused on Xin Feng and Ma Dongming, Lu Wanqi quietly got out of the taxi from the other side, lowered her body, quickly slipped into the side door of the company building, and ran towards the elevator. The light in the stairwell on the first floor was a little dim. Xin Feng calmly looked at Ma Dongming, whose face was livid, and spoke first. "Tell me, Ma Dongming, how do you want to make your debut in today's situation?" Ma Dongming took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. He thought he had already got hold of Xin Feng's handle, and a smug sneer appeared on his face. "It's very simple. Hand over what you got from Wang Minghai intact. As long as you hand it over, today's matter will be forgotten, and we can still be friends. He changed the subject and threw out another carrot. "Besides, since you are so aware of current affairs, I can also make the decision and say a few good words to President Ning, and arrange a good position for you in President Ning's faction, to ensure that you will rise quickly in the company in the future. Otherwise, if you, a powerless employee, offend us, it will be difficult for you to get along in the beauty group in the future. Don't worry, as long as you give me the things, your previous investigation mission will still be considered as a successful completion, and you will not lose a penny of the bonus you deserve." Oh, a classic stick plus a date. Xin Feng heard this, as if he had heard a big joke, and couldn't help but sneer. He stretched out his little finger, slowly picked his ear, and then blew it gently to blow away the non-existent earwax, and then looked at Ma Dongming lazily. "Are you done?" Xin Feng asked calmly. Ma Dongming was completely enraged by his attitude of not taking him seriously, but he suppressed his anger and tried to give a final advice. "I'm done. Xin Feng, I advise you to think carefully and not ruin your bright future because of a momentary impulse. I think very clearly." The smile on Xin Feng's face disappeared instantly, replaced by a cold and murderous look. He stared at Ma Dongming and said word by word, "Ma Dongming, you are dead." Chapter 37 We're finally meeting. Ma Dongming was shocked by Xin Feng's harsh words and cold eyes. He was furious and his face was bulging with veins. "What did you say? Xin Feng, didn't you fucking hear what I just said to you? You are just a small employee, how dare you threaten me? I tell you, I can find 100 ways to make you completely unable to survive in this company, do you believe it? Oh? You want me to be unable to get by?" Xin Feng raised his eyebrows. There was no fear on his face. Instead, he showed an expression as if he was looking at an idiot, as if he had heard something extremely ridiculous. He leisurely took out his phone from his pocket, unlocked it without haste, and opened the bank app. He held up the balance screen with a long string of numbers in front of Ma Dongming and said in a calm tone, "Manager Ma, please open your eyes and look carefully." "What is this?" Ma Dongming subconsciously leaned over to take a look, and saw a long string of glaring numbers on the phone screen, which made him gasp and his eyes almost pop out. Ones, tens, hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands. He counted tremblingly, and the more he counted, the colder his heart became. "Did you see it clearly, Manager Ma?" Xin Feng took back his phone, with a playful smile on his face. Ma Dongming was completely stunned. He looked at Xin Feng in disbelief. No. No. You are so rich, why the hell are you still working here? Why are you a clerk? I like it, what's it to you? Xin Feng shrugged, looking relaxed and comfortable. Ma Dongming's heart was instantly filled with shock. Damn it. This guy is much richer than me. How can I bribe him? He doesn't lack money at all. All the threats and inducements he had prepared were stuck in his throat at this moment, and he couldn't say a word. He was timid but still wanted to make a final struggle. "So what if you have money? Aren't you afraid of me?" "What am I afraid of you for?" Xin Feng interrupted him, the smile on his face gradually turned cold. "Manager Ma, I'm so rich, guess if there is any background behind me that you can't afford to offend?" You. Ma Dongming was completely choked by Qin Feng's words. He looked at Qin Feng's fearless and unfathomable appearance, and the idea of resistance in his heart was completely extinguished. Bribery, he is richer than him. Threat, he doesn't seem to be afraid at all, and may even have a stronger background than him. How can this be played? Xin Feng looked at Ma Dongming's distraught and cold sweaty look and smiled with satisfaction. He stepped forward, stretched out his hand, patted Ma Dongming's shoulder heavily, and said in a serious tone, "Manager Ma, you should take a long-term view. Some money can be taken, but some money is too hot to handle. You should take care of yourself." After saying that, he no longer paid attention to Ma Dongming, who had completely wilted. He turned around, walked out of the stairwell leisurely, and headed towards the elevator hall. Xin Feng took the elevator all the way to the president's office area on the top floor and walked straight to Lin Wei's office. He pushed open the door and found that Lu Wanqi was already here, sitting on the sofa in the reception area with Lin Wei, chatting quietly. Seeing Xin Feng coming in, the two women looked at him. Lu Wanqi's eyes were full of peace of mind and undisguised admiration, while Lin Wei's eyes were filled with a bit of scrutiny and subtle approval. "Xin Feng, you're back." Lin Wei spoke first. Her voice was still cold, but upon closer listening, it seemed to have a little more warmth than usual. "Is there anything wrong with Ma Dongming?" "Don't worry, Sister Wei." Xin Feng smiled confidently and walked to the sofa opposite them and sat down. "That old guy has been completely frightened by me. I guess he is hiding in a corner and trembling." "Once she gave you the things, right?" "Well, I've taken a preliminary look at the evidence, and it's very crucial." Lin Wei nodded, with a rare look of sincere admiration on her face. "Xin Feng, you did a great job this time. With these things, plus the KTV recordings, Ma Dongming and Wang Minghai, the two pests of the company, will definitely be brought to justice and will never be able to turn over again." As she spoke, she picked up an envelope from the desk and handed it to Xin Feng. "This is a special approval from Mr. Gu. It's a bonus for you for this operation. It's not much, just 50,000 yuan. Divide it between the two of you." Xin Feng took the envelope, without even looking at it, and handed it directly to Lu Wanqi beside him, saying generously, "Wanqi, take this money, it's all yours." "Ah." Lu Wanqi was shocked by the sudden huge sum of money and waved her hands quickly, her face flushed. No. "Brother Feng, I can't take this money. This mission, from beginning to end, you have been working hard. I didn't do anything at all. How can I get so much money?" "Why didn't you do anything?" Xin Feng said with a smile, "You accompanied me to adventure in a place like Happy Home. Without you, I might not be able to do it so smoothly. You deserve this money." "But..." Lu Wanqi still felt unworthy. Seeing her insistence, Xin Feng rolled his eyes and thought of an idea, so he smiled and said, "How about this, Wanqi, you take this money first, just think of it as saving it for me temporarily, okay?" "Save it for you?" Lu Wanqi looked at him in confusion. "Brother Feng, what does this mean?" Xin Feng moved closer and whispered in her ear with a teasing and ambiguous tone, "What I mean is, my money will be your money sooner or later, right?" "Ah." Lu Wanqi was stunned at first, and then she realized the deep meaning of Qin Feng's words. Her fair cheeks instantly turned red as if blood was dripping out, and even her ears were burning hot. She was shy and embarrassed. She stretched out her little pink fist and gently hit Qin Feng's arm, saying angrily, "Brother Feng. You are teasing me again. Who is your family?" "Oh." Qin Feng raised his eyebrows in surprise. "I didn't say we are a family, you said it yourself." "Could it be that? Wanshi, you already regard me as a family member in your heart?" I didn't." Lu Wanshi was amused by him and was at a loss what to do. She covered her burning cheeks and grumbled incoherently. Her little pink fists kept hitting Qin Feng gently. She looked like a little girl who was playing and flirting with her lover. Lin Wei, who was sitting at the side, quietly watched the intimate interaction between Qin Feng and Lu Wanshi, which was full of pink bubbles. Her usually calm eyes seemed to have a subtle ripple. She picked up the coffee on the table and took a sip. Her eyes were filled with a little envy that she herself had not noticed, as well as a very subtle discomfort that she herself had not noticed. Qin Feng enjoyed Lu Wanshi's sweet beating and was in a good mood. He grabbed Lu Wanshi's little hand, stuffed the envelope containing the 50,000 yuan bonus into her hand, and said in a doting tone that could not be refused, Okay, I won't tease you anymore. You should keep this money first, and treat it as my little housekeeper. Take care of this small treasury for me first, okay? Little housekeeper. Lu Wanshi's heart skipped a beat when she heard this intimate name, and her cheeks were so red that they almost smoked. This time, she did not refuse forcefully, but just lowered her head and said softly, which was considered as tacit acceptance. But she kept telling herself in her heart, I'm just keeping it for Brother Feng temporarily. I have absolutely no other intentions, absolutely no. At this moment, the internal phone on Lin Wei's desk suddenly beeped. She picked up the receiver and listened for only a few seconds before putting it down and saying to Qin Feng, Mr. Gu wants you to come in for a talk. Oh. Qin Feng was excited when he heard that, with a hint of excitement and anticipation in his eyes. I'm finally going to meet the legendary President Gu Wanqiu. He stood up, straightened his collar, and nodded to Lin Wei and Lu Wanqi. Gu Wanqiu's CEO's office is next to Lin Wei's office. Qin Feng took a deep breath, walked to the heavy wooden door, and knocked gently. Please come in. A female voice came from inside, which was as beautiful as the sound of nature, but also carried a hint of coldness and majesty. Qin Feng pushed the door open and walked in. Inside the spacious and bright office, the huge French windows overlooked the bustling city. Facing the door was a large mahogany desk and an equally impressive black leather boss chair. At this moment, the boss chair was facing away from him. Qin Feng could only see the outline of the chair back and a little bit of black hair on his head vaguely showing from above the chair back. Chapter 38. Give me a chance to pursue you. Qin Feng took a deep breath, calmed himself, and slowly walked into the president's office with elegant style and broad view. Just when he was about 3 steps away from his desk, the large black leather boss chair slowly turned with an elegant rhythm. The first thing that caught Qin Feng's eyes was a pair of slender, straight, perfect jade legs wrapped in black stockings, elegantly crossed. Following the breathtaking curve upwards, there was a well-cut black professional skirt, outlining a slender waist and a full body. Further up, there was a beautiful face that could make any man fall in love with it. Bright eyes, white teeth, a beautiful nose, cherry lips, skin whiter than snow, elegant temperament with a subtle charm and majesty. She casually draped her long black curly hair over her shoulders, with a faint, elusive smile on the corner of her mouth, looking at Qin Feng with her beautiful phoenix eyes that seemed to be able to see through people's hearts. The system panel pops up instantly. Target, Gu Wanqiu. Age, 27. Occupation, President of Beauty Group. Appearance, 97. Favorability, 10 subordinates I have heard of slightly. Status, single. Qin Feng secretly praised in his heart, it is indeed the best of the best. His face remained calm, and he bowed slightly respectfully. Hello, Mr. Gu, I am Qin Feng. Gu Wanqiu's gaze stayed on Qin Feng for a few seconds. She opened her red lips slightly, and her voice was as clear and sweet as pearls falling on a jade plate, but with a hint of the calmness and aloofness of a superior. Qin Feng, don't be so reserved. Sit down. She pointed to the guest chair in front of the desk. Thank you, Mr. Gu. Qin Feng sat down as he was told, with an upright posture and calm eyes looking at Gu Wanqiu. Lin Wei told me everything. Gu Wanqiu leaned back slightly, leaning against the back of the chair, her hands elegantly folded in front of her, with a hint of appreciation in her tone, this time regarding the matter of Ma Dongming from the purchasing department and Wang Minghai from the Blue Sky Group. You did an excellent job, you were thoughtful, bold, and decisive, and helped me and the company a lot. I am very pleased that the company has such an outstanding young person like you. Mr. Gu, Thank you for your praise. This is what I should do. Qin Feng said modestly, but he was secretly thinking about what the female president would say next. I heard from Lin Wei that you hope to have a chance to work for me? Gu Wanqiu narrowed her eyes slightly, looking at him with a half smile. I trust Lin Wei very much. Since she recommended you to me, I am willing to give you this opportunity. From today on, you will be transferred to the president's office and work with Lin Wei as my personal secretary, responsible for assisting me in handling some daily affairs and special projects. What do you think? Personal secretary? Qin Feng's heart moved. This was one step closer than he expected. He immediately stood up and said respectfully, Thank you, Mr. Gu, for your trust and promotion. I will do my best to live up to your expectations. Gu Wanqiu nodded with satisfaction, motioned him to sit down, and then changed the subject and asked, Then, in addition to the arrangement for this position, Qin Feng, do you personally want any reward? Whether it is money, or some power or resources within the company, as long as it is what you deserve, you can boldly ask me for it. Qin Feng was delighted when he heard this, knowing that the real opportunity had come. He pretended to be silent for a moment, then raised his head, looked at Gu Wanqiu with burning eyes, and said word by word, Boss Gu, if possible, I don't need money and power for the time being. The reward I want is. What is it? A hint of curiosity flashed in Gu Wanqiu's eyes. What I want is you, Mr. Gu, to give me a chance to pursue you. Qin Feng said in a shocking manner. He knew in his heart that if he wanted to get the attention of a proud girl like Gu Wanqiu who was high up and used to seeing all kinds of outstanding men, or even make her interested in him, it would never work if he followed the rules. He had to take her by surprise and use the most direct and bold way to leave the most profound first impression on her. Moreover, since he had the system and experienced so many things, Qin Feng's self-confidence had already expanded many times. He now disdained those ordinary, step-by-step pursuit methods. What did you say? The smile on Gu Wanqiu's face froze slightly, and a hint of surprise flashed in her beautiful eyes. She even wondered if she had heard it wrong. Gu Wanqiu, one of the two most famous golden flowers in the business world of Donghai City, was in charge of the huge Liren group at a young age, and she was never short of suitors. Those so-called rich young men, sons of wealthy businessmen, young talents, rising stars in the political world, and even some gangsters with deep backgrounds, had launched fierce offensives against her. But to be honest, this was the first time that an ordinary employee of such a low status in the company proposed to pursue her in such a straightforward and even somewhat offensive way. In the past, most men who were many times higher in status than Qin Feng were very cautious in front of her, and would even think twice before looking at her. Was the Qin Feng in front of him too arrogant and ignorant, or was he really well prepared, and had some hidden card that he hadn't seen through? Gu Wanqiu's mind raced, but she still kept a calm smile on her face. No matter what, this man did succeed in attracting a little bit of her attention. She just hoped that this man could give her a little more surprise, otherwise it would be too boring. She opened her red lips slightly, with a hint of playfulness in her tone. Oh? Your request does surprise me a little. Qin Feng, tell me, why do you want this? She leaned forward slightly, with a look of oppression in her eyes. And why do you think I would think highly of you and give you the opportunity to pursue me? Do you believe it? I only need one word to let the security guards kick you out of here and make sure you can never stay in the beauty group? Chapter 39 Charity Gala. Qin Feng was not intimidated by her queen-like aura, but instead showed a confident smile. Boss Gu, before I answer your question, can I ask you, how many boyfriends have you had? Ha? Gu Wanqiu was stunned by his sudden question, then raised her eyebrows and asked with a smile, why? You want to do a background check? Not many, just a few hundred. She made up a number casually, with a hint of teasing in her tone. Ahem, ahem. Qin Feng was almost choked by the number and was speechless. What the hell, hundreds of them? This Mr. Gu is really good at making shocking statements. He calmed himself down, still with that confident smile on his face. Then Mr. Gu, among the hundreds of boyfriends you have had, you probably haven't dated someone like me, right? Gu Wanqiu heard this, a mischievous smile flashed in her eyes. She nodded and admitted, well, indeed not. After all, this is the first time I have met a suitor as bold, poor, and of such a low status as you. The poverty and low status are only temporary. Qin Feng said with high spirits, his tone full of unquestionable confidence with the system. Qin Feng can now lie and brag without even having to write a draft. Boss Gu, give me a chance, and give yourself a chance. I promise that I can make you feel an unprecedented and unique new love experience. This kind of experience is something that those so-called sons of wealthy businessmen and politicians can never give you. Oh? Really? Gu Wanqiu looked at him with interest, the playful smile on her lips deepened. It sounds very tempting. It's a pity. She deliberately dragged out the ending tone. I won't give you this chance. Ha! The confident smile on Qin Feng's face froze instantly, and he was dumbfounded. This script is wrong. According to the routine, shouldn't the female CEO be attracted by his domineering and unique personality at this time, and then half-heartedly agree? Seeing Qin Feng's expression change from high spirits to stun and cute in an instant, Gu Wanqiu couldn't help but burst out laughing. Just like the iceberg thawing and the snow lotus blooming, the whole office seemed to be brighter because of it. She was completely amused by Qin Feng's cute look. This guy, he was so confident before, but now he looks so frustrated. It's really a bit cute. She stretched out her slender jade fingers, tapped the table lightly, stopped laughing, and said to Qin Feng, "Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Considering that you have indeed made great contributions this time, and are so, different, I will give you this opportunity." When Qin Feng heard Gu Wanqiu's last words, the stone hanging high in his heart finally fell to the ground. He almost flipped over, and the first step was sent. Target, Gu Wanqiu, favorability +5, current favorability, 15. Gu Wanqiu looked at him leisurely, with a playful smile on her lips. She opened her red lips and asked, "Okay, I've given you the chance. So, my pursuer, can you tell me now how you plan to pursue me?" Qin Feng's smile froze slightly. He really didn't have time to think about this question in detail. He was just busy trying to get her to agree to give him a chance. He scratched his head awkwardly and said honestly, "This. Mr. Gu, to be honest, I really haven't thought of the specific steps." Gu Wanqiu raised her eyebrows slightly when she heard this, with a hint of undisguised teasing in her eyes. "Oh? You want to pursue me, Gu Wanqiu, just with passion and a few empty words?" Qin Feng, I'm beginning to think that you might really be just a brainless, reckless man. Qin Feng thought to himself that this female CEO was not so easy to fool. Gu Wanqiu stretched out her slender jade fingers, tapped the table lightly, and said in an unquestionable tone, "Don't say I didn't give you a chance to perform. There will be a charity dinner tonight, and the celebrities and business elites of Donghai City will be in attendance. You, as my male companion, will accompany me to this party." She paused, her eyes fixed on Qin Feng sharply, with a hint of warning. "Qin Feng, this is the only time I am interested in your so-called pursuit, and the only opportunity one am willing to show you. You must seize it. I don't want you to be so unplayable that I will feel bored and completely lose interest in you, understand?" "Understood. I promise to complete the task." Qin Feng immediately straightened his back and answered decisively. "Are you kidding? This is a great opportunity to get close to Gu Wanqiu, the stunning female CEO, and even to appear in public as a male companion. How could he let it go?" "Very good." Gu Wanqiu nodded with satisfaction. "Then you can go out now. After get off work in the evening, come directly to my office to pick me up." After she said that, she lowered her head and prepared to continue processing the documents. It was obvious that she did not intend to say anything more to him. Qin Feng did not leave immediately. His eyes rolled, and a bold idea came to his mind. Instead of leaving, he took a step forward and extended his hand to Gu Wanqiu, with a bright and slightly proud smile on his face. "Mr. Gu, since I am your male companion to attend such an important occasion, let's leave together now?" "Ha?" Gu Wanqiu raised her head from the documents again, her beautiful eyes full of confusion. "What are you doing? The charity gala starts tonight, didn't I just tell you that?" She even began to doubt whether this guy was really a little stupid and couldn't even figure out the most basic time. Qin Feng was not in a hurry, and the smile on his face became even wider. "Mr. Gu, you misunderstood. It's true that the party starts in the evening, but I don't have a formal suit that can match you and attend that kind of occasion." He looked at Gu Wanqiu and continued, "So, I plan to buy a suit this afternoon. However, I think it would be more sincere if my female companion personally selected the suit for me. It would also ensure that my outfit would match your extraordinary elegance tonight. Moreover, maybe I can even provide some reference suggestions for your dress tonight." He raised his chin slightly, with a hint of just the right amount of pride, and added, "Think about it, Mr. Gu, you must have attended countless banquets and parties, but you have probably never personally chosen the outfit for your male companion to attend a party, right? Isn't this a very novel and interesting experience?" After hearing what he said, Gu Wanqiu was stunned for a moment, and then her beautiful phoenix eyes gradually showed a hint of real interest. She had to admit that Qin Feng's suggestion was indeed interesting. Letting her personally choose a suit for her male companion was indeed an experience she had never had before, and it sounded quite novel. She looked at Qin Feng, who was confident and a little smug, and the little devil-like playful thoughts that he aroused in her heart emerged again. Okay, Qin Feng. Gu Wanqiu raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a meaningful smile. Since you are so considerate, I will make an exception and accompany you. However, I must remind you that my standards are very high. As she spoke, she stood up and gently placed her hand on Qin Feng's hand that was still stretched out in the air. Chapter 40 Yiren Feng. The door of the president's office opened with a click. When Qin Feng naturally held Gu Wanqiu's hand and the two walked out side by side in an intimate manner, Lin Wei and Lu Wanqi, who were busy processing documents in the office area outside, seemed to have pressed the pause button at the same time. The actions at hand stopped abruptly and they were all stunned. The high-end fountain pen in Lin Wei's hand fell on the smooth table with a click, making a not too small crisp sound. Her usually calm, capable, expressionless face was now filled with incredible shock and astonishment. The pair of phoenix eyes behind the thin-framed glasses on her nose suddenly opened wide, staring at the two people's tightly clasped hands, her voice trembling a little. Gu. Mr. Gu, what are you doing? Lu Wanqi, who was standing next to her, opened her mouth slightly into an O shape. She looked at Qin Feng, who looked calm and composed, and then at President Gu, who was holding his hand tightly. On weekdays, he looked like a fairy descending from the earth and was not interested in worldly matters. Her mind went blank in an instant. She had no idea how to react. She just subconsciously murmured, Feng, brother Feng? Gu Wanqiu glanced at the shocked faces of the two men, then glanced at her hand held by Qin Feng, and frowned slightly. She immediately realized that they were too intimate to hold hands in front of their subordinates, which was not in line with her usual style. The next second, Gu Wanqiu pulled back her hand expressionlessly. Qin Feng felt his hand was empty, and looked meaningfully at Gu Wanqiu, who had returned to her icy appearance. The smile on his lips deepened, but he didn't say anything. When Gu Wanqiu turned to Lin Wei, her expression had completely returned to her usual calm and cool expression. She spoke in a voice that was usually emotionless, Secretary Lin, I'm going to take Qin Feng out and buy him some clothes. When Lin Wei heard this, her mind went wild, and she almost thought she was hallucinating. She was shocked as if the sea was overturning. Buying clothes? She almost cried out, what kind of clothes do you, the IC CEO, need to take him to buy in person? Moreover, just now they actually came out holding hands? Although Mr. Gu immediately let go, that was too much. Mr. Gu and Qin Feng, what is their relationship? For a moment, countless questions and speculations swirled wildly in Lin Wei's mind, making her want to slack off during work hours and post on the company's internal forum for the first time. After Gu Wanqiu finished speaking, she didn't explain anything further. She just said to Qin Feng, let's go. Then she took the lead and walked straight towards the elevator. The sound of her high heels hitting the ground was crisp and decisive. When Qin Feng passed by Lu Wanqi, he saw that the little girl still had a silly look on her face and seemed to be in a very good mood. He stretched out his other empty hand and gently pinched her chubby face, which felt good. He smiled with a bit of teasing and doting in his tone and said, Wanqi, you've come back to your senses. Work hard and I'll bring you some candy tomorrow morning. Ah. Oh. Okay, brother Feng. Lu Wanqi's cheeks turned red when he pinched her like that. She nodded mechanically, but her eyes followed Qin Feng's steps to catch up with Gu Wanqiu. Although they were no longer holding hands, the scene of them walking together, one after the other, still made her feel mixed emotions. It was not until the two of them disappeared at the elevator that she suddenly felt drained of her strength. An inexplicable bitterness mixed with a deep sense of loss surged into her heart. Brother Feng. How could he and President Gu? They were clearly holding hands just now. The more she thought about it, the more uncomfortable she felt, and her pretty head drooped weakly. After the initial shock, Lin Wei quickly forced herself to calm down. She took a deep breath, pushed her glasses on the bridge of her nose, and picked up the pen on the table again, but her sharp eyes were always fixed on the direction of the elevator door closing. The eyes under the lenses flickered, full of deep confusion, shock, and a strong desire to find out the truth that she herself had not even noticed. Today's matter is definitely not simple. The elevator door slowly closed, completely isolating the inquiring and gossiping eyes of the office area outside. In the small space with four metal walls, for a moment, there were only the different breathing sounds of the two people and the faint cool perfume on Gu Wanqiu. It was Gu Wanqiu who broke the silence first. She leaned against the inner wall of the elevator and glanced at Qin Feng, who was standing upright beside her with a calm expression. The corner of her mouth curled up with a hint of a smile. There is such a little fangirl in the company who is devoted to you, and you dare to come and provoke me blatantly. Xin Feng, you are really brave. Xin Feng heard this and turned his head to meet her teasing and scrutinizing gaze. His smile remained unchanged and he replied in a relaxed tone, Boss Gu, you are joking. If I am not brave enough, how can I dare to pursue a daughter of heaven like you? After listening to this, Gu Wanqiu was stunned for a moment, then sneered softly with an inexplicable meaning. He did not ask more questions on this topic, but just commented, slippery tongue. This was considered as tacit agreement with his statement. The elevator door opened, and the two came to Gu Wanqiu's exclusive parking space, where a black Bentley with smooth lines and low-key luxury was parked. Can you drive? Gu Wanqiu took out the car keys from her bag and asked casually. Yes. Xin Feng nodded. Although he didn't have a car, he had obtained a driver's license a long time ago. Gu Wanqiu directly threw the car keys to him, you drive. Xin Feng took the key steadily, opened the car door, sat in the driver's seat, and felt the comfortable seats and technologically advanced interior of the top luxury car. The car quickly drove out of the underground parking lot and merged into the daytime traffic. The car was silent for a while, and Gu Wanqiu finally spoke. She glanced at Xin Feng and asked, tell me, where do you want to take me to buy things? It can't be an ordinary shopping mall, right? Xin Feng listened, still steering steadily, with a faint smile on his face, and said directly, of course not. Mr. Gu, let's go wherever you usually buy clothes. Gu Wanqiu's beautiful eyes flashed with surprise. She looked Xin Feng up and down, her tone a little scrutinizing and suspicious, are you sure? Where I buy clothes, any piece starts at hundreds of thousands. Why, are you going to let me pay? I will definitely pay for it myself. Xin Feng's answer was still crisp and clear, full of confidence. Gu Wanqiu stared at Xin Feng for several seconds. This guy's eyes were unusually calm. Facing her direct questioning just now, he didn't even waver at all. That calmness didn't seem to be fake. She couldn't help but murmur in her heart, with a hint of uncontrollable surprise and curiosity, is he pretending? Or is he some hidden rich second generation? She wanted to poke him a few more times to see if he would reveal his true intentions, but seeing Xin Feng's calm attitude of you can choose whatever you want, I'll pay for it, Gu Wanqiu's tentative thoughts were aroused with some real curiosity. She wanted to see what this man was up to, whether he was really confident or just pretending to be mysterious. Okay, Gu Wanqiu raised the corner of his mouth almost imperceptibly, with a hint of playful challenge, and directly gave an address, then let's go to Yirenfang, that's where I often go. Chapter 41 Su Qing. The car drove through the bustling city and finally stopped in front of a boutique that didn't look particularly big, but was decorated very elegantly and low-key, with no eye-catching signs at the door. The name of the store was just three beautiful words Yirenfang. As soon as Xin Feng parked the car, a waiter dressed in a well-dressed cheongsam and with a gentle temperament came forward and opened the car door for Gu Wanqiu. The two walked into the store and saw a beautiful woman, about 35 or 36 years old, wearing a modified velvet cheongsam, showing the plumpness and charm of a mature woman to the fullest, coming out from the inner hall with a smile on her face. When she saw Gu Wanqiu, she greeted him warmly. The system panel pops up at the appropriate time. Target, Su Qing. Age, 35. Occupation, owner of Yirenfang senior fashion designer. Appearance, 87. Favorability, 20. She is an old acquaintance of Gu Wanqiu and her best friend. She is initially friendly to the people she brings with her. Status, widowed. Oh. I was wondering who it was. Such a distinguished guest has come. Isn't this our President Gu? What fragrant breeze brings you here? Su Qing's voice was like a yellow oriole singing out of a valley, with some of the softness of a Jiangnan girl, but her eyes were shrewd and capable. Gu Wanqiu smiled and exchanged a few pleasantries with her, then pointed at Xin Feng beside her and said, Sister Qing, I came here today specifically to bring you business. This guy next to me has to accompany me to a charity dinner tonight, and he's in need of a suitable outfit. You guys also sell men's suits here, right? Sell. Of course. Su Qing looked at Xin Feng inconspicuously, then showed Gu Wanqiu a meaningful smile. As long as it is a guest brought by you, President Gu, let alone a suit, even if it is the stars in the sky, Sister Chang will find a way to pick them for you, right? She then instructed a young female shopping guide next to her, Xiao Qian, hurry up and take this gentleman to the VIP fitting room. Take his measurements carefully and bring out the latest and best handmade suits in our store that will suit his temperament best. Let him try them on carefully. Yes, Sister Chang. The shopping guide named Xiao Qian responded respectfully and politely led Xin Feng to the fitting area in the inner room. When Qin Feng was taken in to measure his size and choose a style, he vaguely heard Su Cheng and Gu Wanqiu chatting and laughing in low voices in the living room outside. Su Cheng asked in a gossipy tone, "Hey, Wanqiu, tell me the truth, what's going on? I've known you for so many years, and now the sun is rising from the west, and you actually brought a man to buy clothes from me. Miss Gu, are you finally tempted by someone?" After a pause, she curiously asked, "Who is this handsome boy? Tell me quickly, which family is he from?" "I, Su Qing, know most of the young and handsome men in Donghai City, but this one looks very unfamiliar to me." Gu Wanqiu took a sip of tea and replied calmly, "Sister Qing, don't make wild guesses. He is just a small employee in our company." "Clerk?" Su Qing's voice rose several degrees, with incredible surprise. "My dear President Gu, you are not going to play the domineering female president accidentally abducted by a poor young man drama with me? Oh my, I really didn't expect that you have been picky for so many years, and there is no man around you who you like. It turns out that you like this kind of thing." Gu Wanqiu rolled her eyes at her helplessly. "What are you thinking? Things are not what you think." She recounted the whole story. After listening to Gu Wanqiu's explanation, Su Qing suddenly realized what was going on. She then looked Gu Wanqiu up and down with great interest, her beautiful eyes flashing with gossip. She said in amazement, "So, this little boy named Qin Feng is really interesting." She moved closer, lowered her voice, and asked Gu Wanqiu with a sly smile, "Tell me, Wanqiu, what are your plans for him?" Gu Wanqiu drank her tea leisurely. Her tone seemed casual, but in fact, she was in control. "What's your plan?" "Let's see." She paused and continued in a flat voice, "Let him try tonight. If he can surprise me and perform well enough, I don't mind giving him a chance and then see what happens later. But if he makes me feel boring, then of course I'll just go wherever I want and get out of here." This sounds cruel, but it is in line with Gu Wanqiu's usual style. Hearing this, Su Qing let out an exaggerated ouch and smiled. "My dear President Gu, your standards are really high. You want him to be both a surprise and eye-catching. TSK, I'm afraid this guy won't be around you for long." In the living room outside, although Su Qing and Gu Wanqiu spoke in low voices, Qin Feng could actually hear most of what they said. Qin Feng thought to himself, "It seems that Gu Wanqiu and Ning Wanqiu are the same. They both say they have a lot of boyfriends, but after all this time, it's still Chur. Interesting, such a top-notch girl, I must get her." Thinking of this, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly with a hint of playfulness and confidence. At this time, with the professional service of the shopping guide Xiao Qian, Qin Feng had indeed changed his clothes and was waiting to go out and give the two of them a big surprise. Qin Feng's body proportions are pretty good. This is thanks to the fact that when he was in college, he went to the gym for a short period of time in order to pursue a few girls who he thought were very beautiful at the time. Although he didn't catch up with any of them because his wallet was too empty, it was a waste of time, but he has a hanger-like body with broad shoulders, narrow waist, and well-proportioned muscle lines. With Qin Feng's good figure, the experienced shopping guide Xiao Qian was also very quick and quickly selected and matched a complete set of dark suits for him. From the well-fitting suit to the tie, cufflinks, leather shoes, and the simply groomed hairstyle, after all the tidying up, Qin Feng really looked a lot more energetic and had a more calm and capable temperament. Qin Feng stood in front of the large floor-length mirror and looked at his new self. He was still the same person, but after putting on this outfit, his temperament was indeed very different from his usual casual style, less unruly and more mature and stable. He nodded at the mirror, thinking that although the price of this Yirenfang product was definitely not cheap, the effect on his body was indeed not bad, at least it looked quite real. After taking a deep breath and finally checking whether his tie was tied properly, Qin Feng stretched out his long legs and walked out of the fitting area with a calmness and strong confidence emanating from the inside out. Chapter 42 Power Outage. "How is it, Mr. Gu?" Qin Feng put his hands slightly in his trouser pockets, stood tall in front of Gu Wanqiu and Su Qing, and asked in a steady voice with just the right smile. The conversation in the living room came to an abrupt halt. Su Qing's eyes lit up first, and she looked carefully at Qin Feng, not hiding the surprise and admiration in her eyes. Gu Wanqiu just glanced at him indifferently, looked him up and down calmly, and there was no special emotion in her tone. She only commented, "Well, it's okay, just average. It looks much neater than the one you just wore." After saying that, she retracted her gaze, picked up the teacup beside her, and took a sip slowly, as if she had just expressed the most ordinary opinion about an ordinary commodity and didn't take it too seriously. Qin Feng curled his lips in his heart and thought to himself, the requirements are really high. Su Cheng was not as calm as Gu Wanqiu. She burst into laughter and walked directly to Qin Feng, patted his arm, and said jokingly, "Wancho, only you are so picky that you would say it's just average." In my opinion, Sheen Fong looks completely different in this outfit. If he were to package it a little, send it to a fashion magazine for a cover photo, or stand on a catwalk, he would be a professional male model and would definitely charm a lot of girls. Before Su Qing finished her praise, snap! All the lights in the entire Yirenfang store, along with the air conditioners and music, went out in an instant. The originally bright and elegant store was suddenly plunged into darkness and silence, with only a few faint rays of light coming in from the floor to ceiling windows, barely outlining the outlines of people and objects. "Oh my! Really?" Su Qing's voice, slightly helpless and annoyed, rang out in the darkness. "Why is it happening again?" The sudden change made Qin Feng's heart tremble. He reacted almost instinctively and subconsciously reached out to pull Gu Wanqiu and Su Qing, who were closest to him, slightly behind him to prevent any emergencies. After a brief moment of astonishment and silence, he quickly took out his cell phone and turned on the flashlight function. A not too strong beam of light from a cell phone barely pierced through the dense darkness around them. Seeing that the two ladies seemed to be just startled by the sudden incident and were not seriously injured, Qin Feng's mind moved slightly, wanting to ease the somewhat tense atmosphere a little, so he playfully shone the cell phone flashlight from his chin upwards on his face, lowered his voice, and said in a deliberately eerie tone, "Woo woo woo. Who is it? Who is playing tricks in the dark?" "Pa!" Su Qing was obviously in no mood to joke with him. She hit him on the arm unhappily and said angrily, "It's already late, and you're still making trouble. Shine the flashlight." She then turned to the window and said to Qin Feng, "Xiao Feng, use your phone to shine for me first. I'll open the curtains in the hall. It's daytime now, so at least some light can come in." Qin Feng followed his instructions and directed the beam of light from his mobile phone toward the window. Su Qing fumbled and walked quickly to the huge French windows facing the street, and with some effort, she pulled open the heavy velvet curtains one by one. As the curtains opened, the sunlight from outside squeezed in, barely illuminating the living room area, at least allowing people to see each other's faces and the outlines of the sofas around them. Unfortunately, that was all. Alas, Su Qing walked back to Qin Feng and the others, her voice sounding even more tired and powerless. "This outer hall is fine, thanks to these large windows. Even if there's a power outage during the day, there's still some light. But the design studio, dressing room, and those independent VIP fitting rooms inside, in order to ensure the absolute privacy of the guests, they didn't have any windows facing the outside when they were designed. Now that there's a power outage, it's pitch dark inside, as dark as ink, and no delicate work can be done." Gu Wanqiu frowned slightly, and then she spoke, her voice carrying a hint of coldness and obvious concern. "Sister Qing, what's going on? Did you not pay the electricity bill? How is it possible?" Su Qing's voice was filled with resentment and exhaustion. "Wanqiu, you know that although my Yirenfang is low-key, my customers are either rich or noble. How could I default on such trivial matters as electricity and water bills?" She paused and sighed deeply. "It's that bastard Mo Tianming. The younger brother of my dead husband. He's haunting me." "Mo Tianming?" Gu Wanqiu's tone suddenly turned cold. It was obvious that she was familiar with the name. "I remember him. Is he still unwilling to give up? Is he still pestering you and trying to take over your store?" "Yeah," Su Qing said bitterly. "Before, he called a few hooligans to come to my store to make trouble, throw garbage, write threatening slogans and so on, trying to scare my customers away. But you also know that my Yirenfang mainly does business with regular customers, and the product positioning is also high-end customization and global limited edition. Basically, it is really rich people who come to the door through introductions by acquaintances or appointments, and the prices are not affordable for ordinary working people. So, his little tricks, except for disgusting me, actually have little impact on the business of my store. After he found out that those low-level tricks didn't affect my customer base, he stopped doing it for a while. I thought he had finally given up and retreated." Su Qing's voice was full of helplessness, "But I didn't expect that since last month, the store has suddenly lost power without any warning. At first I thought it was because the nearby circuits were aging or there was something wrong with the transformer, and I asked the power company to check, and they said the lines were normal. Later I became more cautious and found out that someone was maliciously destroying our store's electrical box. I called the police and they caught someone once or twice, but it was useless. Mo Tianming is a scoundrel, and if you catch one, he will immediately find someone else to continue the destruction. The police also said that this kind of thing is difficult to completely eradicate unless they can find direct evidence of his instigation." Su Cheng became more and more angry as she spoke, her voice even becoming hoarse. The most annoying thing is that I often need to alter clothes for customers on the spot, or provide makeup services. Those sophisticated imported sewing machines, constant temperature ironing equipment, professional makeup lights, and hairstyling tools, once the power goes out, they will all become a pile of scrap metal. Sometimes when a customer is halfway through putting on makeup, or when a high-end dress is being fine-tuned, suddenly there is a pop and everything goes dark. How can we continue to do business? How many customers have been delayed because of this, and their impression of our store has also been bad. This time it's really going to push me to the brink. I just had 2 very important VIP guests make appointments to come pick up their custom-made dresses in the evening. Su Cheng's voice was filled with suppressed frustration and anxiety. As if her troubles were not enough, and as if confirming some ominous premonition, just as she finished speaking, a slightly shrill cell phone ringtone suddenly sounded in the darkness without any warning, and it was particularly clear in this silent environment. Chapter 43: Electrician Skills. Su Cheng was like a cat whose tail was stepped on. Her body trembled slightly. It was obvious that the sudden ringing had disturbed her already fragile nerves. With a bit of impatience and a foreboding premonition, she took out her cell phone from her bag. After taking a look at the caller ID, her face became even uglier. But she still took a deep breath and answered the call, and directly pressed the hands-free button. A young man's voice with a bit of pride and rogue tone came from the phone. It was Mo Tianming, sister-in-law. Is the store inconvenient again? You see, I told you a long time ago that as a woman, why do you have to work so hard to support this store? It's so tiring. As long as you nod and agree to transfer the store to me, or just come back with me and live a good life, I promise that no one will dare to trouble you again in the future. How about it? Mo Tianming, you shameless bastard. If you have the guts, just come here openly and don't do these despicable things behind the scenes. Su Cheng was so angry that she was shaking all over. Hey, sister-in-law, you can't say that. Mo Tianming still had that rogue and unyielding tone. I really care about you. Think about it, my brother passed away early, leaving you all alone. As your brother, I have to take care of you, sister-in-law. Isn't this a matter of course? So, you should think about my proposal again? Come back with me, I promise to let you eat and drink well, and no one will dare to cause you any trouble in the future. How about it? Get out! Su Cheng roared and hung up the phone. After Su Cheng hung up the phone, her chest was still heaving violently with anger. She punched the armrest of the sofa next to her and said angrily, "This Mo Tianming is simply a scoundrel. There's no end to it." Gu Wanqiu patted her shoulder gently and comforted her. Sister Cheng, don't be too angry. It's not worth it to get yourself hurt. Let's think of other ways. We can't let him continue to be so arrogant. Xin Feng, who was standing next to him, listened to all this silently. Under the flickering light of his cell phone's flashlight, his expression looked a little unpredictable. It was not until the living room quieted down that a barely perceptible smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Power outage? Was the power box damaged? His mind raced. Hey, this may be a huge problem for others, but for me, isn't it an opportunity that comes right to my door? I'm just worried about where I can show off my skills. The sympathy he had for Su Cheng and the anger he had towards Mo Tianming were quickly suppressed by a new thought. In his opinion, this was clearly a perfect opportunity to show off. Bah, it was a golden opportunity to show off his self-worth, and it was delivered right to his door. He had to seize it. Thinking of this, Xin Feng immediately gave the system an instruction in his mind. System, check for me if there are any skills related to electricians, circuit repairs, or similar skills in the mall. It would be best if they can quickly solve this kind of power damage problem. System Mall quick search in progress. Related skills have been selected. Primary circuit maintenance, master basic circuit knowledge and be able to perform simple troubleshooting and maintenance. Exchange price, 100,000 yuan. Intermediate electrician skills, proficient in the principles of various civil and commercial circuits, able to independently complete complex circuit design, installation, testing and advanced fault repair, including rapid repair and reinforcement of damaged electrical boxes. Exchange price, 700,000 yuan. Intermediate electrician skills, 700,000. Although it's a little expensive, the effect description of rapid repair and reinforcement of damaged electrical boxes is tailor-made for this situation. Xin Feng made a quick decision in his mind. He now has a huge sum of more than 5 million in his bank card. For a mere 700,000, in order to perform well in front of the two beauties Gu Wanqiu and Su Cheng, and solve practical problems at the same time, this investment is absolutely worth it. Exchange 4, Intermediate Electrician Skills. Qin Feng confirmed to the system in his mind. Confirmed to redeem Intermediate Electrician Skills? It will cost 700,000 yuan. Confirm. Exchange successful. Intermediate Electrician Skills has been issued. The host's current remaining assets, 553W70W equals 483W yuan. Almost at the moment when the system prompt sounded, Qin Feng's mind was enlightened, and a large amount of knowledge and experience about circuit principles, safe operating procedures, fault detection methods, and various complex electrical box structures and repair techniques flooded in. This knowledge was so clear, systematic, and practical, as if he had been a senior electrician for more than 10 years and was familiar with all kinds of circuit problems. He felt that his hands seemed to have become more dexterous and steady. When he saw the electrical appliances and wires that were plunged into darkness due to the power outage, he was no longer at a loss, but could quickly analyze their possible connection methods and potential failure points. Very good. Qin Feng clenched his fists with satisfaction, feeling the strong confidence brought by this newfound ability. At this time, Su Qing said to Gu Wanqiu and Qin Feng with a tired and apologetic look on her face, "Oh, I'm so sorry, Wanqiu and Qin Feng. It seems that you can't buy clothes today. My place is a mess. You should go first." Before she finished speaking, Qin Feng suddenly spoke up, with a gentle and confident smile on his face, and said to Su Qing, "Boss, don't rush to let us go. There is a problem with the electrical box in your store, maybe. I can help you fix it and see." "You?" Su Qing's eyes widened in surprise when she heard this. She looked Qin Feng up and down. "Brother Qin Feng, aren't you an employee of Wanqiu Company? Could it be that you are an electrician?" Gu Wanqiu, who was standing by, also looked at Qin Feng in surprise. She didn't expect Qin Feng to make such a suggestion. In her impression, although Qin Feng had behaved somewhat unexpectedly recently, he seemed to have nothing to do with the profession of electrician. Qin Feng looked at the surprised expressions of the two beauties and just smiled. He didn't explain much and just said, "I know a little bit. Sister Su Qing, why don't you let me try? Anyway, there is a power outage now and I have nothing to do. Where is the power box?" The shopping guide named Xiao Qian, who had been accompanying him, said immediately, "The power box is next to the utility room in the backyard. Sir, please come this way, I'll take you there." Su Qing and Gu Wanqiu looked at each other, and Gu Wanqiu spread his hands, with a hint of watching a good show in his eyes. Su Qing had no choice but to follow Xiao Qian and Qin Feng to the backyard with some doubt. Arriving at the backyard, Xiao Qian pointed to a metal electrical box in the corner that had been pried open halfway, revealing the messy wiring inside, and said, "Sir, this is it." Qin Feng stepped forward, took a quick look inside the electrical box, and immediately identified the problem. "Well, it's not a big problem," he said confidently. The most important main wires were roughly ripped off from the terminal and a small part was cut off. The method was very amateurish, but the damage was not small. "The electrical part is pure fabrication, please don't mind it, hee. Chapter 44, Repairing the Electrical Box. Without waiting for others to react, Qin Feng squatted down and began to carefully check whether other lines in the electrical box were damaged, and began to clean up the broken wires and burnt insulation. He had a lot of knowledge and experience brought by the intermediate electrician skills in his mind, and at this moment, he operated it like a real professional. After working for just a few minutes, Qin Feng felt that his expensive custom-made suit and the shirt inside were too much of a hindrance. Especially when he needed to bend over and lean into the inside of the electrical box to perform some delicate operations, the expensive clothes were not only covered with dust, but also restricted his hands and feet, which was very inconvenient. Qin Feng was not polite, and took off his neat suit jacket neatly, and handed it to Xiao Qian, the shop assistant who was waiting beside him and was a little overwhelmed. Then, he quickly unbuttoned the cuffs and collar buttons of his shirt, took off the textured white shirt, and casually put it on the back of the chair next to him, revealing his muscular upper body wearing only a black sports vest. Although he is not a muscular man, he has maintained a certain amount of exercise all year round. At this moment, in the slightly dim light in the store due to the power outage, his healthy body without a trace of fat is still quite attractive, full of strength and vitality unique to young men. Gu Wanqiu and Su Qing stood not far behind him, looking at him with his bare chest, sweat on his forehead, concentrating on the damaged electrical box in front of him, working seriously, and they couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Su Qing was the first to come back to her senses. She nudged Gu Wanqiu next to her with her elbow and said in a low voice with a hint of undisguised admiration and amusement, "Hey, Wanqiu, you know what, Qin Feng has a pretty good figure. Look at his shoulders, waist, and the muscles on his arms. They are quite solid, much better than those frail pretty boys. Gu Wanqiu simply glanced at Qin Feng's exposed back and arm muscles that glowed with health in the dim light. There was still no emotion in her tone. She simply said him as a response, but her gaze seemed to inadvertently linger on him for another 2 seconds. Seeing her disapproving look, Su Qing couldn't help but burst out laughing. CEO Gu, you are the only one who is so picky. In my opinion, Qin Feng looks more masculine and powerful when he takes off his clothes than when he is dressed. If he goes to the beach for a walk in the summer, those girls' eyes will probably be glued to him. Upon hearing this, Gu Wanqiu curled the corners of his mouth slightly, and said nothing more. He just picked up the water cup beside him and took a sip. Seeing this, Su Qing's eyes flashed with a sly smile, and she teased her deliberately, "What's the matter, Wanqiu, did I get it right? Or, are you interested in this young handsome guy? If you really think he's okay, you have to seize the opportunity, otherwise I will strike first, okay?" Gu Wanqiu put down the water cup, the corner of her mouth raised a smile, her tone was a bit lazy and careless, and she glanced at Su Qing sideways. "Oh? You like him? Okay, if you really like him so much, then I will generously give this piece of fresh meat to you. Gu Wanqiu, don't need him. Go to hell. I'm really thinking about you, I'm afraid you'll miss a good man." Su Qing hit her in a scolding manner, but then she whispered seriously, "But to be honest, Wanqiu, this Qin Feng, although he sometimes looks slick, but at critical moments, I feel, he is really responsible and reliable." The two of them talked in low voices, thinking that no one could hear them, but Qin Feng in front of them heard every word. He was secretly happy, especially when he heard Su Qing's undisguised praise and Gu Wanqiu's hypocritical which made him more confident. "Hey, my figure is pretty good," Qin Feng thought proudly. This sudden surge of self-confidence made his head hot. Almost subconsciously, he turned his head and said loudly to Gu Wanqiu, "Wanqiu, go to the hardware store next door right now and buy me a few of the thickest fuses and a roll of high-quality insulating tape. Go quickly." He said this with confidence, as if he was commanding his subordinates. As soon as the words came out, not only Gu Wanqiu and Su Qing were stunned on the spot, but even Qin Feng himself reacted instantly. It's bad. He got too proud. Gu Wanqiu's beautiful phoenix eyes narrowed dangerously, and the air pressure around her seemed to drop several degrees in an instant. She looked at Qin Feng with an extremely cold and scrutinizing gaze, and asked word by word, "Qin Feng, what did you just say? Say it again?" Qin Feng's forehead was covered with a layer of cold sweat, and he cried out in his heart, "Damn it! I'm doomed." He quickly forced out a smile that was uglier than crying, and his tone instantly became half a meter lower. He stammered to explain, that Mr. Gu. I mean, could you please, or the boss lady, help me buy it." His voice became smaller and smaller, and he had no confidence at all. "Poochie, ha ha ha." Su Qing at the side couldn't help it and burst into laughter like a silver bell. She laughed so hard that she almost cried. "Oh my, Wanqiu, look at how cowardly he is. He dared to call you by your full name just now, but now he turns into a kitten as soon as you speak. It's so funny. Ha ha ha." Target, Su Qing, favorability +5, current favorability, 25. Gu Wanqiu looked at Qin Feng's funny look, which instantly switched from domineering to humble and cowardly, and Su Qing's undisguised laughter. Finally, the corners of her tense mouth could not help but slightly rise, forming a very faint arc with a bit of helplessness and amusement. Target, Gu Wanqiu, favorability +2, current favorability, 17. "Okay, Sister Qing, stop laughing." Gu Wanqiu glared at Su Qing, and then said to Xiao Qian, the shopping guide who was at a loss, "Xiao Qian, go ahead and follow what Qin Feng said just now. Go to the nearby hardware store and buy the best quality fuses and insulating tapes." "Yes, Mr. Gu." Xiao Qian responded quickly as if she had been pardoned, turned around and ran out quickly. Qin Feng then breathed a sigh of relief, touched his nose awkwardly, turned his head quickly, and continued to pretend to concentrate on studying the broken electrical box in order to ease the pain on his face that was about to burn. Chapter 45, Assets Nearly 100 million. Not long after, Xiao Qian came back panting with something in her hand. "Mr. Qin. Mr. Qin, I bought what you wanted." Qin Feng took over the wires, fuses and tape, and began to repair the problem in an orderly manner, relying on his decades of experience and skills as an electrician. He cut the wires, stripped the wires, reconnected the main wires that had been torn off, replaced the burned fuses, and carefully wrapped them with insulating tape. His movements were skillful and precise, and every step seemed so professional and calm, without any sign of unfamiliarity. About 10 minutes later, under the watchful eyes of the two beautiful CEOs, the boss lady, and the clerk Xiao Qian, Qin Feng stood up, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and gave Su Ching a confident smile. Boss lady, it should be fixed. Go and close the main switch, and then turn on the light and try. Is it really fixed? Su Ching still couldn't believe it, but she still walked to the main power switch in the backyard, took a deep breath, and carefully closed the switch. Snap! Almost at the same time, all the lights in the entire Yirenfang store, including those gorgeous crystal chandeliers, spotlights on the walls, and ambient lights in the display cabinets, instantly lit up again. The air conditioner also started running again, and the melodious background music came out from the speakers again. The shop was instantly restored to brightness and elegance. Wow! It's on! It's really on! Xiao Qin! You're really amazing! You're simply a god! Su Ching jumped up in surprise as she looked at the shop that had lit up again. She rushed to Qin Feng and excitedly grabbed his arm, her face full of admiration and inexpressible gratitude. I thought this business was completely ruined tonight and I had offended all the customers who had made appointments. I didn't expect you to fix it in no time. You are simply my savior. Target, Su Ching, favorability plus 10, current favorability, 35. Ding! Target Su Ching's favorability has exceeded 30 points. Triggering favorability level reward, host's total assets will be tripled. Detection and critical hit determination. Determination successful. Triggering lucky critical hit. This asset increase multiplier is plus 1 extra. Asset increase calculation, current assets 483W 4 times 3 times base plus 1 times crit equals 1932W. Newly added assets, 1449W. 119,320,000. Qin Feng looked at the long string of numbers on the system panel in his mind, and his heart was once again filled with great surprise and a sense of accomplishment. Damn! It's almost 20 million already? It seems that this skill is not bought in vain. This speed of making money is even faster than a money printing machine. He suppressed the urge to check the balance of his bank account immediately, and his face still maintained the calmness and confidence after solving Su Ching's problem. He smiled at Su Ching, who was still excited and grateful, and said, "Boss, you're welcome. It's just a small favor." He paused and added, "Also, in order to prevent Mo Tianming from using similar means to cause trouble in the future, I just modified your main line slightly and moved it to a more concealed location. Then, I laid a few more fake lines near the original location of the electrical box outside. If anyone wants to damage those lines in the future." Qin Feng said, and took out a small insulated wire stripper from somewhere, and cut a piece of wire next to him with a click. The alarm outside, which is supposed to be used to prevent theft, will immediately sound loudly and give them a surprise. Oh my god! Xiao Qin, you can even do this? Su Ching was once again shocked by Qin Feng's versatility. She looked Qin Feng up and down, and the admiration and love in her eyes almost overflowed. What on earth is wrong with your little head? You can repair circuits and make this kind of anti-theft counterattack arrangement. You are too amazing. I know a little, but they are all cheap little tricks. I'm sorry to embarrass you, boss lady. Qin Feng waved his hand modestly. Su Ching walked forward and took Qin Feng's arm very affectionately, and said in a tone that could not be refused, "What boss lady? It's too distant. Xiao Qin, from now on, you can call me Sister Ching, and I will just recognize you as my younger brother. If you have any problems in the future, just come to Sister Ching, and Sister Chang will definitely help you if she can." Target, Su Ching, favorability plus 5, current favorability, 40. Ding! Target Su Ching's favorability has exceeded 40 points. Triggering favorability level reward, host's total assets will be increased by 4 times. Detection for critical hit determination. Lucky critical hit was not triggered this time. Asset increase calculation, current assets 1932W x 4 times equals 7728W. Newly added assets, 5796W. 77,280,000? Qin Feng felt his heart was about to jump out of his chest when he saw this number. I am close to being a billionaire now? He forced himself to stay calm, but the ecstasy in his heart was like a volcanic eruption. Su Ching had no idea of Qin Feng's inner turmoil at the moment. She still pulled him close and said, "Xiao Qin, please don't be polite to me about the money for this suit today. Just think of it as a meeting gift from me. If you dare to pay, I will be very angry with you." Qin Feng felt Su Qing's undeniable enthusiasm, as well as her genuine intimacy and kindness towards him, so he couldn't refuse. He smiled and said, "Thank you so much, Sister Ching. Don't worry, if there are any minor electrical problems in your Yirenfang in the future, I'll take care of it." Okay. I feel much more relieved after hearing what you said." Su Qing smiled from ear to ear, and then instructed Xiao Qian beside her, "Xiao Qian, hurry up, take Xiao Qin to pack up the suit and the clothes he just took off carefully, and also get all the accessories." "Yes, Sister Cheng." When Qin Feng followed Xiao Qian to deal with the clothes, Su Qing immediately pulled Gu Wanqiu aside, lowered her voice, and asked in a gossipy yet serious tone, "Hey, Wanqiu, are all the employees of your beauty group so powerful now? Do they all have special skills?" Gu Wanqiu glanced at Su Qing, who was a little excited next to her, and said lightly, "I just found out today that he can actually repair electrical boxes." Her tone sounded calm, but in her heart she was actually quite surprised by Qin Feng's performance today and a hint of indescribable appreciation. Su Qing was amazed and asked, "Honestly, Wanqiu, do you have any feelings for him?" Gu Wanqiu picked up the teacup and blew on it gently, still speaking nonchalantly, "A little bit. Just a little more interesting than the average clerk. I can do some electrician work and I'm pretty smart, that's all." Su Qing rolled her eyes at her when she heard this. When Qin Feng came out of the fitting area, Su Qing and Gu Wanqiu had just finished their private chat among best friends. Next, it was Gu Wanqiu's turn to choose her evening gown for the charity dinner tonight. As the top private custom workshop in Donghai City, the beauty and exquisiteness of Yirenfang's women's dresses are beyond doubt. Gu Wanqiu tried on several top-notch evening dresses of different styles, all of which were extremely beautiful, under the personal recommendation and accompaniment of Su Qing. Every dress she wore seemed to be tailor-made for her, which perfectly set off her perfect figure and noble temperament. Qin Feng, who was standing by, was dazzled and praised her in secret. Qin Feng also tried to offer some suggestions of his own on the several dresses that Gu Wanqiu tried on from the perspective of a male companion and fashion consultant. But it was obvious that President Gu had absolute confidence and opinions about her taste and choice of clothing. As for Qin Feng's insignificant opinions, she basically just ignored them, let alone adopted them. In the end, she chose a dress according to her own preferences, which best showed her aura. Chapter 46, Appearance Reaches 80. "Oh, this woman has such a bad sense of time when it comes to buying clothes." Qin Feng sat on the soft and comfortable sofa in the reception room of Yirenfang, watching Gu Wanqiu, accompanied by Su Qing, enthusiastically lingering among the rows of gorgeous dresses, and couldn't help muttering in his heart. They arrived at Yirenfang at noon. It took Qin Feng just over an hour to buy a suit and later act as an electrician to repair the circuit. But when it came to picking out evening gowns, even though every one of them looked stunning on her, she still kept striving for perfection and spent more than 3 hours selecting and trying on them, and she still hasn't made a final decision yet. Qin Feng glanced at the valuable chivalric Philippe watch sponsored by Su Qing on his wrist, and the hour hand had already pointed to 4 o'clock in the afternoon. After she finishes choosing, we'll rush to the party venue. It'll be around 5 o'clock, so the timing is just right. However, Qin Feng was not the kind of person who would just sit and wait. At the beginning, he occasionally came over and gave 1 or 2 immature suggestions to a dress that Gu Wanqiu was trying on. But after finding that Gu Wanqiu's opinions on his straight male aesthetics were simply in one ear and out the other, and were completely ignored, he tactfully withdrew, sat on the sofa in the living room, and began to study his own godly rich system. If you have money, you have to spend it. If you don't turn money into strength, what's the difference between you and a miser? Qin Feng looked at his huge assets of more than 70 million, and his heart was filled with pride. He first clicked on the Attribute Improvement interface. Appearance is a stepping stone, charm is the master key. He decided to improve his core competitiveness first. His charm value was 78 before, which was not low, but it was obviously not good enough in front of a group of goddesses. Confirm to spend 20 million yuan to increase the charm value 78 points greater than 80 points? Confirm. Charm value increased successfully. Current host's charm value, 80. Hey! Man, I've officially entered the 80s. Qin Feng was secretly delighted. He subconsciously touched his face and then looked at it through the bright floor-to-ceiling glass window next to him. Looking in the mirror, his facial features didn't seem to have undergone any earth-shaking changes that could be seen at a glance, but he definitely felt different from before. He couldn't tell exactly what was different, but he could clearly feel that he looked more pleasing to the eye and more attractive than before, and his temperament was inexplicably better. There seemed to be a subtle attraction between his eyebrows, as if there was an invisible magnetic field attracting other people's attention. Hey, Qin Feng carefully examined himself in the mirror, and the more he looked, the more satisfied he became. Looking at it this way, I really do look a bit like a little celebrity. Not bad. This money is well spent. He wanted to continue to buy up his charm points, but when he saw the price after 80 points, he took a deep breath. After breaking through 80, every 1 point increase will cost 100 million? If it breaks through 90 points, won't it cost 1 billion per point? He smacked his lips. Forget it, for men, appearance is not important, inner qualities and strength are king. He thought arrogantly. Then, he browsed the skill store again. He had already tasted the sweetness of intermediate electrician skill and elementary fighting skill, so he decided to buy another skill that could be used for occasions like tonight. Got it, this is it. His eyes were fixed on a skill, intermediate noble circle social etiquette and conversation skills. Skill description allows the host to quickly master the social etiquette and behavioral norms of various occasions in the upper class society, and master the skills of having effective, decent, and charming in-depth conversations with people of different identities and statuses. Exchange price, 5 million yuan. After all, I've never been in this so-called rich circle before, Qin Feng thought. The ability to speak the truth to people and lies to ghosts is very important. I can't look like I'm worth tens of millions or even hundreds of millions, but when I open my mouth, I still sound like a loser with a monthly salary of a few thousand. That would be too cheap. Exchange. Successfully exchanged for intermediate noble circle social etiquette and conversation skills. Consumed 5 million yuan. The host's current remaining assets, 77.28 million, 20 million, 5 million equals 52.28 million yuan. Qin Feng felt a little pain as he looked at his assets that had shrunk significantly again. There is still more than 50 million left, which seems to be a lot. However, at the rate I spend money on skills, I don't think it will last too long. If there is something that needs skills at the dinner later, I guess I will run out of money soon. I still have to find a way to trigger more system rewards as soon as possible. At this moment, the door of the fitting room was finally pushed open gently. Gu Wanqiu walked out accompanied by Su Qing. She changed into a well-cut royal blue long evening gown. Under the light, her skin was whiter than snow and her face was extremely beautiful. Her well-groomed black hair and the perfect delicate makeup on her face made her exude a kind of charming gentleness and moving brilliance. Gu Wanqiu walked out, and when her eyes fell on Qin Feng, she couldn't help but pause slightly, and a barely perceptible surprise flashed in her beautiful eyes. Qin Feng, why do you seem to be a little more handsome than before? Qin Feng smiled secretly, knowing that the charm value enhancement effect was working. He remained calm and said, I just asked Xiao Qian to help me put on some makeup, so this is the reason. Gu Wanqiu said him without comment. The two stood side by side, ready to set off. Gu Wanqiu naturally reached out her hand and gently held Qin Feng's arm. Her arm was soft and flexible, and she exuded a faint, elegant fragrance like that of an orchid, which made Qin Feng's heart slightly moved. Su Qing, who was standing by, looked at the perfect couple in front of her and exclaimed sincerely, Wow! What a perfect couple! Wanqiu, you are as beautiful as a fairy today. Xiaofeng is also very handsome. The two of you standing together are simply the most dazzling presence at the charity dinner tonight. Gu Wanqiu smiled slightly after hearing Su Qing's praise. She subconsciously glanced at Qin Feng beside her, then looked at him and said, Well, with this outfit, you finally are a little bit worthy of standing next to me. Chapter 47 Goodbye Ning Mashue. In the evening, luxury cars gathered and the stars were shining in front of the Donghai International Convention and Exhibition Center. When Qin Feng drove the Bentley and slowly arrived at the red carpet entrance with Gu Wanqiu, he immediately attracted the attention of countless media and passers-by. As a prominent figure in the business community of Donghai City and a famous beauty, as soon as Gu Wanqiu got out of the car, the spotlights flashed like a tide, and all kinds of exclamations and discussions came one after another. Wow! It's Ms. Gu Wanqiu. She is so beautiful today. Oh my god, who is that guy next to her? Why haven't I seen him before? He's so handsome. To be Mr. Gu's male companion, this man must be extraordinary, right? Whose family is he from? The exclamations of passers-by and the shooting of reporters from all angles made Qin Feng feel the feeling of being the center of attention. Although he was still a little uncomfortable in his heart, he relied on the social skills in the upper class he had just learned, maintained a calm and appropriate smile, and walked the red carpet in tacit cooperation with Gu Wanqiu. At this moment, another more high-profile and luxurious limited edition Rolls-Royce Phantom slowly drove to the other end of the red carpet. The door opened, and a cold and beautiful figure walked down slowly amid the exclamations of the crowd. It's Ning Mashue. She wore a black tube-top fishtail dress tonight, which perfectly outlined her devilish figure. Her snow-white skin looked even more crystal clear against the black dress. Her face still had that cold expression that kept people away from her, but her powerful queen aura and extreme beauty made her the absolute focus of the whole audience. This was the first time Qin Feng had seen her so closely since that ridiculous night in the rental house and the bet he had made. He had never expected that they would meet again in such an occasion and in such a way. As soon as Ning Maxue got out of the car, her cold phoenix eyes swept across the whole place like a sharp sword, and soon she saw Qin Feng standing side by side with Gu Wanqiu, receiving everyone's attention. Her gaze seemed to pause on Qin Feng for a moment, but it was so fast that it was impossible to catch. She walked straight towards them with an elegant and proud step. Gu Wanqiu also saw Ning Maxue and showed a standard business smile on her face. She took the initiative to greet her and said in a gentle and pleasant voice, "Boss Ning, you are so radiant tonight, outshining all the beauties." Ning Maxue's lips curled up in a very faint arc, almost without any temperature, and she responded politely, "Mr. Gu, you are too kind. When it comes to beauty, who can compare to you tonight?" The two of them were obviously being polite and friendly in their words, and were complimenting each other back and forth, but Qin Feng always felt that the invisible aura between them seemed to be colliding and clashing fiercely in mid-air, with sparks flying. Ning Maxue's gaze stayed on Gu Wanqiu for a moment, then she turned to Qin Feng beside her without leaving a trace, looked him up and down, and said in a calm tone, "Mr. Gu, your male companion tonight is also quite handsome." "Ha?" Qin Feng was startled. What does she mean by that? Could it be that she didn't recognize me? Or is she pretending not to know me? Well, I took the bet seriously every day, but she must have forgotten about me, a minor character, a long time ago, right? Qin Feng felt a subtle sense of loss and discomfort, but it was only a flash. He quickly cheered up, "If she forgets, then forget it. If she doesn't have any impression, then leave a deeper impression on her. Just do it." The two female CEOs exchanged a few more business words and prepared to separate temporarily to attend their own social events. At this moment, a young man wearing an Armani suit, with shiny hair, but with a somewhat vulgar and anxious look in his eyes, quickly walked over from behind Ning Maxue, and naturally wanted to reach out and hold Ning Maxue's hand. Ning Maxue seemed to have a premonition and dodged slightly to the side without leaving a trace, so that his outstretched hand fell empty. Her face still had that cold expression, without any change. Qin Feng's pupils suddenly shrank the moment he saw the man. This man. Damn it! I remember. Isn't he the bastard who drugged Ning Maxue in her office that night? How are they together? Ning Maxue is his female companion? Qin Feng's heart was filled with a huge wave of emotion, however, looking at the way she dodged the man just now, and her cold expression. I'm afraid she was also helpless, or had some unspeakable secrets? Alas, it's not easy for her either. Let's go. Gu Wanqiu's voice pulled Qin Feng back from his thoughts. She gave him an encouraging smile and said, "It's time to go in for the socializing. Let me see how you perform tonight. Don't let me down." "Don't worry, Mr. Gu." Qin Feng immediately calmed down and put a confident and calm smile on his face again. After entering the banquet hall, Qin Feng, relying on the intermediate noble circle social etiquette and conversation skills exchanged from the system mall and the charm value increased to 80 points, really performed like a fish in water. Whether it was chatting and laughing with those business tycoons or dealing skillfully with those socialites and ladies, he handled it with ease. His words and deeds were flawless, neither humble nor arrogant. That kind of just right self-confidence and occasional humor made him quickly become the focus of many people's attention, and also earned enough face for Gu Wanqiu. Gu Wanqiu watched from the side, her heart full of surprise. She originally thought that Qin Feng, a small employee with no background, would be at a loss when communicating with people in such a top social occasion, even with her company, and would expose his lack of vision and experience. After all, even she herself needed to be cautious and think twice when dealing with these various and cunning people. Unexpectedly, Qin Feng's performance was far beyond her expectations. Not only was he not nervous or timid at all, but he was able to chat and laugh with those big shots that she had to be careful with. Whether it was business insights, current political affairs, or hobbies, he seemed to be able to chat for a few words, and he always hit the point, made people laugh, and controlled the atmosphere very well. Is this guy really just an ordinary clerk? The more Gu Wanqiu looked at him, the more she felt that Qin Feng was unfathomable. Target, Gu Wanqiu, favorability +5, current favorability, 23. During a toast, Gu Wanqiu pulled Qin Feng to a corner with few people, lowered her voice, and asked in a low voice with a hint of inquiry and curiosity in her beautiful eyes, "Qin Feng, tell me honestly, you are not the young master of some big family who has hidden his identity and ran out to experience life, right?" Qin Feng smiled secretly when he heard this, knowing that his performance had successfully attracted the attention of the female CEO. He shook his head and answered seriously, "Boss Gu, you think too much. I am really not the young master of a big family." "No?" Gu Wanqiu frowned slightly. "Then where did you learn your speaking skills, such calm conversation and decent manners? This is not the level of an ordinary employee." Qin Feng smiled mysteriously and said only 2 words, "ability." At this moment, Qin Feng suddenly caught a glimpse of Ning Mashue not far away. She was walking alone, quickly through the crowd, towards a relatively remote and deserted terrace in the banquet hall. There seemed to be a hint of imperceptible anxiety and uneasiness in her expression. Chapter 48, Eavesdropping on the Conspiracy. This woman seems to be in a bit of a bad state again. Xin Feng's mind moved. This is a good opportunity to go over and talk to her alone, and by the way, talk about the bet. Having made up his mind, he quickly glanced at Gu Wanqiu, who was socializing with someone beside him, turned slightly sideways, covered his mouth with his hand, and said in a low and quick voice, "Mr. Gu, my stomach feels a little uncomfortable. I'm going to the bathroom and will be back soon." Without waiting for Gu Wanqiu to ask, Qin Feng pretended to be natural, turned around and followed the direction Ning Mashue left without a trace. Ning Mashue's figure quickly disappeared at the end of the corridor. Qin Feng followed her through the dim corridor, and suddenly the view in front of him opened up. It turned out to be a dark and quiet Chinese-style small garden outside. The night breeze blew by, bringing with it a faint fragrance of flowers and plants, which also refreshed people's spirits. "Where is she?" Qin Feng searched the small garden carefully, looking at the rockery, flower paths, and small bridges, but he didn't see even a shadow of Ning Mashue. "Just now I saw her walking towards the side. How come she disappeared in the blink of an eye? She ran so fast, could she shrink the distance into an inch?" He stood in the center of the garden, talking to himself in some confusion, scratching the back of his head. Just as he was muttering in his heart, hesitating whether to go back to the banquet hall first and then make plans, he suddenly caught a sharp glimpse of a tall man walking slowly along a winding path on the other side of the garden. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes subconsciously and took a closer look. It was the drug man who was attending as Ning Mashue's male companion tonight. Qin Feng's heart tightened, and almost like a conditioned reflex, he quickly dodged and hid behind a large patch of dense ornamental bushes. As soon as he hid, he couldn't help but curse himself in his heart. "Oh, why did I hide? I have money and skills now, and I'm not afraid of him. It's really a conditioned reflex caused by my previous cowardice." He was a little annoyed. "Forget it, let's wait for him to pass by first. It's too embarrassing to suddenly get out now." However, the drugged man did not pass by the pavilion directly as Qin Feng expected. Instead, he sat down leisurely on the stone bench in the pavilion next to it, crossed his legs, and looked leisurely enjoying the night view. "Damn it! He's not leaving? What is he doing?" Qin Feng hid behind the bushes, looking at the drug adder sitting not far away, feeling a bit stuck. This is even more embarrassing. If I had known earlier, I would have just walked out in a swagger. Now I'm stuck in a dilemma. Just when Qin Feng was secretly groaning, another thin man in a black suit walked quickly into the pavilion and sat directly next to the drug-administering man. I only heard the man who came later said in a low voice, "Mr. Luo, the goods are here." "Goods? What goods?" Qin Feng's heart tightened. He carefully poked his head out from the gap in the bushes and took a quick look. He saw the man who came later took out a small, flat, self-sealed bag from his arms, which contained some white powdery substance. Could it be another cheap aphrodisiac? Prepared for Ning Mashue again? Who on earth did Ning Mashue offend? Why is she always targeted by others in this way? But does the spring medicine look like this? Qin Feng had never seen the real thing, so he was a little confused. The delivery man said, "Mr. Luo, take a look. This batch of goods is absolutely top grade. It is as pure as it can be. Pure or not? Does this thing have different purities?" Qin Feng was confused. The drug man who was called Mr. Luo by the other party took the small bag, opened it and put it under his nose to sniff it gently. Just like that, his whole body trembled slightly, and his face showed an extremely intoxicated and satisfied expression. After a long while, he slowly opened his eyes, took a long breath, and said in a voice with a strange hoarseness and excitement, "Well, not bad, this batch of goods is indeed good." "Yes." Qin Feng saw his ecstatic look. Even if he was ignorant, he knew instantly that this was definitely not some aphrodisiac. This was clearly duping. Oh my god. This grandson surnamed Luo is really full of evil. He actually dared to do such a thing at a charity dinner. Qin Feng's heart was filled with shock and anger. The delivery man then said, "Mr. Luo, when can the issue of the delivery channel of the beauty group be resolved?" Upon hearing this, the drug adder showed a trace of impatience and ruthlessness on his face. It was almost solved. Last time, I had trapped that bitch Ning Mashue in the office, and I was about to succeed, but in the end, it was ruined by a little Karami who appeared out of nowhere. It's really unlucky. He paused, a lewd light flashing in his eyes, but it doesn't matter, tonight, she definitely can't escape. No matter how defensive she is outside, can she be defensive against the alcohol at this dinner? He asked again, "Did you bring her medicine?" The man quickly took out a small pill from his other pocket and handed it to the drug man, saying, "I brought it, Mr. Luo, don't worry. It's the same pill as last time, Mr. Luo, have you tried it?" The drug man took the bottle, a lewd smile appeared on his face, and he said, "I tried it. Although I couldn't use it on that bitch Ning Mashue last time, I tried it on the princess there when I went to the bar later. The effect was very good." Within a few minutes, the girl was on fire. The drug-giving man snorted complacently, his eyes flashing with greed and calculation. "Don't worry, as long as I deal with that bitch Ning Mashue tonight and let her know the consequences of resistance, that internal delivery channel will be easy to get, right? By then." The delivery man immediately responded, "You will definitely not get a penny less when the time comes." The drug-administering man nodded with satisfaction, "That's great." The two men whispered a few more words, then stood up together, left the pavilion, and walked towards the banquet hall. Damn. What the hell did I hear? After the two people's figures completely disappeared at the end of the garden path, Xin Feng slowly walked out from behind the bushes, his forehead already covered with cold sweat. It's stooping again, and a strong aphrodisiac, and he also wants to use Ning Mashue to open up the delivery channel of the beauty group. The amount of information here is too much. Xin Feng felt that his brain was not enough. He took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. No. This matter is very serious. If this drugman Luo Xiao succeeds, Ning Mashue will be completely finished. Liren Group may also be dragged into the water. We must find Ning Mashue as soon as possible and tell her about this. Let her be on guard. Xin Feng immediately searched around the small garden. He remembered that Ning Mashue had just come from this direction. She should be nearby, or deeper in the garden. He held his breath, listened carefully to the movements around him, and walked quickly among the garden paths and rockery flowers and trees. Finally, Xin Feng found Ning Mashue by the railing of a relatively hidden viewing terrace. She was standing there alone, with her back to the garden entrance, looking at the night view of the city in the distance, holding a glass of red wine in her hand. Her figure looked a bit lonely and desolate under the cold moonlight, and she seemed to be completely unaware of the conspiracy in the pavilion just now. Chapter 49. See you again. Xin Feng looked at Ning Mashue's slightly lonely back in the moonlight, took a deep breath, adjusted his mood, then walked over slowly, stretched out his hand, and wanted to pat her shoulder gently. Who? Unexpectedly, before Qin Feng's hand touched her, Ning Mashue turned around abruptly and vigilantly avoided his touch, her eyes full of alertness. What are you doing? She took a few steps back and distanced herself from Qin Feng. Only then could she see the person clearly under the cold moonlight. It's you? Ning Mashue frowned slightly and looked at Qin Feng. Aren't you Gu Wanqiu's male companion tonight? Why are you here? You are not with your President Gu, but you come to this deserted place to find me. What is your intention? There was a subtle hint of inquiry and her usual coldness in her tone. Well, it seems that she was not pretending not to know me when she was at the door before, but she simply did not match my face with the previous Qin Feng. Qin Feng understood in his heart. It seems that after his charm value increased to 80 points, his whole temperament and the feeling he gave people did change a lot. He showed a playful smile on his face, and instead of answering, he asked, Boss Ning, you really forget things easily. How long has it been? You don't recognize me anymore? Do I know you? Ning Mashue raised her eyebrows and looked at Qin Feng carefully again, thinking to herself, do I know him? I don't think so. Although I felt that he looked familiar at the door tonight, he is quite handsome. If I have seen him before, I should have an impression of him, right? Qin Feng looked at her confused expression as she tried to recall the past. His smile deepened. He said slowly and word by word, Ms. Ning was able to easily forget her first man. This carefree attitude is really admirable. The first man? Ning Mashue was stunned at first, and then she seemed to have thought of something. Her beautiful face, which had always maintained a cold expression, instantly flushed with two touching blushes. Then, she was in disbelief and a little embarrassed by having her secret exposed. She cried out, You are, Xin Feng. It's me, President Ning. How are you? Xin Feng gave her a brilliant smile with a little pride. Impossible. Xin Feng. Xin Feng is not as. Ning Moshue subconsciously wanted to say not as handsome as you, but when the words came to her lips, she felt something was wrong and changed her mouth, not as oily as you. Her heart was in turmoil. The man in front of her, although his facial features were still vaguely the outline of Xin Feng, his whole temperament, spirit, and even the self-confidence and oppression that he inadvertently revealed, were completely different from the timid and even somewhat wretched clerk Xin Feng in her memory. People always change, Mr. Ning. Xin Feng shrugged and said in a relaxed tone, especially after being stimulated in some way, and, for certain specific people. When he said this, his eyes lingered on Ning Moshue's beautiful face for a moment with a meaningful look. Ning Moshue's cheeks became even hotter when he looked at her. She turned her head away awkwardly, but soon returned to her appearance of an icy CEO. However, the faint pink color on her ears still betrayed her inner unrest. Target, Ning Moshue, favorability +3, current favorability, 18. Seeing this, Xin Feng smiled inwardly, knowing that his pointing out had worked. He struck while the iron was hot and continued, Moreover, President Ning, I am not only Xin Feng now, I have also successfully become President Gu's male companion tonight. Maybe, I can probably complete the bet between us ahead of schedule tonight, right? I guess so. Ning Moshue snorted coldly, with undisguised sarcasm and disdain in her tone, although I don't know what sweet words you used to coax that woman Gu Wanqiu to bring you to this kind of occasion. But I can tell you, Xin Feng, there are more outstanding men around Gu Wanqiu than women you have ever seen. Do you want to use this banquet tonight to show her your so-called self and make her look at you with new eyes? I advise you to save your energy. Don't embarrass her and make her the laughingstock of the entire upper-class circle of Donghai City. She has played with so many small characters of your level. TSK, this woman's mouth is as stinky and hard as ever. Xin Feng listened to her sarcastic remarks, but he didn't feel too much in his heart. Instead, he found it a little funny. He shrugged indifferently and said, Don't bother with this, Mr. Ning. You should take care of yourself first. As for the matter between Gu Wanqiu and me, just wait and see how I perform. Gu Wanqiu, Xin Feng, will definitely win her. When the time comes, Mr. Ning, don't forget to fulfill the bet between us and be my girlfriend obediently. Well, but, Xin Feng changed the subject, showing a curious expression on his face, and asked, Boss Ning, I just want to ask, although I know that you made that bet with me because you thought it was impossible for me to have any intersection with Gu Wanqiu. But, what if? What if I really get together with Gu Wanqiu, and then you agree to let me pursue you because of the bet, then our relationship, isn't it a bit, what? You don't care? Ning Moshue snorted with disdain when she heard that, as if she had heard a huge joke. She looked at Xin Feng as if he were an idiot, her tone full of arrogance and control like a queen. Xin Feng, what are you thinking about? When the time comes, if that day really comes, I will naturally have plenty of ways to make you kick that woman Gu Wanqiu. Let her taste what it feels like to be bullied by me, Ning Moshue. Ha ha ha. At the end of her words, she even let out a slightly arrogant laugh. Xin Feng was speechless after hearing this, thinking to himself, where on earth did this woman get this inexplicable self-confidence and sense of superiority in controlling everything? She even asked me to kick Gu Wanqiu? Who knows, by then, it might be me, Xin Feng, who kicked you, Ning Moshue. Chapter 50 begged me. It was meaningless for Xin Feng to argue with such a self-righteous woman. What he was more concerned about was what he had just heard in the small garden, about the drug man Luo Xiao, drugs, and the vicious conspiracy against Ning Moshue. This was the big thing that could really threaten Ning Moshue and even shake the beauty group. He straightened his face, temporarily suppressed those unpleasant emotions and thoughts, and said, Boss Ning, I will naturally try my best to fulfill the bet between us, and I am very confident. However, I am looking for you now because I want to talk to you about something more important and urgent. This matter is related to your safety, and even, it may be related to the reputation of the entire beauty group. Ning Moshue's eyes narrowed slightly when she heard that, but her face still had that disdainful and wary expression. Oh? Really? My safety, Ning Moshue, needs a little Xin Feng like you to remind me? Who do you think you are? What qualifications do you have to talk to me about this? She paused, and her tone became even more harsh. Xin Feng, I'm warning you for the last time, stay away from me, and don't try to attract my attention with such alarmist and clumsy means. I'm still not interested in people like you. Get out of my sight now. Being mocked and driven away mercilessly by Ning Moshue one after another, Qin Feng's dissatisfaction also came up. He had originally wanted to remind her to beware of Luo Xiao's conspiracy with good intentions, but she treated him as a donkey's liver and lungs, and belittled him as worthless. Ning Moshue, you really think I'm made of mud and have no temper, right? Qin Feng sneered in his heart, and the remaining kindness on his face disappeared, replaced by a hint of teasing and a hint of ill will. He said slowly, "Okay, Mr. Ning, since you said so, I won't make myself look bad. It's just, I don't know why some people's mouths are so foul. I wanted to tell you a little bit about your drug man Luo Xiao, and the surprise gift he prepared for you tonight. Since you don't like me so much, forget it. Just, wish you the best." After saying that, Qin Feng really stopped looking at her, turned around and made a gesture to leave the secluded terrace and return to the banquet hall. Etc. Sure enough, just as Qin Feng expected, just after he took 2 steps and before he walked out of the terrace, Ning Moshue's voice, which was filled with a bit of suppressed eagerness, suspicion, and even a hint of imperceptible panic, came clearly from behind him. Qin Feng stopped, but did not turn back immediately. Instead, the corners of his mouth curled up in an imperceptible arc, showing that his plan had succeeded. Seeing that he was unmoved, Ning Moshue felt even more uneasy and anxious. She couldn't help but take a small step forward, lowering her voice even lower, with a hint of urgency that she herself hadn't noticed. "Qin Feng, what do you know? What did you hear about that person's big plan?" Qin Feng looked at her anxious and flustered eyes, and a playful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, as if everything was under control. He said slowly, "I know, but there is still a lot, President Ning. So much, that it may be completely beyond your imagination." The reason why she lost her composure was that she had been secretly investigating some clues related to the Luo family, especially this Luo Xiao, but she had not found any direct evidence or breakthroughs. And Qin Feng's seemingly unintentional words just now touched her most sensitive and tense nerve. Qin Feng looked at her anxious appearance, which made her lose control and even her breathing quick. He was secretly pleased. He turned around slowly and looked at the confused female CEO leisurely. He smiled meaningfully, with a hint of teasing and control, and said slowly, "Oh? President Ning, you want to know again now? Unfortunately, I am a soft-hearted person. Some people just said such bad things to me. I am not in a good mood now, so I don't want to say anything." Ning Moshue gnashed her teeth in anger, her chest heaving violently due to anger and rapid breathing, but thinking of the potential seriousness of the matter, she had to suppress her anger in the pride of a superior, and said in a relatively calm tone, "Qin Feng, as long as you tell me exactly what you just said, word for word, I can ignore all your previous rudeness and offense, and even I can consider giving you some extra benefits that you may not expect." Benefits? Qin Feng seemed to have heard something extremely ridiculous. He deliberately moved closer to Ning Moshue, and the distance between them was instantly shortened to the point where their noses were almost touching. Qin Feng could even clearly smell her unique, elegant fragrance that was a mixture of high-end perfume and female body fragrance, which made her heart sway slightly, as well as her slightly rapid breathing due to nervousness. Ning Moshue's cheeks flushed and her heart skipped a beat because of his sudden close stare and the aggressive masculine aura. She subconsciously wanted to retreat, but found that there was a cold fire escape wall behind her, and there was no way to retreat. She was a little timid, and her voice trembled slightly, and she shouted in a low voice, "Qin Feng. You, what do you want to do? I warn you, don't mess around. You." Just when Ning Moshue wanted to continue to say a few harsh words to hide her panic, Qin Feng suddenly stretched out his index finger, with a hint of irresistibility, and gently and accurately placed it on her delicate and tempting red lips, making a hush gesture. The moment the slightly cool fingertips touched the soft lips, Ning Moshue's body trembled slightly, and all the words that followed were stuck in her throat. "Boss Ning," Qin Feng's voice was very low, like a whisper between lovers, but with a hint of bewitching magnetism and a sense of oppression that could not be questioned. His deep eyes looked closely at her long eyelashes that were trembling slightly due to shame and nervousness, and her beautiful phoenix eyes that were filled with doubt at the moment, and he said slowly, "My conditions are actually very simple. Do you want to know what surprise gift Luo Xiao has prepared for you, and the more exciting secrets behind him?" "Sure." He deliberately dragged out the ending tone, and his deep eyes flashed with a playful light that made Ning Moshue feel flustered and seemed to be able to see through all thoughts. Then, in a whisper that was almost like a lover's, but with a hint of laziness and domineering that could not be refused, he softly uttered those 2 words. "Please." Chapter 51, Surrender. The air on the terrace seemed to freeze. Ning Moshue's beautiful phoenix eyes suddenly widened in disbelief, staring at Qin Feng, who was so close. In her entire life, had she ever been subjected to such a humiliating request? A strong sense of humiliation and overwhelming anger surged wildly in her chest, almost burning away all her rationality. But she couldn't. Qin Feng's words about the clue of the man who drugged her were like an invisible yoke, strangling her throat tightly. Self-esteem or clues, a fierce struggle between the two in her heart. Qin Feng looked at her ever-changing expression leisurely without urging her, but the faint curve at the corner of his mouth added to the humiliation in her heart. Finally, Ning Mashue was like a deflated ball, and her domineering aura weakened. She bit her lower lip tightly, and her phoenix eyes, which were always cold and sharp, were now covered with a thin layer of mist because of her inner struggle and humiliation. Her voice also had a slight hoarseness and tremor that she herself had not noticed. Qin Feng, I beg you for mercy. Tell me, what does he want to do? When the word beg for mercy came out of her proud red lips with difficulty, Ning Mashue felt as if she had taken off all the armor on her body. However, after hearing her words that were almost like begging for mercy, Qin Feng did not feel the kind of revengeful pleasure he had expected. He looked at the woman in front of him. She was no longer the high-handed, mean-spirited and icy female CEO, but an ordinary woman who had to lower herself in a desperate situation, showing her fragility and helplessness. He suddenly realized that the slight dissatisfaction and disgust that he had accumulated because of her foul mouth and mean face seemed to have disappeared at this moment. Instead, there was a very strange feeling. Seeing her biting her lower lip, her eyes red, with a bit of grievance and unwillingness, but having to give in, Qin Feng's heart actually skipped a beat. Damn, this woman looks a little cute now. Shit, my heart is moved. This thought popped up in his mind uncontrollably. Qin Feng almost subconsciously blurted out with a hint of strangeness that he himself didn't even notice, Boss Ning, you look like this. Actually, you're quite cute. Cute? Ning Mashue was stunned at first, and then her pretty face, which was already flushed, turned even redder, as if it was about to bleed. Her pride and vigilance, which she had just put down, were instantly ignited again. However, this time she was not angry, but a mixture of shame and anger, which made her extremely angry. She raised her head suddenly like a cat whose tail was stepped on, with sparks in her phoenix eyes, and growled in shame and anger, Qin Feng. What did you say? Qin Feng was stunned by her sudden humiliation and anger reaction, and instantly realized that he had just said something he shouldn't have said. He quickly raised his hands, showing a gesture of surrender, and his tone softened, No. Nothing. President Ning, I was just kidding. Don't take it seriously. Ning Mashue was so angry that her chest heaved violently. She glared at him fiercely, but deep in her eyes, there seemed to be a trace of panic and strangeness that she herself had not noticed. Target, Ning Mashue, favorability +5, current favorability, 23. Alright, no more jokes, let's get down to business. Qin Feng stopped when he saw that things were going well, and quickly changed the subject. He motioned Ning Mashue to come closer, lowered his voice, and prepared to tell her the conspiracy he had just heard. I'm telling you, they're going to. The distance between the two was already very close, and at this moment, in order to convey the clue, they subconsciously moved closer. At this moment, Ning Mashue, because of her uneasy mind and her high heels, happened to step on an inconspicuous small stone. Ouch! She screamed, her body lost its balance, and she fell uncontrollably towards Qin Feng. Qin Feng was quick-witted and subconsciously reached out to help her, but they both stumbled together. Qin Feng was eventually dragged to the ground by her, while Ning Mashue fell right into his arms with her soft body. The two of them clung to each other in an extremely ambiguous posture. Ning Mashue let out a muffled groan. The two of them finally managed to steady themselves, sat up from the ground, and looked at each other. In the dim light, Ning Mashue's face, which was more beautiful because of shame and shock, was close at hand. Her phoenix eyes, which were always cold and sharp, were now covered with a layer of mist because of the accident just now, making her look a little confused and helpless. Her unique, cold and subtle fragrance, like the cold plum blossom after the snow, mixed with a hint of alcohol and her female body temperature, kept drilling into Qin Feng's nasal cavity, stimulating his nerves. Ning Mashue could also clearly feel Qin Feng's strong heartbeat, the warmth of his embrace, and the masculine scent from him that made her feel inexplicably familiar and not unpleasant. Both of them were a little bit out of control, their eyes were glued together, and their breathing became more and more rapid. Qin Feng looked at her red lips that were slightly open due to nervousness, and he could no longer restrain his inner impulse, and slowly lowered his head. Ning Mashue's heartbeat was like a drum. She could clearly feel the hot masculine scent coming from Qin Feng and the undisguised desire in his deep eyes. Her mind was blank, and her body seemed to be immobilized. She subconsciously closed her eyes, and her long eyelashes trembled slightly. Just as their lips were about to touch, the long suppressed ambiguity was about to be completely ignited and turned into reality. Qin Feng? Qin Feng. Are you here? A clear and pleasant female voice, but at this moment it sounded like thunder in the ears of Qin Feng and Ning Moshue, suddenly came clearly from the end of the corridor not far from the fire escape. It's Gu Wanqiu's voice. Chapter 52, Stealing a Man. Qin Feng? Qin Feng. Are you here? Gu Wanqiu's clear and pleasant voice sounded like thunder to Qin Feng and Ning Moshue, instantly destroying the ambiguous and charming atmosphere that had just reached its peak on the viewing terrace. When Ning Moshue heard the voice, she jumped out of Qin Feng's control like a frightened little rabbit and tried to stand up in panic. Ouch! Ning Moshue had just stood firm when she felt a piercing pain in her ankle. She couldn't help but cry out in pain. Her body tilted and she was about to fall again. Seeing this, Qin Feng didn't have time to think about it, and hurriedly stepped forward, stretched out his hand and held her soft waist steadily. Boss Ning, are you okay? Did you sprain your ankle? At this moment, Gu Wanqiu appeared at the entrance to the viewing terrace. She saw Qin Feng supporting Ning Moshue, whose face was red and painful, in a gesture that was almost like hugging. Gu Wanqiu's eyebrows immediately knitted tightly, and her pretty face was instantly covered with frost. She asked in a cold tone, "What are you two doing here?" "Oh my god. This." Qin Feng's heart was alarmed, his scalp was numb, but he had to pretend to be calm. He immediately explained, "Mr. Gu, you came at the right time. Just now, Ms. Ning accidentally sprained her ankle, and I was just about to help her to rest." Who knew that after hearing this, Gu Wanqiu's pretty face became even colder. She glanced coldly at Ning Moshue, who was supported by Qin Feng, and her tone was full of undisguised sarcasm and displeasure. "Oh? President Ning sprained her ankle? Didn't she bring a male companion with her today? Is her male companion dead, or is it that President Ning can't even afford your own private doctor and needs you to take over? Ning Moshue, are you unable to bear the loneliness again, and are you trying to steal my man again? Are you unable to resist your urge to be a horse fork again?" Ning Moshue was already angry because of the severe pain in her ankle and the embarrassing situation that Gu Wanqiu had caught her in. When she heard Gu Wanqiu's sarcastic words, she could no longer hold back. She immediately tried to break away from Qin Feng's hand, but the severe pain in her ankle made her lean back on Qin Feng again. She endured the pain and replied with cold eyes, "Gu Wanqiu, stop spitting blood here. Do I need to steal your man? Don't you see what kind of people are around you?" Qin Feng was stunned when he heard this. He thought to himself, again? From what Gu Wanqiu said, she and Ning Moshue had. "Ning Moshue, please be more careful when you speak." Gu Wanqiu was also angered by Ning Moshue's words, her pretty face frosted. She ignored Ning Moshue and turned directly to Qin Feng, saying in an unquestionable commanding tone, "Qin Feng, you, come with me now." Qin Feng glanced at Ning Moshue, whose ankle was obviously injured and whose forehead was covered with sweat, and then at Gu Wanqiu, who was looking at him with a look of anger and aura, and was staring at him with a look of "You dare not disobey me?" He hesitated and felt embarrassed for a moment. Fuck, what is this? He complained in his heart, "Boss Gu, but, after all, Boss Ning sprained her ankle, I." Seeing that he hesitated for a moment for Ning Moshue, Gu Wanqiu was furious. She laughed in anger and said okay 3 times in a row. Then she looked at Qin Feng deeply, her eyes full of disappointment and a little hurt. She didn't say any more nonsense, turned around, and walked away quickly with her high heels. Qin Feng looked at her from behind and couldn't help but sigh in his heart, "Alas, what is this? It's really hard for me, young master." Just when he was feeling somewhat helpless, a system notification sound suddenly rang in his mind. Target, Ning Moshue, favorability +10, current favorability, 33. Ding. Target Ning Moshue's favorability has exceeded 30 points. Triggering favorability level reward, host's total assets will be tripled. Detection for critical hit determination. Determination successful. Triggering lucky critical hit. This asset increase multiplier is an additional +2. Final asset increase multiple, 3 times basic plus 2 times critical hit equals 5 times. Asset increase calculation, current assets 5228W x 5 times equals 26140W. Newly added assets, 20912W. Oh my god. More than 200 million? I've made a killing. I've made a killing. Qin Feng was a little stunned by the sudden huge fortune, but then he was overjoyed. Forget it, at least it's not completely worthless. Listening to the clear and pleasant broadcast of the system, this inexplicable Shura field tonight is worth it. It's worth it. Xin Feng's heart moved when he saw Ning Mashua's brows slightly furrowed in pain, and her white ankle that didn't dare to touch the ground hard and looked a little pitiful. He immediately opened the system mall in his mind and quickly locked onto 2 skills. Exchange. Xin Feng muttered to himself. Confirm to exchange for intermediate massage technique and intermediate emergency treatment technique? A total of 5,000 W yuan will be consumed. Confirmed. Exchange successful. Host's current remaining assets, 26140W 5000W equals 21140W. 2 new streams of knowledge and experience instantly flooded into Qin Feng's mind. Ning Mashue saw Gu Wanqiu leave in anger, but Qin Feng stayed here, and she couldn't help but feel a little strange in her heart. She suppressed the waves in her heart and asked in her usual cold and teasing tone, Qin Feng, why don't you follow your CEO Gu? Do you think that this CEO is more attractive than Gu Wanqiu, so you like me more and want to stay and continue to pursue me? As she spoke, she stretched out her well-maintained jade hand, with a hint of provocation and vague temptation, and gently touched Qin Feng's cheek. Qin Feng was stunned by her sudden action, then he slapped her dishonest hand away and said, Don't flatter yourself. The reason I didn't leave was purely because you sprained your foot and needed urgent treatment. He took a step forward, squatted down, and carefully checked Ning Mashua's white ankle, which was already a little red and swollen. Then he said without letting anyone argue, Come on, President Ning, don't move. I'll give you an emergency treatment first, and then I'll give you a massage. Ning Mashue thought to herself, TSK, a tough-talking man. But she did not refuse Qin Feng's help and let him gently lift her ankle. Chapter 53 Hug. Qin Feng first used the intermediate emergency treatment technique he had just learned, and gently pressed and kneaded Ning Mashua's ankle and several key acupuncture points around it. Then, he used the intermediate massage technique and began to massage her injured area and the related leg meridians with a very professional and comfortable skill. Ning Mashue felt a little uncomfortable at first, and her body was subconsciously alert, but the tension soon melted away under Qin Feng's steady and dexterous fingers, and his incredibly professional massage techniques. A perfect feeling of soreness, numbness, and slight swelling came from her ankles, which were being carefully pressed by him, like a warm current, and then quickly and gently spread to her calves, and even to every inch of tired muscles in her body. She felt like she was floating in warm water, and every nerve was stretched out. Finally, she couldn't help but let out a few nasal, satisfied and lazy hums from her throat. Qin Feng subconsciously paused his movements when he heard her soft, unguarded hums, like a spoiled kitten. He raised his head with a hint of unnaturalness, and his eyes met Ning Mashua's eyes, which were misty and light-filled because of extreme comfort and relaxation. When their eyes met, the air seemed to freeze for a moment. What are you looking at? Ning Mashua's pretty face turned red when he looked at her. She said angrily with some embarrassment, but her tone softened unconsciously. Qin Feng smiled secretly in his heart and continued the professional massage with his hands. After about 10 minutes, he let go of his hands and said, Okay, Mr. Ning, you stand up and try, it shouldn't be a big deal. Ning Mashue dubiously placed her foot on the ground, then tried to move it a bit, took 2 steps, and immediately showed an expression of disbelief and surprise on her face. Huh? Really, it really doesn't hurt that much anymore. And the swelling seems to have gone down a lot. Qin Feng, your massage technique is amazing, isn't it? Target, Ning Mashue, favorability +5, current favorability, 38. She looked at Qin Feng, her eyes full of surprise and a hint of brilliance. She suddenly said, Qin Feng, since Gu Wanqiu has left, why don't you be my male companion at tonight's charity dinner? Hearing this, Qin Feng just glanced at her lightly but did not answer. Instead, he turned around and walked out to the viewing terrace. Hey! Qin Feng! Don't regret it! Ning Mashue stomped her feet behind him and shouted angrily. Qin Feng ignored her. He now had more important things to do to find Gu Wanqiu, explain everything clearly and save the situation. He walked quickly out of the viewing terrace where Ning Mashue was, feeling a little anxious. Gu Wanqiu's eyes, which were clearly filled with anger and disappointment, made him feel very uncomfortable. He walked around the small garden but did not see Gu Wanqiu. He returned to the edge of the banquet hall and looked inside through the glass curtain wall, but still did not see her. Where is he? Did he really leave in anger? Qin Feng's heart sank. If Gu Wanqiu was completely disappointed in him because of this incident, then all his previous efforts would be in vain. He looked around the outside of the banquet hall again with some reluctance. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Through a row of decorative Roman columns, he vaguely saw a familiar figure on a wider terrace connected to the banquet hall in the distance, and a touch of blue, which was the color of Gu Wanqiu's dress. It's her. Qin Feng was delighted and immediately walked over quickly. Sure enough, the terrace was larger than the one Ning Mashua had been on before, and was closer to the main part of the banquet hall, but because of the angle and the obstruction of vegetation, it seemed even more secluded. Gu Wanqiu was standing alone by the railing of the terrace, holding a glass of champagne in her hand, looking at the night view in the distance. The evening breeze gently blew her long hair and skirt. Under the bright lights, her figure seemed a little lonely and desolate. Aren't you two twins, or do you have telepathy? Why do you both like to run to the terrace when you're angry? Qin Feng couldn't help but complain in his heart. He adjusted his mood and walked over slowly. Mr. Gu. Gu Wanqiu heard the voice and slowly turned around. When she saw that it was Qin Feng, there was no surprise in her beautiful phoenix eyes, but she still had a bit of coldness and alienation, and asked lightly, "What are you doing here?" Qin Feng looked at her slightly pale face and the barely perceptible fatigue in her eyes, and his heart ached. He quickly explained, "Boss Gu, please don't get me wrong. I just saw that Boss Ning had sprained her ankle quite badly, and I thought that since we are colleagues after all, I helped her with the treatment. I definitely didn't mean to abandon you." Gu Wanqiu listened to his explanation, but her eyes remained cold. She laughed softly and self-deprecatingly, her voice carrying a hint of indescribable hoarseness and pain. "He said the same thing at the beginning." Her voice was very soft, as if she was talking to herself. "He said that he just wanted to help her, it was just a piece of cake, and asked me not to think too much about it, and then. When she said this, her voice suddenly choked, and without any warning, a crystal tear rolled down from those beautiful phoenix eyes that always showed confidence and control, and slid down her smooth cheek, reflecting a heartbreaking light under the light. Qin Feng was stunned when he saw her tears suddenly falling and the pain and fragility hidden in her eyes, as if an old scar had been touched. At that moment, he forgot all about the system, the mission, and the strategy. He felt as if his heart was being tugged at by something, and an indescribable heartache and the urge to protect her instantly swept through his body. Almost subconsciously, he took a step forward, stretched out his arms, and hugged the soft body that was still trembling slightly and exuding a faint fragrance tightly in his arms. "What are you doing?" Gu Wanqiu was so shocked by the sudden hug that her body froze. Qin Feng hugged her tighter, resting his chin gently on the top of her fragrant hair, and said in an unprecedentedly gentle and firm tone, very clearly in her ear, "I will not leave you." These 6 simple words seemed to carry some strange magic. Gu Wanqiu's body in his arms went from being stiff at first, to trembling slightly, and then, gradually softening completely. She didn't say anything else, but buried her face deeply in Qin Feng's warm and solid chest. The grievances and pains that had been suppressed for a long time finally found an outlet at this moment, turning into bursts of soft crying, and her shoulders also shrugged slightly. The two of them just hugged each other quietly, without saying a word. The evening breeze blew across the terrace, blowing away some of the tension and sadness in the air. It was about 6 o'clock in the evening, and the sky had not yet completely darkened. There was still a touch of magnificent sunset in the distant sky, outlining the outline of the city like a dream. Chapter 54 Gu Wanqiu's Past. It was unknown how long it took for Gu Wanqiu's suppressed crying to gradually subside. She moved slightly in Qin Feng's arms, as if she wanted to distance herself from him, but she was also somewhat greedy for the sudden warmth and support. After a while, Gu Wanqiu finally raised her head slowly. Her beautiful face was still covered with tears, her eyes were red, and her nose was also a little red. She looked pitiful, but this rare fragility made her look even more touching and real. She blushed with embarrassment, and whispered with a strong nasal tone, "Thank you, Qin Feng." Qin Feng's heart softened when he saw her like this. He reached out to wipe away the tears from the corners of her eyes, but she slightly turned her head to avoid him. He didn't mind, and just asked gently, "Do you feel better now?" Gu Wanqiu hummed softly, but did not immediately withdraw from his arms. Instead, she leaned closer to him subconsciously, as if to gain a sense of security. She looked at Qin Feng and asked softly in a tentative and complicated tone, "Aren't you curious about what happened between me and her?" Qin Feng met her inquiring gaze, just shook his head calmly, and said gently, "When you want to tell me, you will tell me naturally." When Gu Wanqiu heard his answer, a hint of warmth and relief flashed in her eyes. She took a deep breath, as if she had made up her mind. She raised her still watery eyes, looked at Qin Feng, and slowly said, "At that time, a new man came to the company and he took the initiative to pursue me. At first, I didn't take it too seriously, thinking that he was just like the other men around me, just coveting my beauty or the power of the Gu family. But, after getting along for a while, I found that he was actually very interesting, very talented, and very motivated, just like you now, always bringing me some unexpected surprises. When Qin Feng heard her compare him to that man, his brows subconsciously frowned slightly. Gu Wanqiu immediately noticed the subtle change in his expression, a blush flashed across her face, and she quickly explained, Don't worry, I don't treat you as his backup or substitute. You are much more interesting than him." At the end of her speech, her voice unconsciously lowered and her cheeks became even redder. She took a deep breath and continued, "Later, I felt that he was an okay person and he really cared about me, so I thought, maybe I should give myself a chance and try to have a normal relationship. So, I agreed to him and we went on a date. On that date, he behaved very well, he was humorous and considerate. I admit that I was a little moved at the time, and thought that maybe we could really develop a good relationship. As a result..." Gu Wanqiu's voice suddenly became low, and a layer of gloom and pain covered his eyes again. "Just 2 days after that date, I was passing by Ning Mashua's office on my way back to the company. I was outside the office door and heard Ning Mashua and him were arguing fiercely about something. He even called Ning Mashua wife. I couldn't believe my ears at that time. I pushed the door open and rushed in, and I saw that he was in disarray. They must have done something shameless in the office." When Gu Wanqiu said this, his body trembled slightly with anger and humiliation. When Qin Feng heard this, his heart suddenly moved. Disheveled? That's not right. He remembered the glaring red on the bedsheet after the night he and Ning Mashua had together. If it was Ning Mashua's first time, how could she do that kind of thing with that man in the office? There must be some misunderstanding in this matter. Although he was almost certain that there was a misunderstanding, Qin Feng did not point it out immediately. He was not a fool, nor was he the kind of steely straight man with no emotional intelligence. He was holding a woman in his arms, but he went to speak for another woman and clarify for her? How could Qin Feng do such a stupid thing? The most important thing now was to play the role of a qualified listener and comforter. "Hey! Are you listening to me?" Gu Wanqiu suddenly raised her head from his arms and stared at him with a hint of dissatisfaction and suspicion. Yes. I've been listening carefully." Qin Feng nodded quickly, making an indignant expression of empathy. "Really?" Gu Wanqiu was still a little skeptical. "Why did I feel like you were distracted just now?" "Absolutely not," Qin Feng immediately said righteously. To prove that he was really listening, he added very involvedly, "Boss Gu, that man is simply too bad. This kind of scumbag who messes around in the office should be caught and physically castrated so that he can never harm girls again." Puff. Gu Wanqiu couldn't help laughing at his vicious physical castration. But then she felt that it was a bit strange to hear these words coming from Qin Feng's mouth. She rolled her eyes at Qin Feng and said angrily, "What you said is too mean. But this is how he should be treated. Damn scumbag. Scumbag." Qin Feng listened to her coquettish approval and felt a chill somewhere down there. The atmosphere between the two of them eased a lot because of this little episode. Then, Gu Wanqiu seemed to realize that she had been held by Qin Feng in an overly intimate position. Her face flushed again, and she pushed Qin Feng's chest shyly, saying in a low voice, that, Qin Feng, you should let go of your hand, it's not good to keep holding you like this." Qin Feng looked at her shy and cute appearance, and his heart skipped a beat uncontrollably. Meow, this woman must be a fairy. So cute. Moreover, he could clearly feel that her slender waist wrapped by his arms was really slender, soft and fragrant. Girls are indeed fragrant and soft. However, now that he had heard enough and had taken advantage of her, if he continued, he would be a hooligan. He reluctantly released his hand from her waist, but his face still had that gentle smile. Gu Wanqiu felt the restraint around her waist disappear, and secretly breathed a sigh of relief, but a small sense of loss inexplicably rose in her heart. She regained her smile, with a bit of sunshine after the rain, and said to Qin Feng, "Humph, you have made up for it in time this time, and your performance is also good. This president will be generous and forgive you for the time being." She paused, and regained some of her ability and aura as a female CEO, with a cunning light flashing in her eyes. "Let's go, we should go back to the dance. Remember, you are my male partner tonight, and my assessment of you has just begun. Target, Gu Wanqiu, favorability plus 20, current favorability, 37. Ding. Target Gu Wanqiu's favorability has exceeded 30 points. Triggering favorability level reward, host's total assets will be tripled. Detection for critical hit determination. Lucky critical hit was not triggered this time. Calculation of asset increase. Current assets 231.4 million x 3 times equals 694.2 million. New assets 462.8 million. Chapter 55, the Shura field appears. Back in the brightly lit and clinking banquet hall, Gu Wanqiu this time really leaned most of her body weight gently on Qin Feng's arm. Unlike when she first entered the venue, she was still a bit deliberately reserved and distant. At this moment, whether it was her posture or the expression between her eyebrows, she had a bit more naturalness and dependence that she would only show in front of close people. Qin Feng could clearly smell the elegant fragrance from her hair and neck, like the fragrance of lotus after rain. His arms could also feel the softness and warmth of her body, and his heart could not help but feel dizzy. He looked around at the men and women who were dressed in fancy clothes but looked pale in his eyes at the moment, then leaned close to Gu Wanqiu's ear and whispered in a tone of pride and sincerity, "Boss Gu, I just looked around carefully, and it seems that there is really no lady in the whole banquet hall who is more beautiful than you." Gu Wanqiu blushed slightly when she heard his slightly greasy compliment. She stretched out her other hand and hit him on the arm lightly, saying angrily, "What nonsense are you talking about?" She paused, but the corners of her mouth rose slightly uncontrollably with a hint of imperceptible sweetness. "Qin Feng, why do I find that you are becoming more and more slick now?" "This is not called smooth talking, Mr. Gu, I am telling the truth." Qin Feng immediately retorted seriously. Gu Wanqiu was amused by his serious look and burst out laughing. The blush on her face due to shyness became even more intense. She stretched out her slender jade fingers and gently pinched the soft flesh on his waist, saying with a bit of coquettishness, "I told you not to talk nonsense." Perhaps because of the true feelings expressed on the terrace and their frankness to each other, Gu Wanqiu at this moment seemed much more pampered in front of Qin Feng. The powerful aura and deliberate alienation of the female president were also greatly reduced, revealing more of the dependence and trust of a little woman. Although Qin Feng also likes her usual arrogant and queen-like look, he also feels great when she is a little bit girly and dependent now. Qin Feng thought happily in his heart. Just when Qin Feng was feeling proud and enjoying this rare intimate atmosphere with Gu Wanqiu, a cold voice with a hint of teasing suddenly came from beside them like an untimely cold current. "Hey, isn't this President Gu? The two of you are so close, it's the envy of others." Qin Feng and Gu Wanqiu looked in the direction of the voice at the same time, and saw Ning Mashue standing not far from them with a glass of champagne in her hand. She had that signature cold smile on her face, whose deep meaning was hard to tell. Her phoenix eyes were like X-rays, scanning back and forth between the two people who were leaning on each other. "Ning Mashue, what are you doing here again?" When Gu Wanqiu saw Ning Mashue, the smile on her face instantly faded, replaced by undisguised vigilance and hostility. She subconsciously held Qin Feng's arm tighter and leaned slightly towards him, as if she was afraid that the treasure beside her would be snatched away by someone. Ning Mashue looked at Gu Wanqiu, who was like a hen protecting her food, with a wider curve at the corner of her mouth and a more playful look in her eyes. In fact, she did not have any strong liking or possessiveness for Qin Feng. From the beginning, she regarded the so-called bet as a joke to relieve boredom or to tease Gu Wanqiu. But now, seeing Gu Wanqiu so nervous and concerned about Qin Feng, it inexplicably and directly aroused the strong desire to win and destroy that belonged to the queen in her heart. She walked slowly in front of the two of them with graceful steps, her eyes flickered between Qin Feng and Gu Wanqiu, and then she said to Gu Wanqiu in a tone that was deliberately ambiguous and provocative, "Mr. Gu, your little boyfriend and I have a special relationship. I still remember how brave he was that night." She deliberately dragged out the last syllable and stopped halfway through her words, leaving endless room for imagination. Boom! Qin Feng felt like his brain was blown up by a bomb. Oh my god! Oh my god! Is Ning Mashue crazy? What does she want to do? Qin Feng panicked instantly, and cold sweat broke out on his back. Gu Wanqiu just cried to me about her betrayal by her ex-unconfirmed boyfriend in Ning Mashue, and her trust and favorability towards me were at their peak. If Gu Wanqiu knew now that I had done that with Ning Mashue before this, wouldn't it be game over on the spot, and I couldn't die anymore? He cried out in his heart, "You two are both excellent, both are my goddesses, I like both of you. Can't you two just be my wings?" Qin Feng felt that he was going to die in the next second. Gu Wanqiu's face changed instantly when she heard Ning Mashue's ambiguous but suggestive words. She turned her head sharply and stared at Qin Feng with her beautiful phoenix eyes. Her eyes were full of shock, suspicion, and a hint of rapidly gathering coldness. "Qin Feng, is what she said true?" Ning Mashue was watching the show leisurely on the side, with a smug sneer on her lips. Although the quarrel between Gu Wanqiu and Ning Maxue, two women with strong auras, was not loud, the tense atmosphere still attracted the attention of many guests around. Oh my god! Look, look! Isn't that Mr. Gu and Mr. Ning from Liren International? Why do the two of them seem to be arguing? Who is the man in the middle? They are pulling both sides, it looks so miserable. TSK, two female CEOs are jealous of each other in public? This is too explosive. Take a picture of it quickly. The whispers and malicious looks around pierced Qin Feng like needles. Just when Qin Feng felt that he was about to be completely submerged by this sudden Shura field and thought that he was going to die today, a young man's voice, with a hint of frivolity and impatience, suddenly sounded from the outside of the crowd. Ning Maxue, what are you doing? Luo Xiao, the drug man who was trading drugs with others in the small garden and threatened to drug Ning Maxue, was seen staggering over with a glass of wine, with a disgusting hypocritical smile on his face. Chapter 56 Recognized. Luo Xian held the wine glass with a false smile on his face, but his eyes moved back and forth between Gu Wanqiu and Ning Maxue, finally stopping at Ning Maxue, and spoke with a tone of pretended intimacy and familiarity. Maxue, I've been looking for you for a long time, and it turns out you were here chatting with Mr. Gu. When Ning Maxue saw Luo Xian, the coldness on her pretty face became even more intense. She said coldly, Luo Xian, what do I do and where I am have to do with you? The smile on Luo Xian's face froze slightly, but he still forced himself to say, Maxue, what are you saying? You are my female companion today. Female companion? Ning Maxue sneered, her eyes full of contempt and disdain. Luo Xian, I remember I told you very clearly in the parking lot this afternoon that I, Ning Maxue, can't be your female companion. It was you who had to follow me here shamelessly, don't talk as if I agreed. Luo Xian's face turned pale and blue after being ruthlessly rebuked by her in public. A trace of anger flashed in his eyes. He lowered his voice and said threateningly, Ning Maxue, don't be ungrateful. Aren't you afraid that my Luo family will vent their anger on your Ning family and retaliate against you? Ning Maxue heard this. Not only did she not show any fear, but she raised her lips with a cold arc, and her aura was fully open. First of all, if this was said by your brother Luo Tian, who was still a bit promising, maybe there would be a little gold content in his words. As for you Luo Xian, ha. Secondly, I, Ning Maxue, have never been afraid of threats from anyone. Instead of pretending to be powerful here, you might as well go back and think about why your brother Luo Tian suddenly fell into such a big setback some time ago, and was beaten into a mess, and still dare not show up. I have given your Luo family enough face during this period of time and have not paid too much attention to you, a jumping clown. You are not really naive enough to think that I, Ning Maxue, am really afraid of your Luo family, right? Funny. Luo Xian's face turned pale instantly after hearing these words, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. The fall of his brother mentioned by Ning Maxue was the key reason why he was so eager to consolidate his position by hooking up with Ning Maxue. Ning Maxue ignored him and turned around. Her cold and sharp phoenix eyes looked at Qin Feng and she said in an unquestionable queen-like tone, You, come here, come to me. Qin Feng was shocked by the powerful and cold queen aura that Ning Maxue exuded at the moment. Almost subconsciously, he wanted to take a step towards her. Just took 2 steps. A soft little hand suddenly hugged his arm tightly. Qin Feng was stunned and turned his head to look. He saw Gu Wanqiu pouting with dissatisfaction in her big eyes. She looked up at him with her little face, She said, the meaning of which was self-evident, do you dare to go over and try? Qin Feng was suddenly overwhelmed. Oh my god. On the left is the cute and adorable Gu Wanqiu, and on the right is the powerful Ning Maxue. This. He looked at Ning Maxue and Gu Wanqiu, who were obviously starting to exchange glances in mid-air, and secretly complained in his heart. And Luo Xian, who was choked by Ning Maxue's words and was speechless, was simply a waste in Qin Feng's eyes. I thought you could help me attract some firepower, but you are useless. You were speechless after just a few words from Ning Maxue. Qin Feng swallowed hard and tried to explain to Gu Wanqiu, Mr. Gu, your voice. Luo Xian suddenly interrupted Qin Feng's words. He stared at Qin Feng with a look of surprise and doubt in his eyes. Why does it sound a little familiar to me? Ah. I remember. You are the guy outside Ning Maxue's office that day. He finally matched Qin Feng's current appearance with the nosy employee that day. Qin Feng thought to himself, damn it. I've been recognized, but he still pretended to be confused and innocent on his face. What are you talking about? I don't understand at all. Luo Xian wanted to expose it in public, but he swallowed the words back. After all, if the matter of drugging Ning Maxue was exposed, he would be finished. So, even if he wanted to step on Qin Feng immediately, he could only hold back for the time being. This feeling was even more aggrieved than a dumb person eating Coptus chinensis. He had no way to express his grievances and no place to vent his anger. His sinister eyes cast a glance at Qin Feng's face, which looked particularly annoying at the moment, and then quickly swept across Ning Maxue, who looked cold, and Gu Wanxiu, who was also unfriendly. He knew in his heart that the two women were obviously protecting Qin Feng, and the situation was extremely unfavorable to him. Forcing the situation would only bring humiliation to himself. Qin Feng, you little bastard, wait for me. He gritted his teeth and said fiercely, you are lucky today, you have Ning Maxue and Gu Wanxiu to support you. I will remember this account for you. When I find the opportunity in the future, I will make sure you wish you were dead or alive. Qin Feng looked at Luo Xian's embarrassed back and complained in his heart, damn, you are such a waste. Save me. Fortunately, just when the atmosphere was becoming extremely awkward, the host's enthusiastic voice suddenly rang out in the banquet hall, announcing that tonight's charity dinner had officially begun. As melodious music sounded, the guests took their seats one after another. As important guests tonight, Gu Wanxiu and Ning Maxue were naturally arranged to sit at two adjacent tables in the main guest area. As Gu Wanxiu's male companion, Qin Feng naturally had to sit at the same table with her. A dramatic scene happened. When Gu Wanxiu sat down, her arm was still intimately around Qin Feng's arm. After sitting down, she showed no intention of letting go. Instead, she leaned closer to Qin Feng. Her beautiful phoenix eyes contained a hint of provocation like a winner, and she glanced at Ning Maxue, who had just sat down at the next table, with a smile. Ning Maxue was such a person, how could she not see Gu Wanxiu's little trick? A trace of disdain flashed across her cold face, and then, in the slightly surprised eyes of everyone, she hesitated for a fraction of a second, and the pride in her heart that was unwilling to be outdone instantly took the upper hand. She actually stood up leisurely and walked to the other side of Qin Feng. In the stunned expression of Qin Feng, she very naturally stretched out her jade hand, took Qin Feng's other arm, and then sat down in the empty seat next to Qin Feng. In an instant, on Qin Feng's left and right sides, there was a beautiful female president, with completely different temperaments but equally beautiful. Qin Feng only felt the intoxicating fragrance coming from both sides at the same time, as well as the thrilling soft touch transmitted through the thin dress fabric. Fuck! This feeling of being hugged by both sides. This fragrant breeze blowing in the face, this dilemma. Well, a wonderful burden. This Shura field must have it. He shouted wildly in his heart, and almost had a nosebleed on the spot. Chapter 57. However, Qin Feng soon lost the mood to show off. Because the banquet had officially begun, the host was giving a speech on the stage, and the guests around him were sitting upright. He was being held hostage by two female CEOs, so he couldn't act too frivolous, and it was even worse to care too much and be too serious in such an occasion. However, he wanted to keep things quiet, but the two female presidents didn't seem to want to let him off easily. So, Qin Feng felt it first. Gu Wanxiu on the left, probably because of Ning Maxue's smug look, became more and more angry, and stretched out her little hand to pinch the soft flesh on his waist hard. His Qin Feng almost cried out in pain, but he still had to keep a decent smile on his face. Then, Ning Maxue on the right seemed to have noticed something from Gu Wanxiu's little action, or she simply didn't want to lose momentum, and her cold jade hand also twisted Qin Feng's other way slightly. Fuck! Are you two serious? Qin Feng felt that his waist was about to be broken by these two goblins, and a layer of cold sweat broke out on his forehead instantly. In the next few minutes, while the host was making a passionate speech and the guests were clapping politely, Qin Feng felt like he was in a purgatory without the smoke of gunpowder. The one on the left pinched him with a bit of pride in claiming sovereignty, the one on the right twisted him with a bit of cold arrogance in not wanting to be outdone. After pinching each other several times, Qin Feng finally couldn't stand it anymore. He no longer cared about being a gentleman. A fire of anger rose in his lower abdomen. He just got a little angry and suddenly stretched out his arms to hug Gu Wanxiu and Ning Maxue on both sides into his arms at the same time. Then, he lowered his head and said softly in a tone that only the three of them could hear, with a hint of warning and a tone that did not allow for argument, "Don't move. Be quiet." This sudden intimate action and overbearing words made Gu Wanxiu and Ning Maxue, the two female CEOs who were usually high and mighty, stiffen and were stunned for a moment. They blushed almost subconsciously. Gu Wanxiu felt ashamed and angry, but more of a strange throbbing. How dare he do this to me? But, he is hugging me now, should he be expressing his stance, meaning that he is on my side? In this case, should we just ignore Ning Mashue? But his hands are so hot. Ning Mashue's heart was filled with turmoil. This boy. He is getting bolder and bolder. He actually dared to hug me in public? But, humph, I knew he would choose me in the end. Although it was a bit rough, no. But his embrace was so warm. To Qin Feng's surprise, after being shocked by him, the two female presidents, after a brief moment of stiffness and shame, actually glanced at each other with a hint of pride, and then they both miraculously quieted down, leaned obediently in his arms, and stopped making noise. Qin Feng himself didn't know why the two women suddenly became quiet, but he was naturally happy to enjoy this hard-earned peace. After a few minutes, he felt that both of them seemed to have completely calmed down and their breathing had stabilized. He then carefully and little by little, took back the two arms that were hugging the two beautiful women from their shoulders and waists, and resumed his posture of sitting upright. The two women seemed to have temporarily exhausted their fighting power because of their somewhat extraordinary behavior just now and Qin Feng's even more extraordinary counterattack. They just glared at him tacitly, fiercely and warningly, then temporarily stopped and turned their attention to the main banquet stage in front of them. While the host was enthusiastically introducing Mr. Lin's life and the special significance of tonight's charity event, Gu Wanqiu, who had been looking forward, tilted her head slightly and quickly explained to Qin Feng in a whisper that only the two of them could hear, with her unique coolness. Tonight's banquet is ostensibly a charity dinner, but it's actually the 80th birthday banquet for Mr. Lin Jiangwo, the founder of the Lin Group in Donghai City. Her voice was very low, and her breath brushed Qin Feng's earlobe. Mr. Lin has an extraordinary status in Donghai. Those present today are all leading figures from all walks of life in the city, and they will all give Mr. Lin generous gifts. Gu Wanqiu continued at a steady pace. Mr. Lin has an unwritten rule: every time he holds a birthday banquet, he will ask someone to appraise the value of all the gifts he receives, and then he will donate the money equal to the total value of the gifts to several charities in the city. So, this is not only a birthday banquet, but also a tacit charity fundraiser. Naturally, everyone will be more thoughtful when giving gifts, not only to celebrate Mr. Lin's birthday, but also to gain a good reputation for himself and his family. Qin Feng suddenly understood what was going on and nodded in understanding. No wonder when he came in just now, he felt that the atmosphere in this banquet hall was much more solemn and warm than that of an ordinary business cocktail party. It turned out that there was such a deep meaning in it. This form can really make both the organizer and the guests look good and gain both fame and fortune. Soon, it was time for the guests to come forward and present gifts to Mr. Lin. Gu Wanqiu and Ning Mashue, as the two presidents of Liren International, were naturally important guests. They each prepared a valuable antique as a gift, which was delivered by a special person and received praise from Mr. Lin and the surrounding guests. At this moment, Luo Xian, who had just left in disgrace, came up again with a thick face. He obviously didn't want to miss the opportunity to show his face in front of Mr. Lin. He straightened his clothes, put on a respectful smile, stepped forward, and said loudly, "Mr. Lin. I, Luo Xian, wish you good fortune like the long flowing water of the East China Sea and a long life like the evergreen pines of the southern mountains." He paused, and his tone became more sincere. "I know that with your status and experience, you are probably used to seeing those precious items such as gold, silver, jade, antiques and cultural relics. I also know that you have always loved the pine tree, which symbolizes perseverance and is evergreen. Therefore, I have specially collected for you a masterpiece by the contemporary Chinese painting master Mo Song, the original painting of ancient pine welcoming guests. I hope it will suit your wishes and bring you joy. I hope you will like it. Please take a look." As he spoke, he carefully had someone unfold a carefully framed scroll in front of Mr. Lin. In the painting, there was a 1,000-year-old pine tree with vigorous branches and lush green needles. It was surrounded by clouds and mist, as if there were cranes looming. The painting was vigorous and the artistic conception was profound. It was indeed a rare masterpiece. Mr. Lin was already somewhat bored with the monotonous gold and jade longevity peaches and antique ornaments, but when he saw the painting Ancient Pine welcoming guests with his favorite theme of pine, which was also a painting of great skill and extraordinary artistic conception, his slightly cloudy old eyes really burst into surprise and appreciation. He looked at it carefully for a long time, nodded slightly, and showed a smile from the heart that he had not seen for a long time. He raised his head and looked at Luo Xian, with genuine approval in his eyes, and said slowly, "Well, this kid from the Luo family really has this intention, it's good." Next, the MC shouted. Luo Xian did not leave immediately. He turned around and looked at Qin Feng standing next to Gu Wanqiu with ill intent. He deliberately raised his voice and said with a hint of provocation, "Wait. Mr. Lin, Mr. Gu brought a male companion tonight. I wonder what shocking gift Mr. Qin has prepared for Mr. Lin. Let us all open our eyes. Chapter 58, Painting Pine. Luo Xan's eyes, full of malice and provocation, were fixed on Qin Feng like a poisonous snake. Many guests in the banquet hall were also attracted to him, with a sense of watching the show. Gu Wanqiu's pretty face darkened when she heard Luo Xan's words, which were obviously meant to pick a quarrel. She quickly stood up and explained to Mr. Lin, who was sitting at the main seat, "Mr. Lin, I'm very sorry. Qin Feng. He is the male companion I invited tonight. He mainly came to accompany me to your birthday banquet. I didn't know in advance that there would be a gift-giving session tonight, so I didn't prepare any special gifts. Please don't be offended, and forgive me." Her words were both an explanation and a defense of Qin Feng, trying to lightly cover the matter. Luo Xan was not willing to give in. He said in a sarcastic tone, "Hey, Mr. Gu, you can't say that. Everyone who comes as a guest, and as your male companion to attend Mr. Lin's birthday party, how can you come empty-handed? This doesn't make sense, right? Even if you are in a hurry and don't have time to prepare a physical gift, it should be okay to prepare a little talent temporarily to show it to Mr. Lin to liven up the party, right?" He sneered in his heart, "Humph, you want to steal my woman? I will embarrass you in public today and kill you." The people present today are all the top dignitaries in Donghai City. The gifts given by each person are either antiques worth hundreds of millions or various rare treasures. Even if you, little Karami, really have some talent in singing and dancing, compared with these, it will only look as ridiculous as a child. When the time comes, let's see how you end up. He showed a sinister smile on his face. Ning Mashua instantly understood Luo Xan's sinister intentions after hearing this. She frowned slightly, feeling disgusted with Luo Xan's despicable means. Although she was also happy to see Qin Feng suffer in front of Gu Wanqiu, she did not want him to become a laughingstock because of this kind of thing, and he could only be bullied by her. She touched Qin Feng's arm calmly and whispered in a voice that only the two of them could hear, "Qin Feng, don't be impulsive. This diamond necklace I often wear around my neck is quite unique in shape and worth several million. Take it for emergency use and say it's a gift you prepared. Luo Xan just wants to embarrass you in public, so don't fall into his trap and go up to perform some talent." Almost at the same time, Gu Wanqiu on the other side also eagerly lowered his voice and said to Qin Feng, "Yes, Qin Feng, don't panic. I also have a jade bracelet. Although it is not a rare treasure, it is also worth some money. You can take it first and send it together with Ning Mashua's necklace. Just say it is our mutual intention. Don't pay attention to that villain Luo Xan, he just wants to embarrass you on purpose." Qin Feng couldn't help but feel touched when he heard the life-saving straw handed over by the two stunning female CEOs on both sides at almost the same time. Only at the critical moment can you see whether a person is reliable or not. Although these two women usually fight to the death, at this time, they are willing to spend money and effort to help me out. However, Qin Feng is different now. He has a super rich system, a huge sum of more than 200 million in his bank card, and those amazing skills in the system mall as trump cards. How can he be afraid? He did not take the necklace that Ning Mashua handed over, nor did he pay attention to the bracelet that Gu Wanqiu wanted to give him. He just stood up calmly under the gazes of the crowd, some of which were curious, some of which were sympathetic, and some of which were gloating. Ning Mashua and Gu Wanqiu saw that Qin Feng did not take the gift they prepared, but just stood up. They were both nervous, thinking that he was irritated by Luo Xan. They both subconsciously reached out their hands to pull Qin Feng down. Qin Feng stretched out his two hands, gently patted their soft little hands that were pressing on his arms, and signaled to them with his eyes not to worry. Then, under the gaze of everyone, he walked in front of Mr. Lin with steady steps. He first bowed respectfully to Mr. Lin, and then said in a loud voice, "Mr. Lin, I, Qin Feng, first of all, wish you good fortune and a long life. Secondly, I am deeply sorry for not being able to prepare a gift in advance tonight." He paused, a confident smile appeared on his face, and continued, "However, although I am not talented, I do know a little about painting. Since young Master Luo suggested showing off his talents to liven up the atmosphere, I would like to paint a picture on the spot of a vigorous pine tree to express my admiration and blessing for your perseverance and everlasting youth. Is that okay?" After hearing this, Mr. Lin looked Qin Feng up and down. He saw that although he was young, he was calm and composed, with clear eyes. He was full of confidence when he said this, and he couldn't help but become interested. "Oh? This gentleman can also paint pine trees?" Mr. Lin spoke slowly, with a hint of consideration in his tone. Young man, you know that my requirements for pine tree paintings are very high. If it is just a simple impromptu painting, I'm afraid there is no need to show it in public. You came in a hurry today, and Mr. Gu has explained to you that it doesn't matter if you don't prepare a gift. It's good enough as long as the thought is there. Xin Feng heard this, with a smile on his face, and his tone became more confident. Mr. Lin, please rest assured. Although I dare not call myself a master, I am confident that I have some experience in painting pine trees, and I will not let you down. Xin Feng silently said in his heart, System, Exchange, Advanced Painting Pine Tree Specialty. Confirmed to redeem Advanced Painting Pine Tree Special? It will cost 100 million. Confirm. Exchange successful. Host's current remaining assets, 694.2 million. 100 million equals 594.2 million. A vast amount of knowledge about painting pine trees, the technical insights of countless masters, and a deep understanding of the charm of pine trees instantly flooded into Qin Feng's mind. Old Master Lin looked at Qin Feng's confident look, and saw that he was not a frivolous person, so most of the doubts in his heart disappeared, and instead a trace of genuine curiosity and expectation arose. Great! It's rare for a young man to have such confidence. Come on, bring the pen, ink, paper, and inkstone. Chapter 59, Slap in the Face. Soon, a space was temporarily cleared on one side of the banquet hall, and a large mahogany drawing table was quickly brought up. Brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones were all available, all of them of top quality. For a moment, the eyes of the entire banquet hall were focused on Qin Feng. There was curiosity, expectation, and excitement, and naturally there were also people like Luo Xian who were waiting to see him make a fool of himself and gloat over his misfortune. The two female presidents, Gu Wanqiu and Ning Mashue, stopped their conversation at the same time, and looked at the young man who was about to become the focus of the whole audience with inquiry in their beautiful eyes. Qin Feng seemed unusually calm and composed under the spotlight. He walked to the drawing table, bowed slightly and respectfully to Mr. Lin, and then slowly picked up a medium-sized wolf hairbrush. He did not dip the brush in ink immediately. Instead, he closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and instantly all the essential techniques and insights of Advanced Painting Pine Tree Specialty merged into his mind. When he opened his eyes again, Qin Feng's aura seemed to have changed. His eyes were focused, his expression was calm, and he didn't show any of his usual eccentricity. He had the demeanor of a master who was confident in what he was doing. He turned his wrist, dipped the brush into thick ink, and then began to write on the snow-white rice paper. He wrote decisively, sometimes like a dragon taking water, with force penetrating the back of the paper, outlining the gnarled branches of the pine tree, sometimes like a dragonfly skimming the water, lightly painting and slowly drawing, embellishing the verdant and layered pine needles. Without too many complicated techniques, just a few simple strokes, a lone and proud pine tree standing proudly against the wind and piercing the sky, is vividly depicted on the paper. The pine tree seems not to be drawn, but grows out of the paper, with an indomitable spirit, which makes people feel refreshed. When Qin Feng put down the last stroke and the painting took shape, a layer of fine beads of sweat oozed out of his forehead. He put down the brush, took a step back, looked at his work, and nodded with satisfaction. There was a brief silence in the entire banquet hall, and then thunderous applause broke out. Good. Good painting. Good style. Mr. Lin, who was sitting in the main seat, was so excited that he stood up from his seat. He walked quickly to the drawing table, examined the painting carefully, and praised repeatedly, "This pine tree is alive. It has captured its soul. I have seen many pine paintings in my life, but only a few have such charm." He raised his head and looked at Qin Feng. There was no longer any consideration or doubt in his eyes. Instead, there was full of appreciation and approval, as well as the special love and respect that an elder has for a talented younger person. Qin Feng, right? Old Master Lin showed a smile from the bottom of his heart. He stretched out his hand and patted Qin Feng's shoulder heavily, and his tone became particularly kind. Good boy. Your painting is much more valuable than those gold, silver, and jade articles. From now on, if you don't mind, you can call me Uncle Lin. I have made friends with you, my old man. Uncle Lin, you are too kind. I don't deserve it. I don't deserve it. Qin Feng said hurriedly, bowing humbly, but he was very happy in his heart. When the guests around heard that Mr. Lin actually called this young man little friend, their eyes towards Qin Feng suddenly changed. Being called and valued by Mr. Lin like this young man's identity and future are probably limitless. Qin Feng turned to Mr. Lin and said, Uncle Lin, this humble work of mine has not yet been named. I hope you can give it a name, as a token of my appreciation. Oh? Let me name it? Mr. Lin was even more delighted when he heard that. He twisted his beard, pondered for a moment, and said in a loud voice, "This pine tree is independent and proud, and it is not afraid of wind and rain. Let's call it Proud Pine Facing the Wind. How about it?" Good. What a good name. Qin Feng praised immediately. "Thank you, Uncle Lin, for the name." Gu Wanqiu, who was standing not far away, looked at Qin Feng, who was neither humble nor arrogant in front of Mr. Lin, and her beautiful eyes were full of surprise and admiration. He actually did it. And he did it so perfectly. Target, Gu Wanqiu, favorability plus 10, current favorability, 67. Ding. Target Gu Wanqiu's favorability has exceeded 60 points. Triggering favorability level reward, host's total assets will be increased by 6 times. Detection for critical hit determination. Lucky critical hit was not triggered this time. Calculation of asset increase. Current assets 594.2 million x 6 times equals 3.5652 billion. Newly added assets, 2.971 billion. Ning Mashua's mood was even more complicated. She looked at Qin Feng, and the coldness and disdain in her eyes melted away unconsciously, replaced by a deeper curiosity and a kind of expectation that she herself had not even noticed. As for Luo Xan, the instigator, his face was already as pale as death at this moment, and he wished he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into and never come out again. The banquet continued. Qin Feng, because of Mr. Lin's young friend's certification and his amazing painting skills, undoubtedly became a rising star at the banquet tonight. Many guests, especially those who claimed to be socialites or women with business purposes, held wine glasses and tried to come forward to chat with Qin Feng with a charming smile. Qin Feng felt very proud when he saw this, and was just about to put his intermediate noble circle social skills to good use, hugging girls on both sides, making friends with everyone and expanding his network. However, just as he showed a charming smile to a beautiful lady who took the initiative to talk to him, he felt Gu Wanqiu beside him cast a cold and warning look at him. That look seemed to say, "You dare?" Qin Feng's smile froze on his face. With a strong desire to survive, he immediately smiled apologetically at the lady, then obediently withdrew his thoughts on in-depth exchanges with all the beauties and stayed obediently by Gu Wanqiu's side. Chapter 60 The Queen's Jealousy. Qin Feng felt the cold, warning look from Gu Wanqiu. Just as he was about to reach out to take the business card, he subconsciously paused in mid-air. However, Qin Feng changed his mind and thought, "Why should I be so obedient? Although I have left a very good impression on Gu Wanqiu tonight, even a deep impression. However, for a woman like her who has long been accustomed to seeing all kinds of young talents and business elites, this alone is far from enough. Why not give her some more exciting stuff?" Thinking of this, a sly smile appeared on his face, and the hand that was suspended in the air not only did not retract, but stretched out again, as if he had not noticed Gu Wanqiu's warning look at all, and very naturally took the gold-stamped business card from the lady with shining eyes and enthusiastic face. "Ma'am, I'm glad to meet you too." Qin Feng had an impeccable and charming smile on his face, and his voice was gentle and magnetic. The lady blushed as he looked at her, and she said excitedly, "Mr. Qin, I just saw you drawing, you were so handsome. Your concentration and talent are simply fascinating." No, Qin Feng waved his hand modestly, "it's just a small talent that can't be shown on stage. I'm sorry to make you laugh." In the distance, Gu Wanqiu watched this scene, her beautiful phoenix eyes narrowed dangerously. "Didn't you see me? I just saw him glance at me. No, I have to change the angle so that he can see me." She held the wine glass calmly, moved a few steps gracefully, and walked to a direction where she could face Qin Feng again. As long as Qin Feng looked up, he could clearly see her pretty face with a kind smile. Qin Feng naturally also noticed Gu Wanqiu, who had changed her position, but he was in a playful mood at the moment and deliberately turned his head again, pretending not to see her, and continued chatting with the enthusiastic lady in front of him. Seeing Qin Feng so approachable, the lady became bolder. She took a step forward, almost sticking to Qin Feng, her tone full of admiration. "Mr. Qin, you are too modest. Your little talent will not arouse the interest of Mr. Lin, let alone be called little friend by him on the spot." As she spoke, one of her well-maintained hands was boldly placed on Qin Feng's arm, and her full and round breasts rubbed his arm vaguely. Qin Feng felt the soft touch on his arm, and he was secretly happy, but his face showed a hint of embarrassment. He said softly, "Madam, this is not good, right?" Although he said this, his body showed no sign of retreating. Instead, he squeezed in, fully enjoying the wonderful touch. "Oh, you are so bad." The lady's cheeks turned red because of his hypocrisy, and she gave him a reproachful look. Qin Feng smiled evilly and was about to say something else. Where am I? Before he could finish his words, he felt his ear being grabbed hard by a soft little hand. Gu Wanqiu had walked over quietly without anyone noticing. She still had a standard, impeccable smile on her face, but her eyes were as cold as the Siberian cold current. Ah! Ah! It hurts. Mr. Gu, please be gentle. Before Qin Feng could finish speaking to the lady, he was grabbed by the ear by Gu Wanqiu and dragged away in the surprised and gossipy eyes of the guests. She dragged Qin Feng all the way to a relatively secluded corner of the banquet hall before letting go. Qin Feng rubbed his red ears and looked at her innocently. Gu Wanqiu crossed her arms, looked down at him, and sneered. Why, I saw you were having a good chat with that lady just now. Are you enjoying yourself so much that you don't want to leave? Qin Feng quickly explained. No way, Mr. Gu, you misunderstood. She was introducing her company's products to me. I am also expanding my network for the company. Upon hearing this, Gu Wanqiu snorted disdainfully, narrowed her eyes, glanced at him up and down, and said in a very mocking tone, Really? Introducing their company's products? It seems to me that she is introducing to you whether the product on her chest is comfortable and soft? Qin Feng was left speechless by her straightforward and sharp words. Seeing that he couldn't get away with his jokes, he immediately changed the subject, with an expression that looked like he was taking credit for it. Mr. Gu, let's not talk about that for now. My performance tonight was pretty good overall, right? Didn't it embarrass you? Gu Wanqiu looked at him like this, and the jealousy and anger in her heart also dissipated for the most part. She turned her head away, but still refused to give in. It's okay, just like that, so. Qin Feng immediately took advantage of the situation and moved closer, with an expectant light in his eyes. Then, can I stay by your side forever and officially be your boyfriend? Gu Wanqiu blushed at his sudden question and her heart skipped a beat. She avoided Qin Feng's burning gaze in a panic and said stubbornly, You wish. You can stay with me, but the boyfriend thing, we'll talk about it later. I just passed my first assessment. Qin Feng heard this and said in surprise, Huh? There are still tests? How many times will there be? Say it again. Gu Wanqiu blared at him in reproach. Well then, Qin Feng showed a little grievance on his face, but then he put on a playful smile. Then Mr. Gu, I performed so well today and helped you earn so much face, there should be some substantial reward, right? What reward do you want? Gu Wanqiu looked at him and asked. Qin Feng didn't say anything, but just stared at Gu Wanqiu's red lips with his deep eyes, which looked particularly delicate and tempting because she had just drunk some wine. Gu Wanqiu followed his gaze and instantly understood what he meant. Her cheeks flushed red. She subconsciously took a half step back and said with a stutter, No. No. There are too many people here. Eh? Is it not possible? Qin Feng showed a sly smile on his face. Instead of retreating, he took a few steps forward and pushed her to the wall in the corner. Gu Wanqiu was enveloped by the strong masculine scent on him, and she was even more flustered. Her heart was pounding, and she didn't dare to look into his eyes again. She warned him in a low voice, Qin Feng. What are you going to do? Don't mess around. Qin Feng was just about to continue his offensive when he suddenly caught a glimpse of Luo Xian, who had left in disgrace before, at another exit of the banquet hall not far away. And he was sneaking out alone at this moment, and the direction seemed to be leading to the hotel's guest room department. Why is he still here? Qin Feng's heart trembled. He quickly looked around and found that he had not seen Ning Mashue since just now. Oh no! Something feels wrong. Is Ning Mashue safe? No, I have to go check it out. This thought instantly overwhelmed all his romantic thoughts. He immediately stopped approaching Gu Wanqiu, his expression became serious, and he said to Gu Wanqiu quickly, Boss Gu, I suddenly have something very urgent to deal with. Please wait here for me, I will be back soon. Gu Wanqiu was immersed in a complex emotion of shame, annoyance and anticipation, and she did not expect Qin Feng to suddenly change his expression. Ha! She was stunned for a moment. Before she could react, she looked at Qin Feng's back as he quickly walked away. She subconsciously stretched out her hand, but only grabbed a piece of air. She stood there, watching Qin Feng's back disappearing at the end of the corridor. She felt her heartbeat was still frighteningly fast and her face was burning. Chapter 61 Even if the rescue. Qin Feng greeted Gu Wanqiu, then turned around and quickly caught up with Luo Xian. He saw the uncontrollable, vulgar and excited expression on Luo Xian's face, and the ominous premonition in his heart became stronger. He followed closely behind Luo Xian, and the two of them walked one in front and one behind, and soon passed through the corridor and entered the hotel's guest room area. Luo Xin seemed to be unaware, and his steps were even a little frivolous. Qin Feng followed him to the corner of a corridor. As soon as he turned around and took a few steps, his eyes suddenly became cold, and he quickly dodged and hid behind a cleaning car next to him. Because he saw a woman standing at the door of a room not far ahead, and the woman glanced in his direction very keenly. She was a woman with neat short hair and a strong and sturdy figure. Although she was wearing a hotel staff uniform, her tough temperament and vigilant eyes were not comparable to ordinary people. Bodyguard? Qin Feng thought to himself. It seemed that Luo Xin came prepared this time. In order not to alert the enemy and to approach more safely, Qin Feng immediately ordered the system in his mind. System, open them all and redeem the stealth skill. Intermediate stealth skills greatly improves the host's concealment during actions. Exchange price, 500 million. Damn it! Why is it so expensive? Qin Feng was shocked. This price was many times more expensive than the skills he had bought before. He was about to ask the system why the price had skyrocketed, but he saw Luo Xin in front of him chatting with the short-haired woman. He had to suppress his doubts and gritted his teeth and said, 500 million is 500 million. Exchange. Exchange successful. Host's current remaining assets, 3.5652 billion. 500 million equals 3.0652 billion. A mysterious knowledge and experience once again flooded into his mind, and Qin Feng felt that his breathing, heartbeat, footsteps, and even sense of existence seemed to be integrated with the surrounding environment. Luo Xin asked impatiently, I saw the message you sent me, saying you've already helped me get it done? The short-haired woman nodded, her voice steady and calm. Yes, the person is in the house in front, room 301. Luo Xin's eyes were full of Yin. Did you use the medicine? I did. The short-haired woman replied, it's the little pill provided by the boss. It works very well. When you're done, go to room 507 on the 5th floor. The boss is waiting for you upstairs. Luo Xin rubbed his hands, an obscene smile appeared on his face. Don't worry. After I have enjoyed myself and finished my business, I can easily fulfill your boss's request. No, I can't bear it anymore, I want to go now. As he said, he touched his cone in an extremely obscene manner. The short-haired woman looked at his impatient appearance, a barely perceptible contempt flashed in her eyes. She frowned and said, then enjoy your meal, Mr. Luo. Then she said no more, turned around and left from the other side of the stairs. He. Luo Xin let out a disgusting laugh, rubbing his hands, and impatiently walked past the cleaning car where Qin Feng was hiding and walked towards room 301. Qin Feng, who had activated intermediate stealth, was like a ghost. Luo Xin walked by him without noticing him at all. Qin Feng followed him silently, and when Luo Xin swiped his card to open the door, he also slipped into the room. Inside the room, on the big bed, the scene in front of him made Qin Feng's anger instantly reach its peak. Ning Mashue was lying on the bed, her hands and feet tied with silk scarves, unable to move. Her pretty face was abnormally flushed, and her eyes were blurry but still full of anger. Luo Xinin smiled and walked towards the big bed. Boss Ning, you didn't expect it, did you? You've finally fallen into my hands. Luo Xin, you beast. Ning Mashue gritted her teeth, her voice a little weak due to the effects of the drug. Are you beginning to reveal your true colors now? Are you not pretending to chase me anymore? Chasing you? Do you really think I'm that useless brother of mine? Luo Xin's face was full of contempt and mockery. That idiot, he even claimed that he had slept with so many women, but you kicked him out with just a few words. Although I haven't slept with as many women as my brother, I have brains. Oh, I knew that when dealing with a woman like you who is always indifferent and condescending, sweet words are useless. Only this most direct and rough method is most effective. He took out his cell phone, shook it at Ning Mashue, and said with a sinister smile, next, I will record all the wonderful scenes into a video. When the time comes, I want to see how you, the noble President Ning, can still struggle? Ning Mashue's face turned pale in an instant. You can't do this. Besides, Luo Xin leaned over and said in her ear with a lewd smile, you just took the little pill, can you feel the heat in your body now? Don't worry, soon, you will take the initiative to beg me. When the video is taken, it will still be your noble Ning Mashue who takes the initiative to throw herself into my arms. Ha. His laughter only lasted halfway before it stopped abruptly. Bang! A knife-handed hand appeared from behind him without warning and hit him hard on the back of his head. Luo Xian rolled his eyes and fell to the ground without even a groan, completely fainting. Your laugh is so ugly. Qin Feng retracted his fist and said coldly. He felt that he had heard enough and there shouldn't be any more valuable information, so he came out and knocked the scum unconscious. Qin Feng. Seeing Qin Feng suddenly appear, Ning Moshue on the bed was stunned at first, and then her dim eyes were instantly lit up, bursting with indescribable joy. Boss Ning, it seems that you still have to rely on me at the critical moment? Qin Feng walked to the bedside, looked down at her, with a playful smile on his lips. You come and untie me. Ning Moshue said anxiously, her body twisting even more violently due to the effect of the drug. Oh? Qin Feng raised his eyebrows and said slowly, then begged me. You're still joking like this? Ning Moshue was angry and anxious. She used all her strength to lift her bound feet and kicked Qin Feng symbolically. I'm not kidding. Qin Feng's expression suddenly became serious. Chapter 62, The Master and the Dog. He looked at the woman in front of him whose cheeks were flushed and eyes were blurry due to the drugs, but who was still trying to maintain her pride with her pitiful strength. He found that his mentality had undergone some subtle and profound changes at this moment. Since he has acquired billions of dollars in assets, he is no longer the low-level employee who needs to please others. Combined with the previous few contacts, he has clearly realized that Ning Moshue, this woman, is not as perfect and unattainable as he initially imagined, and there is also unpleasant harshness and badness in her character. Although she is still a top goddess with amazing beauty. But he, Qin Feng, seemed to no longer want to be her suitor. Compared to being a dog who needs to wag his tail and beg for mercy and revolve around her, he suddenly felt that becoming her master seemed to be a more interesting and more suitable choice for his current identity. Ning Moshue looked at Qin Feng's serious expression, which didn't seem to be a joke. Coupled with the increasingly strong burning sensation in her body that almost burned her sanity, her brain began to become dizzy. Dignity and pride seemed to become less important at this moment. She bit her lower lip, and her phoenix eyes, which were always cold and arrogant, were now covered with a layer of mist. With a hint of pitiful pleading and coquettishness that she herself had not noticed, she looked at Qin Feng, and her voice became soft and sticky. Please. Brother Feng, hurry and help me, please. The sound of Brother Feng gave Qin Feng goosebumps all over his body, but he had to admit that being asked to beg for mercy in such a tone felt really good. He then stepped forward and untied the silk scarves that were tied around her hands and feet. Almost at the moment the restraints were released, Ning Moshue rushed up like an octopus, wrapping her arms tightly around Qin Feng's neck. Well, you're lucky again. She made an unclear sound. Hurry up, come on. Qin Feng looked at the beauty in his arms, who was full of charm because of the drugs, and felt a surge of anger rushing to his lower abdomen, wishing to kill her right there and then. However, reason told him that since he was ready to jump his feet to this proud queen, he must not let her get what she wanted so easily, and he must not let her lead him by the nose. He silently said in his mind, System, Exchange 4, Advanced Healing Technique. Confirmed to redeem Advanced Healing Technique? It will cost 500 million. Exchange. Exchange successful. Host's current remaining assets, 3.0652 billion. 500 million equals 2.5652 billion. Qin Feng felt the new skills integrating into his body. He did not respond to Ning Moshue's request. Instead, in her surprised eyes, he turned her over and made her lie on the bed. Huh? Does he like it this way? However, after a while, Ning Moshue did not feel any further invasion from Qin Feng. She only felt a pair of big hands with warm energy, gently and rhythmically pressing on her back and some key acupuncture points through the thin dress. Then, she was surprised to find that the heat in her body that had been surging like magma was cooling down and fading rapidly under this gentle pressure, as if it had encountered its nemesis. Ning Moshue was completely confused. She looked at her hands in a daze, then looked at Qin Feng, who was standing next to her with a calm and unfathomable smile on his face. Seeing her sit up, Qin Feng also stood up straight, with a compassionate expression on his face, like an enlightened man. He prepared to say a few polite words that could both comfort her and demonstrate his own noble character. He cleared his throat and said in a gentle and righteous tone, Boss Ning, don't worry, I, Qin Feng, am not the kind of person who takes advantage of others' misfortunes. Bang! A loud and crisp slap landed hard on Qin Feng's face without any warning. Qin Feng was stunned. He covered his burning cheeks and looked at the woman in front of him in disbelief who had just thrown herself into his arms. Ning Moshue had completely regained her aura of the Ice Queen at this moment. She stood there coquettishly, staring at Qin Feng with a pair of cold phoenix eyes, her eyes full of undisguised anger. Why are you pretending to be so arrogant? Ning Mashua's voice was as cold and hard as ice in the coldest days of winter. Have you forgotten who took my virginity? She took a step forward, stared at Qin Feng, and said in a sharper tone, also. Since you have this ability, why didn't you treat me that time? You had to do that to us? Qin Feng, explain it to me. Qin Feng was completely confused by her series of soul-searching questions, and his mind went blank in an instant. Fuck. How could I have forgotten about this? I was just trying to act cool in front of her. How can I explain this? Saying that I didn't get the system at that time and was just an ordinary person? Will she believe in ghosts? He looked at Ning Mashua's eyes that seemed to see through everything and didn't allow him to dodge at all. He was so anxious that sweat broke out on his forehead. In the end, he could only force out a smile that was uglier than crying, and stammered, that. Mr. Ning. If I say, I forgot, would you believe it? Ha! Ning Mashua just gave him a cold look, with the words, "Do you think I'm a fool?" clearly written in her eyes. Seeing this, Qin Feng knew that it was futile to explain further, and it would only make things worse. He immediately changed the subject, pointed at Luo Xian who was still lying unconscious on the ground, and said, Boss Ning, let's not talk about this for now. I'll go and deal with this dead dog, so that he won't cause trouble again when he wakes up. After saying that, he stopped looking at Ning Mashua and turned around and walked towards Luo Xian. Looking at Qin Feng slightly embarrassed and even fleeing back, Ning Mashua's pretty face, which had been tense and cold, finally couldn't help it any longer, and slowly raised a very playful and faint smile with a bit of success. Just as Qin Feng was about to drag Luo Xian up from the ground, Ning Mashua's voice suddenly came from behind him. But this time, her voice was no longer cold and questioning, but became a little low, a little soft, and even with a little imperceptible weakness. Okay. Then you, come back early. I'll be waiting for you here. Qin Feng's footsteps suddenly stopped. He couldn't believe his ears. He turned around and looked at Ning Mashua. She was still standing there, but subconsciously avoiding his gaze, turning her head to look out the window. However, her fingers tightly grasping the corner of her clothes and the barely noticeable blush at her ears revealed her inner unrest at the moment. Qin Feng's heart began to beat wildly uncontrollably. Ning Mashua seemed to have sensed his overly hot and probing gaze, and turned back uncomfortably, just in time to meet Qin Feng's somewhat shocked eyes. Her pretty face flushed, as if to cover up her overly weak words just now, and she glared with a bit of anger, and whispered, What are you looking at? Hurry up! He looked at Ning Mashua, opened his mouth, wanted to say something, but couldn't utter a word. In the end, he just nodded, then struggled to lift the unconscious Luo Xian from the ground, carried him on his back, and walked out of the room quickly. Even after he walked out of the room and closed the door, Qin Feng's pounding heart still didn't calm down. Meow. I was just about to make up my mind to turn the tables and become the master, but with just a few words and a little action from her, I want to go back to being her little licker again. Target, Ning Mashua, favorability plus 10, current favorability, 48. Ding. Target Ning Mashua's favorability has exceeded 40 points. Triggering favorability level reward, host's total assets will be increased by 4 times. Detection for critical hit determination. Lucky critical hit was not triggered this time. Calculation of asset increase, current assets 2.5652 billion x 4 times equals 10.2608 billion. Newly added assets, 7.6956 billion.